sure each and every one of you have gone through your moments of introspection about how you want to live your life, what you want to do going forward, what are going to be your priorities, what are you going to change. So this discussion is extremely apt, and it's a reminder call for all of us to recalibrate our priorities as we sculpt our lives going forward. Now, secondly, this whole theme of purpose is extremely important because, like I said earlier, most of us are living purposeless life, and I'll tell you why. So I was reading this Gallup survey that came out some time back about employee engagement. And this survey revealed that 70% of employees worldwide are not engaged, are disengaged at workplace. Now they are coming to work with their hands and not their hearts, right? So they are dragging their feet. They are not finding meaning in their job, but they are just moving on in life for the heck of moving on. Right? And this needs to change because life is short. It comes once and you want to spring out of bed. And that only comes when you find meaning to what you do. A second survey that I came across was one on leadership. And this survey very interestingly revealed that 60% of all CEOs have at least 3 regrets when they retire. At least 3 big regrets. So if they had the magical wand and if they were to relive their life, they would, rejig their priorities and pursue 3 different things that they were not be able to pursue earlier on, right? So I'm inclined to think that most of us have goals set for ourselves, but are these realistic goals? Are these goals self-created? Is this something that we want to pursue? Because, survey results reveal, otherwise. So most of us will say, look, Dishan, I have my goals set, and I have my goals are set by my purpose. They are defined by my purpose. But even after meeting my goals and meeting my purpose, I'm still not happy, right? And why is this so? And most of us are in that category. And I would like to offer 5 reasons why this happens. Number 1. When we set our goals, so what is purpose? Purpose are goals that we set for ourselves after doing some deep dive introspection, and meeting those goals serve as fulfillment of purpose, right? It's as simple as that. But when we set goals for ourselves, what happens is we ask ourselves what we want, but we don't move from what to why. The why is critical, right? The power of why is very, very important. And unless and until we are sure about why we want to pursue those goals that we set for ourselves, we will end up like the CEOs that I talked about, right? Including, Steve Jobs. Right? If you would have read his autobiography, right? He talks about, he facing burnout, working very hard, but if he had the magical wand, he would spend more time with his family, right? So number 1, the why is very important. Right? When you set your goals and your purpose in life. Number 2, the reason why we still remain unhappy meeting our goals is because we have not set the goals ourselves. We let other people define the goals for us. And we pursue, goals set by someone else. I mean, how many of you, right, who have tuned in right now, right? Probably if you have pursued your engineering undergrad degree, right? You chose this undergrad education because you really wanted to pursue engineering, and you wanted to be an engineer, right? You got into this program because someone else told you to, get into engineering. It was not your own calling, right? So don't let other people decide on your goals. You have to, think about the goals yourself. Number 3, when we set our goals for ourselves, we adopt a copycat approach. What am I trying to say here? You look at your peers, and whatever your peers are chasing becomes your sense of purpose, right? I remember visiting my cousins in this city called Karamsad in India, almost 25 years back. And I asked my cousin, and in Karamsad, every family has at least one person living in USA, right? So I asked my cousin, what are your plans? What are you going to do next? And his response is, I'm going to go to USA and work over there. And I asked him why. So what you want to do, you figure out, but why? He says, I don't know, because everyone's going to USA. So, I want to go there as well, right? So, so the copycat approach towards defining your goals will lead to you being unhappy probably later on, because, you've not asked that big why. Fourth reason, in my opinion, why we set goals and meeting those goals, still leaves us unhappy, is because many times we set too many goals for ourselves and we want to accomplish them in a very short time span, right? That's not going to happen. The lack of prioritization is a big problem, right? Chase one or two goals, meet them, and then you have to just rekindle them, right? As with the passage of time. Lastly, most importantly, in my opinion, is our sense of purpose and our priorities have to be, redefined every few years. I mean, when I was young, for example, when I was in my 20s, my topmost priority is to make money and get some progress in my career. But then as I got married and, my goals changed, right? So while money and career is important, but ample face time with my wife and kids was equally important, right? And then I move on another few years, right? Then making a difference to society became number one. And then face time with family. And so salary and the other chase, material chase, became third priority. And as I grew older, probably health became number one. So if we rejig our sense of purpose and our priorities, at every 5 years, probably every few years, we will live a more wholesome life. But let me just share a story of how I recently recalibrated my sense of purpose 3 years back when I took a call, moving from management education to leading a liberal arts institution, pure interdisciplinary, right? There were two incidents that gave me a new calling, right, in my previous avatar. So I've spent almost 17 years in the management education space. And the first incident, so when I teach, I teach basically the MBA students all across the world, including India as well. And most of my students have at least 5 to 6 years of work experience. And I ask them this standard question: why did you opt for an MBA? And the response I get is, oh, you know what? The last 5 years, the last 6 years, whatever I'm pursuing was not my calling, and I'm bored. I want to do something else. These students wasted 5 golden years of their lives doing something that doesn't motivate them. Right, 70% of global MBA students are career switchers, right? But I'm glad they have pursued their MBA and they have decided to switch their careers to do something meaningful, right? Something that is based on their calling. But it pains me to see that 5 years, 7 years of their life, right, just going to the drain. They've just been dragging their feet for 5 years, going to work that doesn't motivate them. So that was my first calling. I thought about it and I asked them, right, what, if you had the magical wand, what would you like, to be done differently? So all of them generally told me that I wish during my undergrad, phase of my life, I wish I had a mentor who could, assess my strengths and weakness and who could guide me, right? I wish I could I wish I had someone to have a conversation with. So, I see a lacuna in the undergrad space, the lack of mentorship. I think undergrad students need structured mentorship, and that was my new calling. I wanted to be in the undergrad space predominantly, and at the same time create a curriculum that revolves around structured mentorship, because if we are able to make a difference there, you prevent these students from making the mistakes these MBA students get into, right? So that was my first calling. So I recalibrated my sense of purpose and wanted to chase something else at that stage of my life. The second incident was when I completed my executive education programs. So when I'm done with every class in the executive education space, I share my mobile number with every student. And I said, you know what? I believe in lifelong learning. Call me whenever you just want to talk to someone. So on average, so I've been teaching for 17 years. I get, so all my students have my mobile number. And on average, I get 1 or 2 calls a day, right? But here's a trend that I've seen. Most of my conversations with this CC minus 1 individuals, right? So they are leaders in the corporate world. Most of my conversations revolve around managing adversity at work, managing adversity in life, managing politics at work. And that got me thinking, right? So we've created, leaders who, could do well in their careers, but they are crumbling during adversity. So I wish, most of these students had the exposure to study psychology, sociology, philosophy, anthropology during the undergrad days or during the MBA even, right? So that, the entire learning will be over encompassing. I wish they had an option to, experiment before deciding what they want to do. So that was my second calling, right? I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to be part of an interdisciplinary education that would allow students to explore before they major. So these were the two eureka moments for me, and I made up my decision to move on and hopefully focus on the undergrad space and continue to work on the postgrad management space, bringing in more interdisciplinary education. So that was my calling, and that's how I recalibrated my sense of purpose. And I'm having a ball at Flame University right now, chasing my renewed purpose, and I hope and I'm trying to make a difference in the curriculum in our undergrad and postgrad programs. And I would encourage all of you, right, to step back, think about what you want to do in life, because life is very short, and you want to be motivated as you go to work every day, right? So we have a very interesting lineup of speakers who are going to share their experiences, their purpose in life, how it shaped them, how it molded them, and I'm sure we will get great insights, from each and every speakers lined up today and tomorrow, as we plan, our lives 2021 and beyond, right? So welcome to each and every one of you once again. And what's next? So today it's a very interesting day. Right after I'm done with my welcome address, we have thought leadership keynotes by luminaries, including Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Mr. Raman Roy, Mr. Vinit Nair, and Ms. Apurva Purohit. Following these leadership keynotes, we have panel discussions on alternate careers, a roundtable on purpose of voice, and we will end the day today with a roundtable again discussing the future of education. So thank you once again, everyone, for tuning in, and I hope that you will be able to participate in our speaker sessions and the various roundtables planned out over these 2 days. Thank you very much, and we hope to spread happiness and joy with this summit and the discussions. Thank you.
I'd love to speak to you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Purpose Summit. And this is the first keynote we are having today. And we are very, very fortunate. And it's our privilege and honor to welcome Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, Padam Shri. He's also the executive chairman of InfoEdge and co-founder of Ashoka University. And if you look at the line of companies, he's been founded since 1990, almost 31 years ago. You found that, he has actually taken care of everything in your life, right from Shiksha, he's moved to Naukri, he's moved to Jeevan Sathi and now 99acres.com. And now he is also supporting startups which are into food. So I think Roti Kapda Makan is all set by Mr. Bikhchandani. So, that's my first question to you. What prompted you? You were, from IIM Ahmedabad, you had a cushy corporate life. You were working in various interesting assignments from advertising to brand management and others. And at that time, in the early 90s, what prompted you to move and create something on your own? So what was your motivation to do that?
Well, it boils down to the theme of this summit, which is purpose.
Right.
When I was working my last job in Glaxo, in a company that's now called GlaxoSmithKline, then it was called HMM. I was in marketing, managing Holics. I kind of figured, I used to ask myself a few uncomfortable questions. I'm 26. What if I look ahead 20, 30 years, what would I have achieved in my life, which I look back upon? And, the future was predictable that, if I work well for 5 years, I'll become a brand manager or a product manager, 7, 8 years, marketing manager, 10, 15 years, head of marketing, either here or somewhere else. Right. And I realized that I was, a prisoner of my visiting card. I wanted an MNC label. And उस ज़माने में बैंक लोन्स नहीं थे, but आजकल people are prisoners of the visiting cards and the EMIs. अगर आपने ले लिया बैंक से लोन, अगर या घर के लिए या गाड़ी के लिए, तो वो repay होना है. So you've got fixed outgoes. Means you must have fixed income, which means you will stay in a job. Right. And I began to say, look, how do we measure success? How do I measure success by, if my car is a foot longer than yours, I'm more successful than you. Right. If my house is in Vasant Vihar in Delhi, but not in Munirka, which are half a kilometer apart.
Right.
There's a Munirka DDA flats, bungalows, I must be more successful than you. And we are always striving for benchmarks of success, which are, if you take a long view, a minor. They don't matter, really. How does it matter if my apartment is 2,000 square feet versus yours, which is 4,000 square feet? Or mine is 1,500 square foot, yours is 3,000 square foot. You know what? In real terms, it doesn't matter. And I said to myself that, look, I need to recalibrate my goals. And, what is it that I want to do with the rest of my life? And I came to the conclusion that, I would keep on asking myself these questions, and the answer I'd come out with were not exciting. They would make me uncomfortable. And I finally took the step of quitting my job and saying, let me be independent and do something on my own. I'm sure I can come back to a job anytime I want because, qualifications are here.
Right.
So there's that insurance net. But let me try something. So in 1990, I was 27. I quit my job and began to do salary surveys. We began in the servant quarter of the garage in my father's house. Thoda salary survey kar liya, thoda small time, whoever gave you chotu assignment, you did it. Some market research, some consulting, some trademarks database, some report writing, some presentation development. And we pottered around for 7 years, just drifting. And 7 saal ki drift ke baad, we had done 20 small things by then. Teaching, training, writing, whatever.
So you experimented with everything, right?
I mean, whatever came my way, just to survive. I was teaching at various business schools on weekends, in and around Delhi to survive. That, basically I had no income, right? So I had to earn some money to be able to survive, which I did for 7 years, right? By teaching on weekends at business schools as visiting faculty in and around Delhi, right?
So did you not feel that you have to go back to corporate life at that point of time, that things were not going exactly
no,
the way
see,
you
I
wanted?
was stubborn. I had a big ego and I was ambitious. Now, quitting after 2-3 years of entrepreneurship and going back to a job would have meant, in those days, entrepreneurial experience not respected at all in large corporations.
Right.
So it effectively meant you have written off your career. Now you're back and you will be on the slow track.
Got it.
Right? And you will never rise to the top. And that was the rule in large organizations in the 80s and early 90s.
Got it.
When I began my career. And so going back was not an option because it meant admitting failure. It meant being resigned to a life of being middle management. Right? Never rising to the top. And that was not okay with me. So there was no question of, I had burnt my bridges in my head that there is no question of going back. I will come what may, I'll not go back. And so you sort of drifted along for 7 years, doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and trying 20 small things. And then in 1997, after 7 years of drifting, we launched Naukri as one more small idea. When we thought of it, we had not imagined it would be a big idea. It was one more small idea.
So these were the initial years for .coms in India and the world as well, as some of
so when we launched
audiences
Naukri,
are young. They would not have realized that,
when we launched Naukri, there were only 14,000 internet accounts in the country.
Right.
Now, if you take into account shared usage in office, maybe 2 lakh users. Now, that's nothing compared to today. But when at that point of time, it looked to me to be good enough to start a nifty small business. So Naukri was conceived in 1997 and launched in 1997 as a nifty small business. Right? And who knows what might happen in the future, but hopefully it can give you enough money to live, right? Us zamane mein there was no, venture capital, there was no .com valuation, no nothing. Right? Never heard of it, those things. We had to break even to survive, which means the customer had to pay us for something, right? So we started small, and the extent of our vision was to first at least break even in a year or two, and then try and eke out a little profit so that you can take a small salary home, right? And that was the limit of our ambition when we launched. But as things happened, worked hard, worked smart, got lucky, right place, right time, internet grew, we grew along with it.
Right.
And it took us a couple of years to realize that, hey, maybe we've stumbled upon a big idea after all.
When was that? When was that moment?
So that realization came around 98, 99, maybe a year and a half after we launched Naukri.
Right. And you would have seen something happening in the US where the Silicon Valley new .coms are coming up. There was a meltdown happening in.
I didn't actually for a while, until we began to get inbound interest, phone calls coming into us from investors saying, could we please invest in your company? And we were baffled because, in all my 8-9 years of being an entrepreneur, nobody ever called you up to give you money. You had to go and beg for money. So that's not what intrigued. I said, what is this? And that's when I began to research and I discovered what's happening in America.
Right, exactly. Right.
Okay, and so then, so हमने पहले तो मना कर दिया. We said no. I said I don't want to copy you. नहीं, I just don't know.
You don't know.
सही तो होगा, लोग पैसे दे रहे हैं तो अखबारों में आ रहा है, तो सच ही होगा, right? But you see, I said no because I met a couple of investors and I was frankly baffled at what they said.
Okay.
This guy says to me, no, we are doing 3 lakhs a month of revenue. And this guy says, we'll give you $2 million for 25% in your company. Now, $2 million उस जमाने में 8 crore होते थे, 8 crores. 40 rupees to a dollar that time. Right? Now, we are running a small company out of my father's house in Trans-Yamuna, not a very fashionable place. The voltage that comes is 160. You can't really run your air conditioners. You only don't have enough air conditioner in the first place. You don't have power backup because you can't afford the batteries. And this guy's offering us a valuation of some 32 crores, right? $2 million.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I was very baffled, and I asked him, I think it's very good that you're giving us $2 million for 25%, but what will we do with the money? I couldn't fathom what we would do with 8 crores. It was so much money, right? And he said, oh, it's very simple. You will spend it on advertising.
I know, full page ads.
You will spend it on advertising. You will build your brand. And that's a barrier to entry. And it's a moat. And then you will raise twice the money at 4 times the valuation after 6 months. And then 1 year from now, we'll list you on NASDAQ. Right? And I'm saying to myself, we're running out of trans stamina. We are doing 3 lakhs a month of revenue. We are barely breaking even. I can't take a salary. I didn't know what exactly NASDAQ was, but I'd heard the term somewhere. And I said, okay, fine, it's a stock exchange in the US maybe. I said, yeah, we can't list in Pahad and forget about NASDAQ. This guy's smoking dope. So हमने मना कर दिया सबको कि boss, these guys are crazy. They don't know what they're talking about. I'm happy running a small company. We are growing well. In 1 or 2 years' time, I can take a salary. And we are good to run a small, profitable business. And grow as fast as the market lets us grow.
Right.
So we said no, and life carried on. And then funded competition launched. Jobs Ahead launched, having raised $8 million pre-launch. Launch करने से पहले they had raised $8 million, and they launched with TV advertising on the India-Pakistan cricket series in Sharjah.
Wow, the Mecca at that in those years.
Their launch ad budget, we found out, was twice our annual revenue. Just launch ad budget.
Easily. Yeah, they are on steroids.
Okay. So that's when we said, okay, fine. You can't do this through internal accruals alone. You've got to get external money. Right. And we went out to the market, and it was bubble time. So we spoke to 4 investors and got 3 offers.
Okay.
And we took one, and we raised, it looked like a lot of money to us then, but now in hindsight, by today's standards, very small sum of money. We raised $1.7 million to 7.3 crore rupees.
Right.
For 15% of the company. And with
That's
that money,
a better deal. Yeah. Right.
And with that money, we built the company.
So how tough was it when you started raising money and you started building the team? So was it because those are initial years and people were very wary of internet and .coms and others, so how difficult was it to build the team? Because initially you were just working with a small team. Now you've got money, you have to expand, you have to scale up, you have to get more talent coming in, people who understand technology.
Fortunately, I had got a good network of friends and associates, and so the initial people were all people I knew, right? Friends and friends of friends.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, once the money came in, what happened was the market melted down. So other .coms, began to shut down, and a lot of talent was released in the market.
Right.
So we were able to hire from that pool of talent, and that was good for us. That and when there's a recession, you get talent easily.
Right.
So long as you're capitalized well enough and you have a plan. So we got lucky in that sense. We didn't have an initial problem in getting talent.
Right. So from Naukri, how did the thought came for other ideas, right? From 99 acres to Jeevan Sathi to other. So how exactly you expanded this whole? Yeah.
See, what happened was we kept running Naukri, and Naukri became decent size and began to make profits.
Right. That became your cash cow.
That became, it's not a cash cow, it's a cash star. It's growing fast and making profits.
Faster, yeah. The star one.
Right. Now, we said, what do we do with this money? We can give it back to shareholders. Or, we can start new businesses. or we can take Naukri global. So we decided against taking Naukri global. We felt that, look, those are markets and customers we don't understand fully. There's entrenched competition there. This is a winner-take-all market. This competition will be hard to dislodge. Why don't we look at other classified categories, which are newspapers, and bring them online?
Bring them online.
So natural progression was matrimony and real estate.
Right.
Shiksha came later when we figured that, look, education advertising is the second largest advertising category in print. So can we get a share of that budget, that wallet? And that's when we launched Shiksha.
Right.
So the progression is fairly logical.
Right. So, there's some very interesting question has come from the audience. And this question is very interesting, is out of all the arenas that you have worked in, what did you enjoy doing the most? And do you see yourself venturing into another arena, any other passion undiscovered yet?
Well, look, the company is now mature, it's large, right? It employs
Right.
4,500 people, it's got a large market cap. So I don't think I'm going to be able to leave the company. I'm 57, 50, I'll be 58 this year. So it's not as if I'm going to do one more startup myself.
Right.
I could back other entrepreneurs who are younger than me, who have a good career 30, 40 years ahead of them.
Right.
And if I think they're going to do something great, maybe I'll back them.
Right. So how do you spot that talent? Because, you're one of the early investors in some of the unicorns here in India. So how did you spot that talent? What instinct prompted you to back those early guys,
So look, when we invested, we did not imagine they'd become unicorns. We simply said, seems like a good idea, seem like good people. They're showing some evidence of getting some natural traction. Put in a small sum of money and let's see what happens. Right? And as the companies began to do better and better, we put more and more money behind them. Right? So it is about starting small, taking baby steps and putting in more money. Now, we've invested in 30, 35 startups.
Right.
Of which 2 have become Zomato Policybazaar.
Right.
So we have a portfolio approach as well.
So, many times, some of these early stage startups, you've invested in them and they're not doing as well as would have you wanted. How do you handhold them? How do you go about, what is the process of,
well, we have a team.
Helping
we have
them.
A team that works.
Yeah.
We have a team that works with them. Now, first of all, you got to invest behind entrepreneurs who are capable.
Got it.
They should not need too much. They should not need too much handholding.
True.
Right? If they need more than 2% handholding, right? You invested in the wrong startup and the wrong people. So the secret of successful early stage investing is to invest behind teams and ideas and companies and startups that are going to succeed anyway.
Right.
With your help, they might succeed 10% faster, 20% more, but they would have succeeded anyway.
Right.
So you can't invest behind not so good people and say, I will make them great. It doesn't work. People are who they are. People are who they are. Right? Now, even if you look at the business school that, the MBA program, the business program that Flame is running, right? Ultimately, when people join you, they are already grown up.
True.
Right? Their work ethic is set. Their values are set.
Values are set. You're right.
Okay. Now, in a 1 or 2 years experience, you can't really transform them. You can equip them with some skill and knowledge, expose them to certain real world concepts.
And nudge them to a particular direction.
And nudge them, and then hope for the best. It's up to them.
Hope for the best. Yeah, you're right.
It's like that with startups. Your selection is very important. You help them to the extent you can. You give them money, and then you hope for the best.
So if somebody, there's another interesting question has come from a budding entrepreneur. So how would a young budding entrepreneur would pitch his or her idea to a potential investor like you?
So look, the standard answer is, भाई go to our website, वहाँ पे email ID होगी, उस email ID पे आप you can send your pitch, somebody will reach out to you, we'll set up a meeting. That's a standard idea. But the real way to do it, the best way to do it is, you got to understand that the customer's money is better than the investor's money.
Right.
Okay. The reason is that if you're getting the customer's money and you're getting it repeatedly and you're getting it at a price that's higher than the cost,
right,
then chances are you have a viable business so long as you can get enough customers.
Right? So if you are a little revenue positive, probably you can showcase this as a...
And if you get the customer's money, the investor's money will almost certainly follow. Because investors love to invest behind companies that are getting the customer's money. However, if you get the investor's money first, there's no guarantee that the customer's money will follow. So, अगर आप revenue कर रहे हो, customer ला रहे हो, believe me, the investor will find you.
Right.
Because he'll hunt you out. Because investors look for good deals.
Because they are also looking at investing or finding out.
Yeah.
So as much as
so I would say focus on getting the customer's money more and less, or investors' money less.
Right. Right. Okay, there's a very interesting question which has come. Like, for example, a lot of people are looking at your Naukri success and not looking at the first 8 years or 7 years of what you've been doing in terms of marginal success in some of the businesses. But for a young startup guy who's just starting off on something and the first or two ideas don't work, what would you tell them? How would they take failure? How do you manage failure?
I think you got to be clear about your goals and committed to them, right? And you got to figure out that, look, I'm in this for a long haul. So I may fail once, I may fail twice, but I'll succeed the third time. Right? And at no point in time should you take such large financial bets that, in case you lose that one, everything is lost.
Right.
It should be a plan B.
Plan B is.
If I fail, तो मैं क्या करूँगा? I had a plan B. I was teaching in business schools.
Right.
Now
you had some parallel stream of money coming in.
I had something to do, and while I was doing this for 7 years.
No, I got to know about this as well. I was telling this to my students. If you read Shoe Dog or Phil Knight, he was a CPA and of course a Stanford guy. For first 10 years, he continued to work full-time in another organization while supporting Nike, and he had another team of people who were working. So he also kept on bringing another stream of revenues to do that. There's a very interesting question. Mr. Bikhchandani has come from very young Ria Suntalia from our audience and says, what would you tell 20-year-old who does not know what he or she wants to do? How would they find their calling? So I think comes back to the same purpose thought when you started with. So how would a 20-year-old find his or her?
I would say engage with enough things. Okay, the more you engage, the more you try things out, the more you learn.
Right. More you explore,
and you should also learn by doing, which means get into a job, do something, figure out if this is your calling, right?
Right.
And then move on.
Very nice. Fantastic. Interesting question has come, which is, what was your biggest investment in yourself? I think that's a very interesting question.
I think my biggest investment myself was the 7-year drift.
Right.
Where I tried 50 different things and I wasn't making money, but I was happy. And I wasn't chasing money.
Right.
But the learning at that time held me in good stead.
Right. Right. So now that you have the money, right, what's your thought process? How do you plan your entire portfolio of activities and things and years ahead? How do you plan now?
Well, look, there's a team that does it, right? Okay. I don't do that much. I mean, I don't do it alone, right?
Right.
But we keep meeting startups, for example. Okay. So in a month, we must be meeting about a few hundred startups. And after you meet a few hundred, you figure out good from bad, and you figure out which ones to bad. Now that's the investing business. In the operating business, it's about staying in touch with customers and figuring out what the customers want, what will work with them, and then going out and doing it.
Now, looking back at the year which has gone by, which was the pandemic year, and a lot of ups and downs and happened in the whole world. How have your businesses, managed during these tough times?
We've been fortunate. Of course, the lockdown impacted people first 2-3 months, but the bounce back has been decent, and almost all our businesses are now okay.
Okay. How do you see India now progressing in that direction? Because, how's the job market opening up? There's a lot of students in my audience who are a little worried about how the market would look like, whether the jobs are coming up, and you have the data. So what does the forecast look like?
Look, at the entry level, people who have the first jobs, it's still difficult.
Okay.
Right? And I suspect it'll stay difficult for a while. Having said that,
Right.
take it in your stride, I'd say. Something unfortunate has happened, COVID.
Right.
It's impacted the economies the world over.
Right.
So if it takes you one extra year to get to where you want to go, it should be okay. During that 1 year, what do you want to do? I would say upgrade your skills, do a course, or do a free apprenticeship, get some experience, enhance your CV.
Right. Yeah, all across, right? So this is the time for you to kind of keep upgrading yourself and be ready when the market opens up, and in that particular sense. And perfect. Okay, there is a very interesting question I wanted to ask about if somebody is getting into college today, and you look back to your own times, which was of course 35, 40 years ago. What is it that that particular person needs to do apart from studies and apart from activities and culturals and everything else? What is it you would advise them to do? What is already expected out of them?
You're talking about in college?
In college.
Look, I would say, even though you told me apart from that, I would say, look, it's really important that you first study hard. Because there is no substitute for the grades you get, for the knowledge you acquire in college. Good grades open up doors. Okay. Now, apart from that, try and do something practical, I'd say.
I'm happy it came from you, not from me, that grades are good.
No, grades are good.
Yeah.
Grades are good because they open doors.
Right.
They get you into shortlists.
Right.
They get you better admissions, better jobs.
Right.
Okay. So grades are important as a foundation, but apart from that, I say do a few practical things.
Right.
Some internship somewhere. In your internship, you should ideally be either making something or selling something.
Right. Right.
या तो आप कुछ बना रहे हो या कुछ बेच रहे हो.
Real business.
Yeah, real business. You're either making something or you're selling something in your job as an intern. So, if it's a software company, you should be actually writing code. Or you should be selling the software.
Right. Right.
Because these are two skills which are absolutely essential for an entrepreneur. You've got to make what you want to sell, and you've got to sell what you've made.
You need to have your hands dirty in any aspect. Yeah. These are the two important things. You make and you sell, right? And then you sell what you make. So in that particular sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It's an interesting question about quitting. I think Meenu Shekhar has asked a very interesting question about what's your opinion on quitting? So,
look, it's a nuanced answer. Now, it's possible that you really need the money that a steady salary gives you. Maybe you will quit and go back to your job.
Right.
Right? And that's fine. It's possible that you may have changed your mind about entrepreneurship and you want to go back. That's also fine.
Right.
But if you haven't, then I'd say hang on in there somehow.
Right. Right.
The success will come eventually. But keep a very close eye on the customer, your consumer, because a better understanding of the consumer, his or her behavior, need gaps, will tell you how to fine-tune your offering so that you succeed.
Perfect. Okay, this Sanjana Chordi has asked a very interesting question from our audience, is that what is the one characteristic trait that you look for in an entrepreneur? How does one guy stand out for you?
I would say consumer insight, coupled with practical innovation,
right.
Deliver a solution to a customer's problem, coupled with frugality, personal frugality.
And how would they develop this ability to, get this insight? What is it to develop insights?
So I'll tell you a couple of stories. So when I was working in my last job in GlaxoSmithKline, in what was called HMM then, I was in the marketing team. There were 7-8 of us. We would all sit in an open hall. So I could see what the others were doing and saying. Right? And I used to observe that every time the office copy of Business India would come in, everybody would read it from the back. Right?
Okay.
The reason being that there were 35 to 40 pages of appointment ads in the back of the magazine. And I used to find this strange behavior. I said, I used to say, I thought people bought magazines to read the articles. These guys are looking at the jobs.
Jobs,
right?
Exactly.
Okay, and that's where I got the insight that jobs are a high interest category of information and everybody's looking at them all the time.
Right, all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and therefore, when I saw the net for the first time, I said that why don't I get newspapers from around the country, take the appointment ads and put them in our own words and put them on the net and see what happens, which is what we did, and the website worked. So successful businesses are built on deep customer insights. I had a customer insight that people are interested in jobs. We built a website that would put all the jobs out there.
Right.
It worked. How was Zomato started? Where did the idea come from? I spoke to Dipinder Goyal. Went over the first time. He was running a small site that time in 2010. But I liked it. It was getting traffic and traction and repeat usage. So obviously he was onto something. I asked him, idea kahan se aaya? He said he used to work in Bain Consulting in Gurgaon. It was an office where there were some 40, 50 people, mostly young, mostly male, mostly living away from home. So they would not get lunch from home.
Right. And there is no Dabbawala equivalent in Gurgaon also.
No, I don't think there is. But anyway, at least there wasn't then, right?
Yes.
So office had a cafeteria which would not serve lunch. But you could bring your own food and eat it there.
Right.
To make life easy for the employee, the admin team had collected all the menu cards of roughly 80 restaurants that would deliver to the location and put it in a file folder for shared access in the cafeteria. Dipinder said, there's a long line at 1 o'clock. I had to wait half an hour to even order my food.
Right.
But I couldn't access the file because everyone was using it. So one Saturday I came in and scanned all the menu cards and uploaded them on my personal page on the office intranet. 2 days later, the IT infra guy came to me and said, what have you done? Why is 98% of internal traffic going to your page? Penny dropped. Customer insight. People value menu cards.
Right.
He aggregated all the menu cards of all the restaurants in Delhi and said, launched. Site succeeded. Successful businesses are built on deep customer insights. Stay close to the customer.
Right. Now if you reflect, now you are reached a stage in life where you're also looking at something to do exciting later, which I'll ask sometime later. But if you now reflect at your journey, right, what you would have done it differently?
Maybe I would have raised capital a little earlier. Maybe I would have hired good people a little earlier. Maybe I would have, done a few product launches a bit earlier. But other than that, I would do things the same.
Okay. Now, these are the ideas which succeeded with you, Shiksha, Jeevan Saathi, Naukri, and others. I'm sure you would be having another bunch of ideas which you thought about it, started doing something, and then didn't pursue further. Were there any?
We had launched a print magazine called Naukri. Didn't work.
Okay.
We don't do it. We had, not launched the resume database in Naukri for 5 years. That was a mistake. Right? So there are things we have done. We have invested in companies that have failed and had to shut down.
Right.
All those things have happened.
Right. Cool. So let's take up one last question. This question by anonymous person, which says, after venturing into a new arena and realizing that it is not for you, how do you pick yourself back up and venture into something new or continue the same? How do you go about it? What time do you say, boss, I don't think it's working, isko band karte hain, kuch aur naya karte hain?
The customer will tell you. अगर कस्टमर से अच्छा फीडबैक आ रहा है, कस्टमर आस्किंग फॉर द प्रोडक्ट, कीप एट इट.
हाँ.
अगर आप बना रहे हो लेकिन कोई खरीद नहीं रहा है,
right,
okay, that's not so good.
हाँ, but लेकिन कब तक सर्वाइव करोगे? मतलब I'm sure something is
देखो
happening.
वो तो भाई जब तक पैसे हैं तो सर्वाइव कर सकते हो.
Right.
ठीक है, पैसे खत्म हो गए तो क्या करोगे?
क्या करेंगे? बिल्कुल. Cool. Now, this very interesting question has come that are investors keen on investing in only in startup ideas which are revenue based and based on, the basic needs and others? Are there also startups which are getting into, the social domain where the straightaway revenue is not there? So how would an investor look at it?
There are many startups like that which have not got revenue early on, but they're raising money and soldiering on.
Right.
There are, enough examples, but at some point in time they have to get revenue.
Right.
You can't continue indefinitely without revenue.
Agree. Okay, so one last question, Mr. Bikhchandani, before we just close, is what's next now for you?
I think more of the same. InfoEdge is there. It's running some businesses. We are investing in some businesses. We launched a venture fund. And then, outside of that, I'm doing some philanthropy. Ashoka University is one.
Right. So you plan
nothing radically new.
Okay, so next decade, more or less the same, but incrementally increase and find out some more to do that.
Correct.
And spend more time doing more interesting things than running day-to-day business of InfoEdge, right? That's what you plan to do.
Correct.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure hosting Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani. Mr. Bikhchandani, it was an honor and a pleasure to have a conversation with you. We really thank you. On the behalf of Flame University, my colleagues, the committee of the Purpose Summit, and the founders and the Vice Chancellor of Flame University. Thank you for listening to our conversation. And we look forward to have much more interesting conversations also coming up over a period of time. Next 2 days, we will have equally good conversations happening. So stay tuned. Follow us on Twitter. My social media team is saying, say Twitter, say social media. Keep following us on LinkedIn. My colleague Sajid is the digital champion. So he's saying, say all the right things. So I'm not a very digitally savvy guy.
Thank you.
So thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah,
thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Unyal. There were many great learnings from the session with Mr. Bikhchandani. Now we have with us another great personality, Dr. Raman Roy. Let me briefly introduce you to him. He is regarded as the pioneer and the father of business processing outsourcing industry in India. He has been directly and indirectly providing jobs to thousands of people through series of his ventures. Currently, he is the chairman and MD of a company called as Quattro, which is his fourth venture. Also, he was NASSCOM chair during 2017 and 18. Welcome, Dr. Roy, and wishing you a very happy new year.
Thank you very much.
Sir, at Flame University, we are very proud that we are pioneers in the liberal education. One of our forte is to imbibe students into entrepreneurial thinking by exposing them to successful entrepreneurs and their journeys. In the same line, I would like to ask you our first question, that how was your journey till Quattro from being at American Express in the beginning? Can you please elaborate on that?
Journey, it's been an exciting journey. The good thing is I was able to do different things at different parts of my journey for my career. In the early part of my career at American Express, I helped dramatically increase the traveler check distribution in the country. That is the time where a lot of Indians were traveling abroad. The maximum limit allowed was $500 per head. And a lot of them would carry American Express travelers checks, and setting up the distribution, getting the checks there, because we do not have a secure environment to carry checks. It's money that is being transmitted. Post that, I was a part of the team that launched the American Express card. I headed the technology and operations functions for that. And that is where it got in a lot of learnings for me of launching something new, which I've used repeatedly in my life, and doing something international, because American Express wanted to operate in India the way it did globally. And they sent me to multiple countries for training. I was trained in Singapore, Hong Kong, Australia, Brighton in UK, a couple of locations in the US. This was the first time American Express was going to have a local person from the market leading operations, because actually the size of the business was so small, we could not afford an expat. So affordability, and that is my assumption, led them to say, okay, let's give this guy a chance. But that was a big break for me in my life for that learning. So while that launch was successful, it brought me an understanding of how operations worked in various parts of the world. And good, bad, or ugly, I started believing that what I launched based on the learnings I had from multiple countries in India was superior to my learnings, essentially because of the quality of people I was able to recruit. And therefore, the processes that I was able to set up were far more robust. And I started evangelizing that within American Express to say that we have better processes than a lot of other places. And the cost per transaction, which all countries would do, and we then compare it in dollars with each other, we were not only the lowest, we were lowest by far. Our cost per transaction was dramatically low. And the quality was dramatically higher because of the quality of the people. So I started evangelizing that I could do more international work in India. Remember, that time there was no BP, nothing. Nobody did any international work in India. Right. And that sowed the seed of what has become the BPO industry. Actually, I used to go to conferences, and I, have all my superiors there, very senior people who could sack me in a nanosecond. And I used to be stupid enough to go to them and say, why don't you give more work to India? And they used to say, oh, this guy's come again. Oh, get him off my back. He will start talking of India again. And that is where one of the guys said, I have an idea how we can shut him up. And they said, yeah, tell me how, because every conference this guy comes and takes half an hour of my time. We said, remember the Korean won reconciliation? For 5 years, we've not been able to reconcile Korean won banks. Why don't we give it to him? He will fail, then he'll shut up. They said, that's a great idea. Let's give it to him, he will shut up. So they called me in that meeting and said, you know, this reconciliation, it's not happening. You're saying you do such a good job. We really like you. We really love you. Here, take this, go fix it. 5 years they had not been able to reconcile. In 6 months, we had it reconciled. And not only did we have it reconciled, but we had the root cause identified why it could not be reconciled before. And that was actually a technical error because of which the check number used to get truncated. And if it was not truncated, it will work. So that laid the foundation from a situation where they gave me that work to say, we will shut him up. It became a situation I got bragging rights. So the next conference I went to and I said, none of you guys could reconcile that bank account. I did it. Give me more work. That is how the BPO industry was born. American Express decided to invest in India. I was fortunate that they decided to choose me to lead that initiative. And that was the first formal organization that was set up in this country, late 80s, I think, to do back office work for international. We did 36 countries. GE then saw what I was doing for American Express. They motivated me to become a part of GE. So while in American Express, we showed what was possible, in GE, given the size and scale of that organization, we showed that it was scalable. I created a company, what is called Genpact today.
Yes.
And that is where it became a scalable operation. And then came the opportunity to do third party. That is where I set up Spectramind.
Right.
Do exactly same what I did for GE and American Express, but do it for third parties, not as a captive.
Right.
Spectramind got acquired by Wipro. That was my third venture and is now Wipro BPO.
Yes.
And then I started Quattro, which is my fourth venture, where again, we are targeting a different market segment to bring the same capabilities as we did. So it's been a fascinating journey. I'm very excited with what I've been able to learn, very excited what we've been able to accomplish. And, you know, at the last count, BPO industry employed about 1.6, 1.7 million people. It is fascinating to be able to see it in one's lifetime that what you were able to help create has created so many livelihoods.
It's indeed an immense achievement, sir. So I feel like BPO has brought in a different culture altogether in India in terms of job market availability. So what exactly changed in terms of the job market in the country and maybe bringing in the foreign currency influx to the country? How do you see that change?
Oh, that is fascinating. In fact, during our early days, when we went for approval to the government during my GE days, at that time you could not take a dedicated line from India into the US and terminate into the public switched network, PSTN,
Right.
public switch telephone network system. So because to be able to dial a phone. And our entire plea to the government was, look, we'll create jobs and we will earn valuable foreign exchange, give us a permission. Today, the industry does this as a standard. They don't realize that at that time, I made over 15 presentations to very senior people in the government to get a permission that was only for GE to do it on an experimental basis. Just like the COVID drug that has been approved on an experimental basis, that time we got permission on an experimental basis to do it for GE. So it created jobs. but it also created a different culture. And let me talk a little about this culture. See, that time Maruti was, and for a long time, was the single largest producer of the vehicles that this country bought. Even today, I think they would be the largest, though there are other producers. Maruti that time was exporting also. But for exports, I'll get sued for this, but this is not public domain. For exports, they used to run a separate production line so that there were no errors in the car that they produce. And for the domestic operation, they used to run the separate line. You know, at that time, when a relative of mine bought a Maruti, they used to keep a diary to say wiper is not working. I hope your students understand Hindi. Wiper nahi chalta hai, पीछे से rattling की आवाज आती है. They used to note it down. In the first servicing, which was free, you used to go and give them the list and they'd fix it. And we used to feel very pleased कि कुछ पैसा नहीं लिया, सारी issue fix हो गई. But those issues were not there in what they exported. And the culture and the mindset was totally different. It is that mindset that we had to bring. The chalta hai attitude had to change in the BPO industry.
Right.
And that attitude is partly to get the employee to strive so much. You know, those of your students who are cricket fans would know we just won the series in Australia.
Right.
And what a team and what an effort. They strived for that excellence. It is that striving that is unique. And we had to bring that unique aspect of striving for that to the workforce. And then they had to be trained and educated. Unfortunately, our education system, and I'm not doing a tippany on you as an institution,
No.
but a large part of our education system does not create that capability or that hunger in the people. So at one point of time, I used to claim that I'm running the largest university in the country because I had some 50 classrooms running 3 shifts. We used to run shifts in a classroom, a 8-hour shift. One shift finished, the next shift came. The next shift finished, the third shift came. We used to run 50 classroom in 3 shifts, training people on what could be done internationally on the platform. So it's been a fascinating journey, changing that mindset, getting people to live up to that excellence levels and giving them a platform where they can play on an international platform while still staying in their homes and eating their mother's food from their kitchen.
Amazing, amazing to know. So I was going to ask you this a little later, but let me actually bring this question now. Is that, you know, in many of your interviews, you have mentioned that there is a huge gap between the skills required by the graduates to handle the new technology, as well as even the previous generation which is employed. So in that scenario, how do we as education institutes can actually, you know, innovate ourselves or contribute so that the gap narrows down a bit? And maybe there is also some leeway for private universities to be a little more innovative than the government institutes. But somehow, I think education industry should also change a bit. So what are your suggestions for that?
So now I'll address you as Professor Prasad, linking you to the university and to the academia. You know, the opportunity is huge. The world of tomorrow is of analytics, of artificial intelligence, of 3D printing, of nano microbiology, of blockchain.
Yes.
These are words and concepts that in a lot of our educational institutions, I mean, I'm a part of the IT industry. Excuse me. I still meet graduates, new graduates, who proudly tell me how much they scored in the coding class, and I ask them what coding and they say COBOL. अरे भैया COBOL का जमाना खत्म हो गया. You know, where are you teaching them the newer languages? Where are you teaching them artificial intelligence? Where are you teaching them analytics of the nature where the global data? I mean, today there is such a talk about WhatsApp giving information to Facebook, and the only information they are giving is who you message to and for how long and what is the phone number. And there is such a, because with that information, they can get to know a lot about you purely based on analytics.
Yes.
Where are we teaching our students that? So the gap of what the industry needs, and you know, actually, if I may take a pot shot at my own industry, we have spoiled the students. And we spoiled the institutions like, you know, a part of which you are, the universities, because we take great raw material that you churn out, and a lot of universities believe their only work is to churn out the raw material. Then we train them for 9 to 15 months before they become revenue producing. But when we compete in an international platform, my international competitors are hiring people who become revenue producing in 2 weeks. I take 15 months. And in those 15 months, I have to pay a salary because I have to make people unlearn some things and relearn some of the skills. You know, we have to consciously find the capability that 15 months is compressed down to 2-3 months, and the quality of raw material dramatically goes up so that those 2-3 months can happen. And that is cannot happen overnight. It is a dialogue that has to happen. There is a lot of learning that has to happen. There is a lot of experimentation that needs to happen. And you know, my fear is that for the newer technologies, like I named, you know, AI, blockchain, data analytics, 3D, cyber security, whatever else, the training may overflow 15 months to 24 months, and the industry may say it is not worth our while to do it, and we'll miss a big opportunity. So getting the quality of the raw material up and reducing the time that the companies have to change the raw material into revenue producing, that has to compress, the quality has to go up. The academia has a role to play, the government has a role to play, and the industry has a role to play. And the sooner we sit around a table and talk about it, the better it is.
Yes, exactly. So in our experience, the speed at which education system changes is quite slow than how the industry and its technologies do change.
Exactly.
And somewhere, you know, industry's role also to push education system uh, may be important in that sense. So how do you think that industry education partnership can be, you know, looked at in a different manner? Because for exposure sake of it, there are many industries which may be associated with education systems, but it may not go beyond just only internship purposes. So
No, internship is a one-way street. No, you look at the student only what the student can get.
right.
But you have to look at what we as an industry can give to the students. Why is visiting professors from the industry not a done thing?
Mm, true.
Why can't we, you know, you just, I didn't have the luxury of attending the session. You just had a session with Sanjeev Birchandani, right? Sanjeev actually goes and teaches in the university himself. So do I. But Sanjeev in his earlier years, before Naukri became what Naukri is, his only sustenance, I don't know if he spoke about it because I didn't have the benefit of attending that session. To make a little bit of pocket money, He actually used to go and take weekend classes in colleges. But that time he was maybe 10 years experience. But today, why can't we have visiting professors? Why can't we have that learning? The trainers that train for the 12, 15 months are trainers from within this industry only. Why can't they be visiting the universities and be given that standing, that status, that thing? So there is a social aspect to it also. And in that social aspect, I think the government has a big role to play. Maybe there are tax incentives, maybe there are other incentives that have to be given. And there are today, we joke with each other over a drink that 60 is the new 30. That's because we are over 60, right? So we love to tell ourselves that we are not that old. But really, at 60, a large part of the industry retires. Is there a model sitting there that people who've retired can come in and play a role in the academia? As the NASSCOM chairman and as the chair of the Sector Skill Council on the technology side, I have tried to play a role in making academic changes in the curriculum of the universities. It is exceedingly tough. So we have to create a model. I'm not saying that there is a ready model that can be implemented. I'm saying resources are available, the need is apparent, there is a win-win that can be created. We need to initiate a dialogue to find a solution.
Right. So at Flame University, definitely we are engaged with industry experts at a larger extent.
That is the reason I accepted to be a part of this session.
And your views definitely are important, not only for our university but in general academia, and uh, definitely those kinds of models should be explored to make it more useful and impactful. So in contrast to this, let me ask you another question where people are afraid now that artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, data science, all these things which are coming up, will they actually reduce the demand of skilled labor, or will it change in a certain way?
See, in my opinion, the operative word here is skilled. The skill set that are needed will change. And I can give you examples of where we are even today. When 30 years ago, when I started this industry and we did call centers to start with at that point of time, a large part of the work we got was calls of balance confirmation. Did you get my credit card check? What is the balance outstanding on my credit card? And those were the easiest calls. It was easiest to train people. And there were people doing it in the US. Their salary was 7 times the salary in India. It was cheaper to do. So those were large chunk of standard low-end processes were the first processes that came to India at that point of time. Today, just 30 years later, all of that has been replaced by machines.
Yes.
Hardly anybody calls to check the balance. You can log in and check the balance. You can send an SMS or you get inputs. But have jobs gone down dramatically? No, they have not. The skill set that is required has undergone a change. So when all the things, the new sciences, the AI, the analytics, all the machine learning, all the things that you're talking of, the skills will be different. So will the emoluments be. So the employee will earn very differently, but the skills required will be of a higher order. And that emergence is what I am beginning to see. And it will only accelerate in the next 5 to 7 years.
Okay. So let me actually then now take you to your NASSCOM chapter. So when you were chairing NASSCOM, you we're definitely wearing the two hats, being MD over here and as well as leading the NASCOM.
That is our
So
model. The chairman is always from within the industry.
kind of major achievements, what kind of major achievements you can say you were able to do when you were at NASCOM?
I think that's a little bit of an unfair question because, in NASCOM, the chairmanship is like passing the parcel. A lot of work done by my predecessor is given to me to take to conclusion. I start some things that my successor will take to conclusion. There are times where we also have the uh, misfortune of closing down some of the things our predecessors started because they are not working. So a lot of things happened. The largest ever meeting of NASCOM with the World Forum was held in Hyderabad during my tenure. But I didn't set it up. My predecessor set it up, but I was the one in whose tenure it was conducted.
Right.
We launched the skilling initiative with the platform, which was inaugurated during that session by the Honorable Prime Minister during my chairmanship. And we did a lot of things. I think it is unfair to talk of specifics because
Okay.
we work as a team, and that is the beauty of NASCOM. A lot of us who fiercely compete in the market
Right.
are able to sit around a table in NASCOM and talk of what is good for the industry and work together where this parcel is carried on by the chairman from one chairman to the next, to the next, to the next. The continuing piece is our president. So Devjani Ghosh, who was recruited during my tenure, I signed her appointment letter for that, is the continuing factor now for 4 chairmen already. Her predecessor had catered to 6 chairmen before that.
Right. Got it, sir. So obviously you have a very busy work schedule. In terms of students who are aspiring to be like you, trying to achieve the heights which you have achieved, how do you suggest that they should maintain the work balance, work-life balance as such?
Well, I don't know about the success. And quite honestly, work-life balance in today's world and success, they are the opposites. They are oxymorons.
Yes.
The example I frequently quote on that is Siridharan, who set up the metro in Delhi. He would start work early in the morning. At post 6, he'd stop work. I just had the luxury to talk to his son-in-law and get an understanding. I've had the honor of meeting Siridharan also on this. I see very few examples. If you're particularly in the startup world, that is the world I understand and I come from, you eat, live, breathe, sleep what you're doing. This work-life balance, your family is also a part of it. They have to contribute. Your time with family is equally important and you have to find time to be able to spend with them. But this work-life balance, in a startup world, it doesn't work. You want work-life balance, join the government. And even in government, at senior positions, work-life balance doesn't work. They are as entrepreneurial as people
Right.
are in the startup ecosystem. They work 18, 24 hours a day. I mean, I know people in government, some very, very good friends of mine, were sitting late into the evening. You want to have a drink and you are asking
Right.
them, yeah, have a drink. And he says, no, I may get called. My boss may call me. The car is standing outside to take me. I'm with you till the call comes, and if I have a drink, I cannot go to that meeting. And I have seen days where that call came And he got up and said goodbye and left. And I've seen days where 6 hours he was with us, the call did not come, but he did not have a drink. So, shit luck, guys, life is tough. If you want work-life balance, railways, clerical job may be the best option.
I think in nutshell, passion is the real thing to follow, right?
There is no doubt in my mind.
Right. So did demonetization actually impact the BPO sector?
Fortunately not. Our employees were hugely inconvenienced because they had no cash. We had no cash that we could give them as advances. But directly in our business, because a large part of our business is international, no, it did not impact. I still remember a day, we used to get rumors in our business because we have 7,000 employees in every building. The banks come and install their own ATMs, and
Right.
we credit the salary to the saving bank account of that bank in return for their putting ATM. So when the salary is given, employees go and withdraw money from those ATMs. So during those days post demonetization, rumors used to fly कि आज 11 बजे पैसा आ रहा है, and line used to start forming. And even I wanted money. And I remember one time when I heard money was coming at 11 o'clock, I went and there was already a line of 15-20 people, and I went and stood in the line, and people got very perturbed. I started getting calls on my mobile कि आप लाइन में क्यों खड़े हैं? मैं कहा भैया पैसा निकालना है इसलिए खड़े हैं. नहीं सर, पर आप तो नहीं खड़े हो सकते इनके साथ लाइन में. अरे क्यों नहीं खड़ा हो सकता? But that is where the employees understood that they are in pain, so are the others, so is the leadership.
Right.
Because we did not have those new notes and we had to do the expenditure for our homes.
Right. So let me come to our last question. This being the Purpose Summit, I just wanted to understand that how do you find purpose behind any of your actions, which has led to such big industry behind you? So what goes on in your mind? How do you find the purpose for doing all those things?
There is always a goal. The goals may keep changing, the goalposts may keep changing, but there is a goal, and every step is a step towards that goal. So, a lot of people come and credit me with the formation of the industry, and I keep saying it was an accident. And they say, क्या बोल रहे हो? Industry बन गई, 1.5 million लोग employed हैं. क्या बोल रहे हो? No, at that time, my purpose was to get my international bosses to understand that we in India could do the work at the same quality as the international counterparts.
Right.
It was to promote the Indian worker. That is all, and get the international guys to understand. The formation of the industry was a byproduct. That we could do it. That was what was my goal in American Express. In GE days, in what is Genpact now, it was to show, in American Express, we had a single location. So I could go walk around and see everything happening in a single location. In GE, it was to show that this was scalable to multiple locations. And you could do it by hundreds of thousands, which we were able to demonstrate. In Spectramind, it was to show that there was a third-party capability. You didn't have to set up a captive. And we were able to demonstrate. In Quattro, it is that you could take it to a different market segment. We cater to the SME segment here. And we've been successful in doing that. So the goals keep changing, and your actions are towards those goals. Yes, there are missteps. I don't want your students to believe that you always take the right decision or right. You err, you make mistakes, you fall down. The art lies in standing up, brushing yourself and saying, I'm ready to walk again. I'm ready to run again. And again, I will take because I'm a big cricket fan. What the team did in Australia just now just shows the power of believing in yourself. That is what is critical.
Very true, sir. Very true. And I hope all the listeners and the students who are listening to this session, the message is very clear and loud that don't be afraid to find your passion, have perseverance, and dream big, right? So, on behalf of the community, I would like to thank you, sir. It has been a great pleasure and inspiring interaction with you today. Looking forward to more such enriching interactions through our university. Thank you for your time. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you, Professor O'Neill. Thank you.
How?
Is a fascinating question.
There are more things in this universe than can be understood using the tools and techniques of a single discipline. Things are truly interdisciplinary.
We're living in a time of transition. Obviously, this country is remaking itself.
And if there's anything that's going to help that progress, it is a certain radical change with education at the college level.
This place gives a student the space to learn unrestricted by the boundary of the curriculum. Learning here is interdisciplinary and you are learning through different experiences in the program.
Liberal education for me means that students explore different possibilities, where you begin to meander through the different courses.
So whether it's the humanities, whether it's the social sciences, whether it's the fine and performing arts, or even the physical and natural sciences, the objective is to enable students to explore different disciplines.
It is the freedom to choose whatever you like at your own leisure and to make mistakes.
I can choose from history and biology, and I can do accounts with that.
Currently, I'm studying international relations and filmmaking, but I've also taken subjects like visual art and history of rock.
You are expected to juggle disparate ideas in your mind and look for intersections between them. You want them to look for commonality in these different disciplines that are superficially different.
Let's say cultural anthropology. Anthropology. I don't have an anthropology background. That's the idea, right? To explore something which you've never done.
The only way to do it is through offering people choices and asking them to sort of combine, in some sense, their interests and letting them do it independently.
So I think what they learn is that one issue is not as simple as it looks. There are multiple interpretations and multiple perspectives to it. That is what we really call critical thinking.
It's not so much about solving problems, it's more about understanding what does the problem represent. What is a certain concept? Why are we doing it at all?
The idea is to create something original, that your efforts contribute to the field overall, with your original thought, change the way in which the field thinks.
I'd be very happy if my students end up questioning everything around them. I'd be very happy if they're alive and they're inquisitive.
The curiosity which a younger person has is much greater. So when you start allowing them
Good evening to all. It's indeed a great honor for us to host Mr. Vineet Nair for this keynote address. And Mr. Vineet Nair is one of the doyens of the Indian IT industry, and his name is synonymous with HCL, and along with the founder, Mr. Nadar, and he has been he has had a very interesting life, and he's now a management guru. And unlike other management gurus that I know of, he's the counterpart of Jack Welch, whereas my other management gurus come from academia. So he knows what he is talking about, and with real world experience. Right. So he has been the former CEO of HCL Technologies, and currently is the founder of Sampak Foundation, I think, which keeps him busy right now. And that's my first question to him. But his seminal work, since I'm an academic, is this book on management, where he turned the pyramid in the title itself about employees first and customers second. Management mantra always said the interest of the customers have to be placed first. But then in his book, he talks about why you have to place employees first. And he has got this the triple E3 mantra, that if you encourage employees, enable employees, and enthuse employees, given everything being constant, there can be a cultural transformation, and your productivity will go through the roof. Right. So that's the broad context of this book, Employees First, Customers Second. It's published by the Harvard Business Press, and there have been a lot of talks on this by Mr. Nair on YouTube and other places, and this is the mantra that I think he sees as very important, particularly in the context of post-COVID times and the changing work scenarios. Mr. Nair also serves as senior advisor to the McKinsey Leadership Institute, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and is on the advisory panel of the Global Talent Competitiveness Index, established by the Business School INSEAD and Human Capital Institute. And also is part of the Millions Learning Project led by the ex-Prime Minister of Australia, Ms. Julia Gillard. He is also the founding member of Brookings India, and has been a juror of Harvard Business Review's prestigious McKinsey Prize 2 years in a row. He has been one of India's biggest philanthropists. Fortune magazine chose Mr. Vineet Nair for its first ever global executive dream team in 2012, which has been described as an all-star leadership that would coalesce and dominate in any industry. Under his leadership, HCL's market cap increased by nearly 6 times and revenues by nearly 5 times, so 600% and the 700% increase. This is in addition to his inclusion in the Elite Thinkers 50 list in 2011-12, a definitive listing of the world's top 50 business thinkers. In 2005, that's when he started his philanthropic arm. He established the Sampak Foundation along with his mother and spouse, intending to enable large-scale innovation in education. This is a brief description, so we'll have a question and answer, a conversation actually, more of I'll ask questions and pick it up on that as the format of this talk. Mr. Nair, when we do recruiting seminars for students, as I was telling you, we are a liberal arts institution. In addition, people are not aware of what liberal education means. NEP is correcting that. NEP said, that education has to become multidisciplinary and holistic. I've been doing these recruiting seminars, and I've been an evangelist for liberal education for many years now. Go and talk to parents and students. And one of the things that I emphasize that, the skills that we require in the 21st century is to be able to think critically, teamwork, leadership, great communication skills, but also something very critical, that's to have a sense of purpose in life. Somewhere in the Indian educational system, we have lost track of the whole goal of education, that an education should prepare you for life. It's not just for the next job or not just to get good grades. And this is where the sense of purpose is a bit, comes as a surprise to prospective students. They are looking at what will be my first job and what will be my first salary. Right? But that sense of purpose is extremely critical for an education for life. Right? You have achieved tremendous success in your life, and you can't achieve success without having a sense of purpose.
Now that you are out of a regular so-called job, what keeps you excited today? What is that higher purpose that you are serving today?
So I think first is that you talked about the reason of our existence, and I'd like to spend a few minutes on that before I go and define my purpose in life. I think the DNA of all 6-7 billion of us on this planet is unique and different from each other. And there is a reason for it. And the reason for it is that none of us were meant to be identical twins or apes of somebody else. And therefore, if we were meant to be different, then as much time as we spend about what others think about us, we should spend about what we think of ourselves. And the journey of what we think of ourselves can be understood in two parts. Number one is to introspect and understand the reason you are you. You are not Santosh, you are not Vineet, you are not Shivnadar, you are not Narayan Murthy. You are you. And the reason for you to be you is to try and maximize the opportunities you get with the competence and capability you have by sharpening the saw which you can and maximizing the opportunity which you can. It is like a trapeze artist when she's just about to jump and catch a trapeze thrown by somebody else 100 feet away. The idea in her mind is to jump further than anybody else, to catch the trapeze in a more difficult position than anybody else, and to demonstrate to the world that there is only one who can do it at that instance. So the first purpose of our life for all of us is to internally look at ourselves and ask ourselves, what are we going to do with this beautiful mind, with this beautiful body, with this beautiful opportunity, with this beautiful capability, with this beautiful teaching, with the beautiful knowledge? What am I going to do? Maximizing the gains which you make by demonstrating to everybody that you are best in class. That will only come if you do what you feel good about. So if you feel good about finance, you do finance. If you feel good about music, you create music. If you feel good about social entrepreneurship, you create social entrepreneurship. So the first purpose of life is to find the true joy of life, what you like doing, and becoming the bloody best in that. Having done that, very quickly, you will discover that is not enough. And that opens the door to the second part. And the second part, I'd like to tell you a story that I was, Santosh just talked about Fortune magazine, created a list of, in 2012, top 6 CEOs of the world. Steve Jobs was there, and I don't know how, but my name was part of that executive dream team, which Fortune in US created. And New York Times did a huge article, a half-page article on employees first, customer second, and me personally. And I made the mistake of going to my mother with both those articles and told her, look how proud you should be of this son who has achieved so much. I lost my father pretty early in life. So my mother is my father and my mother is everything for me. And she's a school teacher, and she tore an English copy page in half. She wrote something on it, put it in an envelope, and sent me to New York. I was flying to New York that night. So I was sitting on this Air India flight on the first class seat with a single malt in my hand, opened this envelope, waiting to hear my mother tell me how proud she is of her son and how blessed she feels that I was born to her and not to her neighbor. And there was only one word which was written on that piece of paper. It said enough. And I landed in New York and I called her back and says, Mom, what does this mean? And she says, if you don't understand it, you will understand on your way back. And I would say that is the second thing. There comes a time in life where you have had enough money, if you had enough recognition, You have done the best you can, and you understand that it is not enough. There is something far deeper satisfaction you can achieve by being of value to others. And there is when you discover your true purpose. So your true purpose and true happiness and true joy of being who you are, of being a human, would come from first recognizing and capitalizing on the potential you have. That's a necessary condition. But after that, dedicating your life to being of value to others. And once you do that, then the purpose of existence comes. So it is true, Santosh, that even when I was young and sitting on the table, which all my young colleagues are sitting right now, this word purpose didn't mean much to me. It means a lot more to young people today than it meant to in my generation. And therefore, the pursuit of money was dominant in my head. Pursuit of success was dominant in my head. That is the reason I did a startup, which became a multi-billion-dollar startup, which was very successful. But the reason of constant unhappiness kept daunting on me. And the true meaning of purpose really came to bear after my mother woke me up with that word enough. And that is the time I would say, discovered myself honestly. And today I think I am happier with myself than I have ever been before. And I think that is the journey every single young person would follow. And if you as an institution are talking about purpose, institutionalizing value about purpose, and teaching people not just about philanthropy and social good, because that's not good enough, but teaching people how to be happy by getting the best out of themselves. And you're absolutely right that we need to move away from rote learning to applied science, and we can talk a little bit more on that. But how to train your mind to get the best version of yourself. And once you have done, how to say enough, whether when you are 20, when you're 30, when you're 40, when you're 50, when a time comes when you say enough, and then dedicate your life for the good of others. That is the only way I think human beings need to learn to live in their life.
Great thoughts there, Mr. Nayak. Following it up on that, I would like to ask this question to you. So when you started Sampark Foundation, I know it's in the education space. I'll ask you behind, I'll ask you a few questions a little later on about the organization of philanthropy in the country, especially in the primary education space. But when you started Sampark Foundation, what was it that you were looking at? Essentially, right?
So what happened was that from 2005, when I was a CEO, 2005 to 2013, Sampark Foundation was cutting a lot of check and contributing to philanthropic initiatives or NGO initiatives. That time, my hands were full with HCL Technologies, and my wife was fully into special education. So we thought philanthropy is all about cutting checks. I think it was 2013 when I visited Punjab, and to my horror, I discovered 2 or 3 things. Number one, the education standards were very, very poor. Number two, all the money we had given were actually funding the salaries of NGOs rather than impacting the children on the ground. Number three, everybody was telling me that they are in the social sector, but nobody was measuring impact. Nobody was measuring outcomes. Nobody was measuring effectiveness. And therefore, over the last 50 years, the investment in education had doubled or tripled, but the learning outcome of our children had only dropped. It was dramatically dropping over the last 50 years and definitely over the last 5 years. So the design thinking question for us means I collaborated with a professor friend of mine at Harvard Business School and a company called IDEO, which was big on design thinking. The design thinking question in front of us is that how do we reverse this trend for 15, 20 crore children where the learning outcome has dramatically dropped despite the fact that the investment in education has increased. So what is that catalyst idea which could invert the pyramid and turn the idea on its head within the constraints? So you can't, there is no electricity in classrooms. There is no capability of giving computers to everybody. The teachers in remote villages are unenthusiastic about teaching, untrained, illiterate, they only class 8 pass. So within those constraints of our government education system, what unique idea can you bring in which will spark a catalyst of change? So that is the design thinking which we started empowering on. The second question which we made is, can we using this reach to 2 crore children, right? Can I demonstrate this change experiment at a scale of 2 crore children, not 100 children, not 1,000 children, not 10,000 children, because India is a very large country. So that idea, design thinking got us to, so I visited a lot of villages in Bihar, in Jharkhand, in Chhattisgarh. I was traveling, across the country. And one thing stood out is that irrespective of how poor these people are, how sick these people are, every Saturday they will put 2 bamboos and have an immersive experience in Bollywood. So therefore, can we bring Bollywood to the classroom? So we recreated a new pedagogy where we started teaching maths and English using an audio device with song and dance and a Vidya Balan equivalent voice of Munna Bhai MBBS of Good Morning Mumbai, so Good Morning Children, and a Mary Poppins kind of a Sutradhar in Sutradhar called Sampak Didi. So we put all that together in an audio box, and along with that, many other innovative teaching learning material, and launched it in a big way. That suddenly ignited the classroom. It really sparked off the revolution which created. So today we are in 6 states. We cover 84,000 schools. We cover 1 crore children. And there's a dramatic increase in learning outcomes. So I would say that the choice of education was because my mother is a teacher and my wife is a special education teacher. But for me personally, it is a very large problem for us to solve. And it lent itself to innovative thought. To me, it is very important that I personally, you use the word philanthropist. I'm not a philanthropist. I'm putting my capital behind my ideas to design, think, and transform and change and revolutionize a problem which has not been changed. So I see myself as a problem solver. And education lent itself to a scale. Education gave me an opportunity of applying design thinking, applying technology, applying all the stuff which I had learned for first 25 years of my life to try and see if we can transform the lives of 2 crore children. 1 crore is done, 1 crore more to go. And that is the reason we picked education.
Now, following up on that, I just want to connect it with your book, right? Employees first, customers second, where you place the one who is delivering the service at the forefront. And then if you encourage, enable, and enthuse them, the product is definitely going to be good, given all other things being constant. But in education, the challenge is teachers, right? Education, as you rightly pointed out, in philanthropy earlier, or for instance, the government is just cutting checks and it goes as salaries to the NGOs or the teachers, the people working in the NGO, and nothing reaches to the customer out here who is a primary school child, right? What are the learnings and how do you increase the effectiveness of teachers who are working? Sampak Foundation, I believe, works primarily with public schools, state-funded schools in these 6 states that you mentioned. How do you encourage the teachers, to be better versions of themselves, to borrow your word, right, and make a good job as far as learning outcomes goes? Why does it require a Mr. Vineet Nair to come in from outside and bring these elements in?
So that's a fantastic question, and I'm going to give a longish answer because this is the most important thought which I would like to leave behind with all the people in this room. One of the big mistakes with a lot of leaders do is start believing in their own egos that they are the people who make the change. You have the rich list, the Forbes rich list. You have the Economic Times painting their photographs. You have so many people who like those photographs, who like the richness, who like the billions of dollars in front of their name. And little do they understand that the only way that works is because many employees work very hard to make that possible. In HCL transformation journey, as you talked about, we grew 600% in 7 years. HCL transformation journey was based on 3 questions. Number one, what is the core business which we are in? And the core business which any company is in is to create unique, differentiated value or create unique, differentiated experiences for its customers. The second question is, where does this unique, differentiated experience or value get created? And the answer is, it gets created in the interface of the employee and the customer. So if the employee and the customer in that interface called the value zone, the unique differentiation or unique experience is created, then what is the core purpose of existence of the management? That was the third question. And my answer was that the core purpose of existence of the management can be nothing but enthusing, encouraging, enabling those employees in that value zone to create the differentiation or to create the unique experiences for the customer. And that is how the idea called employees first, customer second was born. The reason of existence of management is employees first, and the reason of existence of employees is customer first. But if the management does not treat employees as its number one priority, there is no way that organization is going to be great. And we saw, many stories from many startups in India which collapsed predominantly because the promoters were full of themselves and were not taking care of their employees. And there are many organizations which failed. You must understand, in life, nobody has ever achieved anything alone. But if you enthuse, excite, enable the employees, then you create magic. So HCL transformation journey from almost $1 billion of market cap to $10 billion of market cap, with the same product, the same pricing, the same customers, everything's the same. The only difference is the employees are motivated. So when 2008 recession came in, every single other company was demonstrating a negative growth. And at HCL, we announced a policy of no HCLite left behind. That means we will not get rid of any HCLite. Now, what was the return which employees gave? The employees ensured that HCL was one of the unique companies in the peak of recession which did not see a single negative quarter growth. So we kept on growing. And how does that happen? How does that magic happen? Is because employees make that magic happen. Now, once you understand that, at the center of every value zone is a human being. It is not a strategy. It is not a price. It is not your CEO great thinking. It is not a technology. It is a human being. And the innovation is around the human being. If you take the education and ask the same questions, what is the core business of education? The core business of education is to improve learning outcome. That is the core business of education. Where does learning take place? The learning takes place in the classroom, in the interface of the teacher and the child. Who creates this learning outcome? The teacher. So therefore, what should the business of any government employee, educator, philanthropist, whatever you call them, it can be nothing but enthusing, encouraging, enabling the teacher to create the differentiated value. And that is exactly what Sampark does. So we have training programs where Sampark Didi becomes an associate teacher. It helps the teacher. A teacher can't speak English. Sampark Didi speaks English through the audio platform. So while the child is learning, the teacher is also learning. And then we respect Anita ji, Sapna ji, we respect them, we motivate them, we inspire them in our training program, we help them identify Sampark Didi within themselves. And we ignite the aspiration within them to try and drive the learning outcome. And when the learning outcome changes, we pass on the entire credit to them. And in that, we have been able to motivate 3 lakh teachers who work with us extensively and are joined hands with us. So we do not run any program directly with children ever. All our programs are only through these 3 lakh teachers. So enthuse, encourage, enable those teachers, and magic will happen. So therefore, when you are personally looking at your life, you must understand that the word manager is a French word which is breaking a horse into submission. So do you want to be managed? If you don't want to be managed, when you get into a leadership position, why do you use the word manager for yourself? You want to be a leader. Leader is somebody who inspires confidence in others, who inspires others to do stuff they have not done before. And that is what you need to do, whether you are in for-profit, whether you are in philanthropy, as long as you behave like a leader in the business of inspiring others to do stuff which they have never ever imagined they can do, you will be a leader. And that is the purpose of your existence. Whether you're in education or wherever you are, you will succeed. If you can inspire people to do stuff which they have never imagined they can do on their own, you will succeed. Nobody can hold you back.
Now that comes to my next question. This is about your 2017 talk, where you went to the lion's den, so to speak, the HR conference of All India Management Association, and told them HR will be dead by 2020. Right? You gave various reasons about the current generation wanting non-hierarchical setups. There are two kinds of personal identities that everyone has. There's an open identity, there's a digital identity, and so on. Technology being changing, and the workplace where employees feel comfortable to work from, that's going to be the norm instead of forcing everyone to come to a central location and working on it. Right? How do you see this cultural transformation playing out, given that the corona pandemic is through us and everyone has made work from home, or your second prediction has come alive? It's become very much true. That's, gave the example of Kodak where everyone saw it becoming obsolete, but nobody did anything about it. Do you see the transformation happening in the workspace right now? What should our students look forward to in their work lives, from next year onwards, let's say?
Right. So I was talking to a group of partners at McKinsey, so the prediction I made to them is identical to what I made in 2017 on HR. Is I told them that consulting is going to die pretty quickly. The reason I made the prediction on HR being dead is I could see that people respect HR less and less with each passing day. And the journey had started with my teenager son and daughter. My parents were very clear what I needed to do. And because they were very clear on what I needed to do, I ended up doing what they needed to do. So if you ask me, why did I do engineering? I did because my parents wanted me to do engineering. Why did I do my MBA? Because my parents wanted to do MBA. That was my generation. I tried that with my daughter and son. And I was paid back with interest that competent, in short, buzz off, right? So if my son and daughter are telling me to buzz off, why would my employees not tell me to buzz off if I tell them what needs to be done? And when I started looking at functions which were doing it, HR was one of the functions which were not creating value for the employees, but only monitoring them, managing them, appraisal, all that crap, which adds no value and is there just to keep busy. I mean, it appeared to be an organization which is not creating value. And the reason I felt pained by it is because they are the only people who are trained to think on behalf of a human being. They are extensively trained to understand the human mind. They're trained to motivate a human mind. They're trained to inspire a human mind. And yet they are being countered. They're behaving like finance people, understanding who's to sack, what 8% or 6% or 10% salary increase to get. But they are doing all the menial work despite the fact that they have been trained to inspire confidence, to inspire people, to create a culture which does not exist. And that is the reason I made that prediction. I make that prediction that whenever you step out of college and are joining an industry, you ask fundamentally the same question in terms of what value is this role creating for the end customer. If you are not convinced that it is creating value, you must understand that role is going to die. Now, for example, going to office was not creating value for anybody. We were going because somebody wanted to see on a camera that he has 100 people. So a boss will walk in, he will see 100 people on a floor, he will feel very good. He will feel like an elephant. Actually, most bosses are like a mouse, right? But they feel like an elephant when they walk in with all these rows of cows and goats which are lined up. They feel good. Now, fortunately, because of coronavirus, there is no room for them to walk up. And the mouse is now finally behaving like a mouse, right? Because everybody has gone into their respective dens and have understood that they are the tigers they are. So that is the reason when people went back home, they had time to reflect. They had time not to be of the same, I would say, cowshed or part of the same elephant courtyard. And therefore, they started thinking differently. They started behaving differently. They said, I'm unique, I'm alone, I can be different. And when that differentiation started coming in, commodity in an employee went away. Innovation started coming in, differentiation started coming in. And there is where the bosses truly started struggling. So if I were to predict going forward, I would believe that the industrial age became very successful because of machines, processes, and aligning people in rows and columns. But now we are in an innovation age. And therefore, leaders will have to learn to get the best from their employees on per unit of hour, more innovation per unit of hour rather than more productivity per unit of hour. And that would only happen if the management and leaders are focused on value creation, not in office and rows and columns, but how can I inspire people to create more innovation, more outcomes. So the dramatic change which is going to happen is we are going to monitor employees less. We are going to inspire employees more. We are going to measure employees less. We are going to give them confidence to create innovative ideas which are disruptive in nature. We're going to ask them to measure less, experiment more. And we are going to ask our leaders not how many people in what pyramid structures and what salary they gave, but how many unique ideas and unique concepts they brought to the table, which dramatically changed the advent of the company. So those are the questions which will become relevant for tomorrow, irrespective of where the employee works.
That comes to the follow-up question. What kind of jobs will be relevant tomorrow?
I think that's that's an important question. You must understand that in the industrial age, I call them the most important jobs were the vomit jobs. Vomit jobs were you learn something, you come to office and you vomit. So therefore, if you know a manual by the back of your head, you come and vomit. If you know how to pull a plug, you're constantly pulling a plug. If you know how to do an Excel sheet, you will do an Excel sheet. So those kind of jobs were vomit jobs. And a lot of organizations still have vomit jobs because we still have managers and we have less leaders. Those vomit jobs are being taken over by bots in a fairly fast clip way. Artificial intelligence is coming in way, bots is coming in way, data analytics is coming way. So, and search capability is coming in way, including in surgery. So those what I call the vomit jobs are going to go away. Once the vomit jobs goes away, then it opens a Pandora's concept in terms of what will come. What will come is, you must understand, the entire industrial age was about standardization. From standardization, we are going to go back to customization. Now, from the industrial age was one idea, scale it. Here it will be 1 million ideas in 1 million points. So therefore, innovation and applied knowledge is going to be very critical. So therefore, if you are learning something in the university, it is not the knowledge, but how to apply it. And that's the reason, 20, 30 years ago, case study methodology of teaching started coming in. So if case study methodology of teaching you are involved in, make sure you stretch your mind quite a lot and try and apply the knowledge you have by coming up with ridiculous ideas and ridiculous suggestions. Let me give you an example here because this is an important point, and this is something you may have already heard, but I want to say it because I love it. There is a potato, there is a chai is there, and there is an egg. And when you see all three of them, you come to a conclusion that potato is hard and the chai is virtually useless and slip out of your hand, and the egg will break as soon as you press it. You put them into boiling water, which is a crisis situation, and suddenly the potato becomes soft, the egg becomes hard, and the chai completely transforms itself to a completely new culture. So you must understand that you are right now those three commodities, but the moment we put you into water, your taste, you have a choice of being a potato, being a chai, or being an egg. You have a choice. So most of us, unfortunately, because we do not put in the effort in our own learning, in our applying our thought, applying our knowledge, become potatoes. And because we become potatoes, we have all these CEOs and managers who run short over us. But if we decide that we want to be an egg, or we want to be a chai, which is transformative, there is no potato who can overrule you. There is no manager who can come on top of you. So that choice exists, and that choice exists by applying your mind, and that is about applying knowledge. Therefore, the skill and the jobs which will be existing tomorrow will be the same jobs which exist today, but you will succeed only if you're applying knowledge to the job. So in accounts, applied knowledge, data analytics. In marketing, applied data analytics and heuristic prediction of what's going to happen. In technology, ability to be able to predict and ability to be able to predict before things happen. In sales, the ability to be able to understand the mind of a man who you are going to present to, and how do you convince him based on, some mind map which you do. So the ability of applying that knowledge to gain relevance is what will succeed rather than a new industry opening up.
I think with that question, you answered a lot of questions that came from the audience, and I don't need to repeat, but there is one important question I think from one of our students, which has got to do with your opening remarks about purpose. And this is, I think, very relevant. And she asks, this is Sanjana Choradia, how do you recognize what is it that you truly want to do? The world is always telling you different things, and there is this constant fear of failure. How does one think clearly with all this fear of failure? I pursue something that's my passion, but then, people are telling you that's not the right way to go. You'll end, there have been more failures in that area than anything else. How does one think clearly with all this pressure?
Sanjana, it's a great question. A very, very close friend of mine was a doctor, means my best buddy. And so all the patients around him, he was the first responder, and he was treating all of us on Corona, all that stuff. He was a fantastic friend, and obviously he was curing Corona all around him. And he constantly used to say, Vineet, when it happens, it will happen. So therefore, why fear before it happens? Unfortunately, because of his grabbing Corona from a patient, he died about 2 weeks ago. He was young. He was fantastic. And the last conversation I had with him, he was at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, was the same. Vineet, whatever has to happen will happen. Why think about it before it happens? The way I have dealt with life, Sanjana, is I have strongly believed that the future is uncertain for all of us. When you toss a coin, there is a 50% chance it will land on head when it should have landed on tail, or it will land on tail when it should have landed on head. So the difference between success and failure is not increasing the probability because nobody can. There is so much uncertainty in life that serendipity, some opportunities you will get which you don't deserve, and some opportunities you will get despite the fact that you deserve them. The interesting part is the speed at which you toss the coin again. So when the coin lands on the wrong head, do you pick up the coin and toss it immediately? And there is where I came up with this philosophy. The philosophy is that if you start shutting the doors to stuff you don't want to do, the doors which you want to do will start opening up. Throughout my life, I never ever knew what is the purpose of my life. Throughout my life, I never knew what the next 1 year or 5 years would do. Even today, if you ask me, Vineet, what will happen by 2025, I don't know how many of you are aware. I have already announced that 2025 Sampark Foundation will cease to exist. We will shut it down. Because I always believe in defining end dates for things. So once you shut the door, you start opening the door. It says, holy shit, Vineet, you have already announced that Sampark Foundation will not be there in 2025, or you would not. For example, when I became the CEO of HCL, I clearly said 7 years and no more. The end date was clearly announced by me and saying 7 years and no more. I want to do something new every 7 years. So I would believe that once you shut the door on what you don't want to do and put yourself in the zone of uncertainty, then this question you're asking is fear of failure will not exist, predominantly because you've already shut the door on not failing. So you are already put yourself there. So then this question will not come, what happened? Because you're not in the audience anymore. The curtain is closed. You're not performing in front of the audience. The moment you stop performing in front of the audience and close this curtain because you don't care, this whole question of fear of failure will go away. You have one lifetime. You have one this beautiful mind. You have this beautiful DNA. You have this beautiful body which God has given to you. You are responsible for it, not the audience member. So don't perform for the audience, perform for yourself. And that you do by shutting the curtain. By shutting the curtain and doing the stuff you want to do. And the only way to do the stuff is not knowing what you want to do, because nobody knows. Stop doing the stuff you don't want to do. And the moment you stop doing the stuff you don't want to do, the curtains will open on stuff which will really, it will surprise you of how the life, and this is exactly the way it has happened with me. I have always resigned. When I did a startup in 1992, I resigned. Unfortunately, I was recently married with a sweetheart who I chased in school. I had very little money. At the same time, I was very clear what the job I was doing was not good. So I quit without having money, recently married, not knowing what to do, but I was very clear, I don't want to do what I was doing. And that resulted into creation of Comnet, which is a startup, which went up to a multi-billion-dollar company. Now, had I not taken that risk at that time, and that risk did not come from my imagination of what Comnet will be. It came from my decision of I do not want to do this shit, which I am doing. And once I closed the door on that shit, a new thing opened up and saying, okay, Vineet, what are you going to do? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do this? So then the risk was not a risk. And then like a dog, you sniff your way through and magic happens. But shut the curtain. Don't perform for the audience.
Brilliant answer. Brilliant. Mr. Nair, I think we have run out of time. So, but we would love to continue this conversation. But I would like to invite you to the campus whenever you come in. Just make and interact with the students directly. I would like to thank you for giving us the time, and see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, and all of you stay safe and do justice to this beautiful. If I have a minute more.
Yeah, please.
Do an exercise for me, for all the people who are listening. If you like what I said, do an exercise for me. Tonight, when you reach your room, look in a mirror and ask yourself one question. So what are you going to do with this beautiful self? And then ask again, what are you going to do with this beautiful self? And then ask the third time, what are you going to do with the beautiful self? And then sleep. When you wake up in the morning, you will have the answer. That is my promise. Take care, wish you the very best, and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. The next session is with Ms. Apurva Purohit. She is the president of Jagran, and she will be in conversation with our faculty member, Professor Subha Chatterjee. See you. Yeah.
We are live, sir. Ma'am.
I can't hear him.
Welcome to this Thought Leader session at the Flame University Purpose Summit 2021 with someone who I have admired all through my career as a journalist and as a media management professional. Her monumental achievements will run into pages if I narrate them in detail, but I'll try and succinctly highlight some of them to do justice to her body of work. As president of Jagran Group, one of India's largest multimedia conglomerates, this IIM Bangalore graduate straddles many worlds, managing a diverse portfolio that includes print, radio, digital, and outdoor. She has worked with marquee organizations like Zee Telefilms, Times of India, and partnered with private equity partners like True North, one of India's oldest PE firms. She has also set up new ventures and supervised turnarounds in mature and declining organizations. She has won multiple business awards and has been named as one of the most powerful women in business as per India Today Group, Fortune India, and was awarded LinkedIn Top Voices of 2020. Great milestones. Under her people-oriented leadership and focus on building a great culture, Radio City has been consecutively featured in the Great Place to Work survey for over 9 years now, and has become a case study on building high-impact cultures which have a direct correlation on profitability. She is also a leading voice advocating gender diversity in Indian business landscape, and also the author of 2 national best-selling books, Lady, You Are Not a Man, The Adventures of a Woman at Work, and Lady, You Are the Boss. Through her books, she aims to empower women and encourage them to achieve their full potential. Drawing from her personal experiences, she talks about how women minimize themselves, suffer from the imposter syndrome, we'll talk about it a little more in the session, and settle for less than they are capable of because of external prejudices as well as misguided internal self-beliefs. Apurva Purohit, ma'am, such a pleasure to have you in our midst. I remember having met you as a CUP journalist way back in 2005 when I was doing a documentary on Subhash Chandra, the owner of Zee, and the kind of command, the kind of aura that you had around you, even at that young age, was just inspiring. I would now request you to address this gathering with your inspiring thoughts on how you can find a purpose in these very challenging times. I would hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you so much for your kind words, Professor. So without much ado, let me just get straight away into the topic that we are discussing. And I must say that you have elected a very, very complex and complicated subject to discuss. So while purpose sounds as a very simple word, actually, I think many people spend their entire life trying to figure out what the purpose of their lives is, and until the end of their lives, they're not able to figure out what it is. And so it is for organizations, so it is for businesses, entrepreneurships, countries even. What is the purpose? Why do we exist in this life is a existential question, which I don't think many people have been able to find answers to. But as you discuss purpose and as you think about purpose over the next few days, and hopefully the sessions will trigger larger thoughts in your mind, I think what you will find that there are essentially 2 schools of thought around purpose. One school of thought is the very Sisyphean thought, which is, Sisyphus has a boulder which he keeps on pushing up, and the moment he reaches the top of the hill, again the boulder goes down. And therefore life is like that. So what's the point in even having a purpose? All of us are just endlessly rolling a boulder up for it to fall down again, and again we'll roll it up. So the fatalists around us, and especially in situations such as what we have faced in the last 1 year, where life is so uncertain, where environment is so uncertain, that nobody would blame you if you would just sit under your bed sheet and say, what's the point of even getting up today? I mean, what is the point of even having something like purpose in such an uncertain, unclear, ambiguous, volatile environment? So that's the one school of thought. But then that is the school of thought which says, okay, all of us are going to die, so what's the point in even living? The other school of thought, which is polar opposite to this thinking, is where everybody will exhort you to have a very clear goal in life, a very clear mission in life, and say, why are you so aimless? Your parents will say, what do you do? Why can't you be structured in your thinking? Tell me what you want to become. Tell me 5 years from now what you want to do. Tell me 10 years from now where you will be. And let's break up these 5-year goals into annual goals, biannual goals, weekly goals. All of us, who either go to the gym or conscious about our weight, etc., got used to calculating everything in 200 calories and 10,000 steps and breaking things into sub goals and sub KRAs. And that's the school of thought which is highly structured and wants you to be very, very definitive.
Life is a project.
Absolutely.
You see everything
right?
as a project.
Absolutely. And when you see it like that, of course, there are certain advantages in that, because then you're not flitting and floating around aimlessly. But what happens when you are so structured? What happens when you have one goal that you decided when you were 16 years and say, when I'm 32, I will have this much money and I will become an entrepreneur with a valuation of 2,000 crores in the finance industry. One, life, as we all know, is uncertain. There are so many zigs and zags that life takes that if you have that one structured goal, more likely than not, you are doomed to disappointment. The second, even more bigger problem is what happens if you actually achieve that goal. So as Swami Chinmayanand said that, okay, so you start off and saying, I'm 21, by the time I'm 30, I should have 5 crores in the bank. And you actually end up having 5 crores in the bank by the time you're 30. Then what? Do you cease existing? Then what happens? And therefore, for me, the ideal way to think about purpose really is not to have this either a fatalistic attitude or this ultra intense outlook on purpose, but to have what I call my purpose light model, the purpose medium kind of a model. And there are 3 things in this purpose light model. The first thing is that, of course, we should all have a goal. Of course, we should have an aim, whether as an organization, whether as an individual, whether in our professional lives, whether in our personal lives, we must have goals and aims and purposes. Without purpose, as people have said in the happiness equation, if you've read, that just having a purpose, forget achieving or not achieving it, just having a purpose is 50% of happiness, right? So it is important to have a purpose. But I would say there are 3 ways to look at this purpose. The first thing is to have a purpose which is fairly amorphous and universal. So you do have a purpose, you do have an aim, but it is fairly large and all-encompassing and universal. So, for example, if I said, I want to be the best woman CEO in media industry. Now, I may achieve it, I may not achieve it. Understand what it is doing. It's also limiting me in a sense, because I've decided this goal is this very specific goal. 50% chance I will fail, 50% chance I'll succeed, but I will succeed in a very narrow band, right? If life suddenly gave me an opportunity, let us say in running one consumer product company, would I say no because my purpose is fixated to being part of only the media industry? Maybe that was larger, maybe that was different, maybe that gave me more learning. So why should I define my goal or my purpose so narrowly? Why can't it be a little broad-based? And the more broad-based it is, the more you are able to flow with the ebb and movement of life. The more you are adaptable, the more you're agile, broadly you're going in a particular direction. But if life throws you one wham, you know how to move along with life. If life suddenly there's a flood, you know the bridge that you need to build across, because broadly you're going in that direction. You don't get taken aback because suddenly what you set out to do, you're not able to achieve for whatever reason. So I think having a purpose which is a little more broad based. So for example, in my life, my purpose all because I don't like to define, I don't like to label, because I think labeling is very limiting and having a specific goal is very limiting. So I just said, I want to be the best CEO who is also a great teacher. Now, I think that's a fairly loose structure. At the same time, it's very clear in my mind what a good CEO who's a great teacher means. It's very clear in my mind what that means. But it's fluid enough. So sometimes when I get a chance to be something, to write a book, it fulfills the teacher aspect in my life. So I embrace that. So I think having an amorphous universal purpose is extremely important, whether for individuals or for businesses. So when we first set up Radio City, it was in the heydays of FM, and FM industry was booming, it was growing. You could see that the next 30 years of the FM medium is going to be great. But even then, we didn't say that we want to be the best radio player. We said we want to be the best audio entertainment platform. Now today, as things morph and change, and along with radio, remember this is at a time in 2005 where there was no digital, no podcast, nothing around. Today, when podcasts and audio entertainment of another sort, streaming, etc., becoming more and more available, we don't have to change our vision statement, right? To say that now I will not call myself radio. Now I'm audio, because 2005 we started saying we are an audio entertainment medium, right? At the same time, it was not loose, I'm entertainment, because that's unfocused. So how do you find a purpose which is not unfocused, but also not very, very limiting? I think that's my first message to all of you as you think about purpose. The second thing on thinking about purpose is that, whenever we think of purpose, we think of it as a goal. We think of it as an outcome. But I think purpose is equally about the effort. So there's effort which results in an output or an outcome. An input which results in an output. I think it is extremely important to have purpose which is input driven too. So just think about this. You will say that, okay, I'm just passing out, I need a job. I think I need a job which should pay me 5 lakhs a month, example. Now, that's your output, that's your goal. And if you're so focused on that 5 lakhs, you don't really care whether you get it through a bank job, whether you get it through a media job, whether you get it through becoming an entrepreneur, whether you get it through becoming a professor, whether you get it through becoming whatever. But as long, because your goal, your purpose is earning that 5 lakhs. But the fact is that that 5 lakh check will come only once a month. On the 30th of the month, you get the check, you'll feel happy. Oh, I achieved my purpose, I achieved my goal. But what did you do for those 29 days which led you to earn that 5 lakhs? Are you going to be, let's say you take up banking and you are deeply unhappy in banking. So 29 days of your life, you will be unhappy. Only on the 30th day when you see that check, you'll be happy. So the input, the effort that you put in, which is why, I think the most important statement in Hinduism, in Bhagavad Gita, is that karmane vadika raste ma phaleshu kadachana. Don't get wedded to the outcome, because that's not in your control. But definitely get wedded to the process, the way to achieve that goal. That's what karmane vadika raste says. Na? Why do they tell you to get wedded to the process? Because the process is what you will spend 99% of your life doing. The outcome is only once. Only once you will become the CEO. Only once you will become the team lead. Only once you will have that valuation. But what entrepreneurship you did for 25, 30 years of your life, if you don't enjoy that, what's that one day of having a 5,000 crore valuation, right? So that is why they say that spend time being wedded to the process, to the input, not only the output. And I think that's important from different ways. It is important from that if we want to enjoy our jobs, if we want to enjoy our relationships, if we want to enjoy life, if we want to lead a happy life, how we lead that life, what we do every minute of a day is more important than the output of what you got. The second thing is that input is in your control. output is not. So I'm, for example, at work also, I'm at great pains to separate out for my teams that 50% of your KRAs will be output KRAs, 50% of your KRAs will be input KRAs. So your output KRA is getting that 1 crore revenue out of your advertiser. Your input KRA is how many client relationships did you build, how many meetings did you do, what kind of innovations did you think about, etc. Now think about this: meetings that you do, innovations that you thought about, programming concepts that you developed, client relationships that you build. All 4 are in your control? Are they not? 100% they are in your control. Only you can build those relationships. Only you can think of those innovations. Only you can do the programming concepts. That the achievement of that 1 crore is actually not in your control. Because whatever you do, there will be times you'll achieve 1 crore. There will be times because the economy has tanked, there's been a pandemic, the opposition, the competition has dropped rates and you're not able to sell at the rates that you want, etc., etc. You will not achieve the output. But at least if I ensure that you as my executive, if I put 100% of your focus, KRAs, thinking only on the output, it's more like a hit and miss. However, if I make you also say that 50% of your effort, I'm monitoring you on your effort. A, it is in your control. B, it is in my control. C, if you dedicate and if you concentrate enough on your efforts, I'll tell you 75% of the times you will succeed. So again, the pressure, I'm moving away from just output to input, because input is controllable, input is monitorable, input is something that gives you a sense of control of over your life. And I know, after having run organizations for 32 years, that if I control your input, more often than not, the output will happen. And if it doesn't happen, the best effort wouldn't have made it possible. So again, the second point I'm making, again, when you think of purpose, think of the input purpose also, not only the output purpose. Think of your purpose as the effort and also the outcome, not only the outcome. Which brings me to my third and final point. That again, when you read a lot of self-help books, when you listen to some of the TEDx talks, when you talk to some great gurus, everybody talks about what kind of life or what you need to achieve out of life. Okay, so what do you want to achieve out of life? I want to be successful. What do you want to achieve out of life? I want to be rich and famous. What do you want to achieve out of life? I want to be an entrepreneur. Not many people ask you the question, how do you want to live your life? How do you want to live a life? And I think, again, purpose is not so much about what you want to achieve, but how do you want to achieve it? Purpose is not about, everybody wants to be successful, right? So success is not purpose. How do you achieve your type of success, your brand of success, your understanding of what success looks like? So when you think about your purpose, ask yourself, I am a unique individual with my unique talent, with my unique skills, with serendipity having brought me to this particular place where my background is like this, my education is like this is the environment I am in. Now, in this particular context, in this particular space that I am in, what does success look like to me? And how will I achieve that? So, to give you my personal example, obviously all of us, when we passed out of our management schools, The same pressures that you have or the pressures we had. We need a job, we need to earn enough money, then we'll get married and have children, we want to be successful, etc., etc. But even when I was young, I was very clear that the how is more important for me than the what. Okay, so everybody in my batch wanted to just get into a bank, and I remember 32 years ago, Citibank was day one choice for everybody, and everybody 115 out of 120 of my batchmates applied to Citibank, and I was one of the few who didn't, because I wanted to get into media and advertising, because I thought that the business of managing creativity is what I will excel at. And I stayed out of placement, got a job in an advertising agency which paid me half of what my batchmates got. But I can tell you that I was happy throughout my career. Successful. I became finally the youngest CEO of my batch. And at a particular point in time, I haven't measured myself against them, but I'm reasonably sure that I made more money than all of them. So the point that I'm making to you, that if you concentrate on your purpose by saying, how will I want to be successful? How do I want to be rich? How do I want to be famous? You'll end up finding answers which will teach you how you have to lead your life every day. And if you get the correct answers, if you're able to slot yourself in the correct how, you will be happier, you will be more productive. The moment you're happier and more productive, you will do a better job. And the moment you do a better job, invariably, I can tell you, you will achieve all the what's of your life too.
Wonderful. That's so inspiring, Apurva. And I think I need to rethink my purpose. I heard somewhere, the purpose of life is to find a purpose. And all of us are trying to find some purpose or the other, which brings me to a very relevant point in today's environment is, how important is it to adapt to a new purpose in an environment that possibly wouldn't support the purpose that you have? Now, COVID has taught us that you possibly need to course correct, possibly look at new avenues of looking at life. What would you say about that?
So I have 2 points to make here. One point is that, of course, as our environment, as our context change, as I said in the beginning of my talk also, you have to be agile enough to be able to maneuver through the uncertainty around you. So agility and adaptability, which is what they say, that why humankind has survived and dinosaurs, etc., didn't survive, is because humankind has had the ability to adapt. So adaptability is the highest form of intelligence, right? So you need to be agile, you need to adapt, you need to change. That's one point that I'm making. At the same time, I also believe that, all of us know the 4 ashrams in Hinduism, what they talk about, right? So you are in your student phase for the first 25 years, then the Grihastha ashram, then the Vanaprastha ashram, and then the Sannyas ashram. And I think for all of us, that stage of life that we are in also can and should define your purpose. So I personally am not do not subscribe to the view that in the Grihastha ashram you say that now I'm going to become a recluse and leave everything and go off to the mountains. You are meant to do a duty in these 25 years. You're meant to do a duty in your first 25 years, which is very different. So I personally subscribe to that view, that the context or the stage that your life is in. And similarly, it is for organizations. Okay, an organization which is in a startup phase should have a very different purpose than an organization which is in its mature phase. Similarly, a student who's listening to me today, their purpose needs to be very different from my purpose. So for example, at this age, I believe that my purpose now is to create impact and reduce the inequality that I'm seeing happening around me, which has got worsened by the pandemic. So yes, the pandemic has forced me to relook at it. So while creating impact was always my overarching purpose, now I'm actually saying, how do I create impact by reducing inequality, by reducing job losses, by increasing employment opportunities? So in that sense, yes, I am pivoting, but that I have to create impact has remained constant.
You've kept it fluid, and I think you're finding many purposes within the larger architecture of purpose.
Yes.
I think should be how life should be looked at, because again, nothing is constant in life, right? I mean, we always come across situations which are so unpredictable, which also brings me to the question of how you have negotiated with change, because media, and I have spent 2 decades in media myself, to understand that media is in a state of constant flux. Technology changes, markets change, content changes, everything around you changes. So how do you keep your purpose in mind while adapting to those changes which suddenly take you by surprise? 2008 was an inflection point. Suddenly the markets went down, and we know how everyone kind of had to brainstorm on how to get new sources of revenue. Demonetization again, there was a complete tailspin in the market, and it went into a tizzy. There will be incidents. Now we have COVID, so there will be incidents which will make you rethink of your purpose, your strategy. How do you, as the CEO, one, keep your purpose in place, and then make others in your team believe in that purpose and make them live that purpose as well?
So, you are absolutely right. There are many changes that have happened, and you have talked about a few of them in the last 20 years. But if I were to sort of take an even telescopic view of when I started in media, I started when there was just one Doordarshan and there were 30,000 publications, and either you chose to advertise in ABP and Times of India and Femina and Filmfare and on Rangoli on Doordarshan, or you chose not to advertise at all.
And no social media.
And no social media, no television channels.
No television channels.
And from there to see the television taking off in this manner, then to the digital age, and then OTT, along with the economic changes and economic shocks that we have witnessed in these last 30 years. So I think I've seen a huge amount of change. And I think there are a couple of ways to navigate it personally, and a couple of ways on how to ensure their teams remain centered while all this change is happening around them. So personal navigation, I think, is a lot about always being in a learning mindset. I earlier said that, for me, being a CEO, teacher is very important, right? So I constantly want to teach whoever works.
And you're a very good teacher. I think if you had not been a CEO, you would have been a wonderful professor.
Thank you. That's a big compliment coming from you. Yeah, but so for a good teacher, I think you also got to be in a learning mindset constantly. So I think when digital first started coming, I started thinking of digital much earlier than my team started thinking of digital. I started understanding, reading about digital, constantly being curious about what's happening in the digital firmament. So I think that's one, that's extremely important if you want to manage change. The other thing that you need to do when you have to manage change is you have to keep your mind fluid. So you don't have all the answers. I think I'm very clear about it. I don't have all the solutions. Yes, I will sit with a team, with my senior team or with experts, and find solutions. But I singularly don't have answers to all the problems of the world. So I think that humility, that understanding, that practicality, that I don't have the solutions, but I will help find the solutions. So I think these are the two things which help you manage change comfortably. Now, as far as how do you help your teams navigate through the change, I think, with teams, what I apply a lot of parenting principles to my teams, right? So tough love, which is a parenting concept, I apply there. Similarly, when, for example, when this COVID thing happened and everybody was totally shaken up and suddenly offices had closed down, we were trying to come out with our papers and our radio stations and our from sitting at home, etc., and people didn't know what was happening. Suddenly the structure of their lives had got totally shattered. Now, even we don't know, in those first 3 months, we as managers and leaders, even we didn't know what has hit us. So what I did was I created artificial work for my team. So it's almost like asking your team to, when your child is crying and you don't know how to solve his problem for the moment, because while you're cooking for him, it will take 5 minutes for the khana to be ready. In the meantime, he's crying. So you give him some crayons and say, now draw something. So same thing. So I intensely increase the workload on them. So you're sitting at home, that's okay. Don't worry about what's happening. Now focus. How many client calls are you making today? Now I'd stopped doing reviews of client calls several years ago, because now I have teams and teams under me and CEOs under me who are doing this. But I started taking reviews of senior teams so that they remain focused on something, right? Which is certain. As I said, you remain focused on your effort. By the time you figure out what is happening outside, you just keep on doing your effort. So
wonderful. So be in a state of preparedness. So don't lose touch with reality. Don't lose touch with your craft.
And more importantly, remain in touch with your efforts, because that's the only thing in your control.
Okay. One of my earliest recollections of Apurva Purohit was this young, very dynamic CEO in Zee Television. I had gone to shoot a documentary of Subhash Chandra, and I spent considerable amount of time there with you. And I could see you in complete command and control in what looked like a very male-dominated environment, a very male-dominated industry. How did you negotiate those difficult turns of managing people in an industry which was predominantly driven by male ego? And I've seen it very closely. And also, you've written in your book, you've called it the imposter syndrome. So talk about the imposter syndrome and how Apurva Purohit managed to work in organizations like Zee, Times of India, and all these organizations which never could imagine of a woman CEO.
So you're absolutely right. It's not easy being a woman in a male-dominated world. In fact, it's not easy being a woman in a male-dominated society, whether it's public spaces, whether it is, the civic spaces. It is difficult to be a woman. And I think the way we bring up our daughters, the way we bring up our young girls, we naturally ask them to be quieter than they need to be less vocal, less visible. We do it to protect them, to ensure that they are safe, right? Don't talk loudly, don't laugh loudly, don't be boisterous, don't wear short clothes, don't put red lipstick. We do all this in an effort to protect them. But what we also end up doing is bonsaiing them. So when they go into public spaces, they are naturally more tentative. And that's where this whole imposter syndrome also comes in, because you're not meant to be here. You were meant to be in the kitchen cooking. You were meant to be inside the house. How come you're in a male dominated
Taulia Lao types, as per your definition. Give taulia to your husband when he's ready.
Make garam chai for him and pack his dabba for him. Here you are standing there and asking somebody to pack your dabba for you. So how do you so that there is an imposter inside all women who's telling them you're not good enough, you're not meant to be here, by mistake, it's just by luck, you'll get caught out soon, beware. And I think women need to do far more of self-talk. Women need to do far more of confidence building within themselves.
That could become their purpose.
Absolutely. That I will be confident. I will ensure that my voice is heard, because if my voice is not heard, my opinions will not matter.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We just have another 7 minutes left. I'll take quick questions from the audience. Doesn't having an annual or weekly goal also help to stay on track to achieve your dreams if you already know what you want? Mannat asks this question.
As I said, goals, sub-goals, sub-KRAs, weekly time are very good things to do. I agree with that. Having structure in our lives is very important, because otherwise our life can become very, very messy. And of course, when you have set out to earn so much money or lose so much weight, breaking it up into weekly goals is very important. My only point here, the 2 points that I made, one is make goals not about the output, but make goals about the effort. So it's not about, okay, I have 5 kilos to lose, I will lose kilo 1 in week 1, kilo 2 in the second week. No, I will walk 10,000 steps every day in order to lose that 5 kilos. Right? So the effort needs to be also given a goal and purpose to, not only the output. The second thing is that if you have very hard and fast output, yes, I want to be healthy. Healthy broadly means I should lose around 5 kilos and I should lose it within 9 months to a year. So keeping it a little fluid prevents you from being so focused, prevents you from getting disturbed when life comes and gives you such a whack that, okay, for 3 months you couldn't even go to the gym. So then if you were so stuck up on I have to lose weight, by the 6th month, 3 months, you were not even able to go to the gym because there was a pandemic. How will you deal with it?
Absolutely. Siddhi asks a very important question. What advice, very interesting actually, what advice would you give to your younger self at the start of your career? Could you have done something differently?
So if I look back, I'm pretty much quite happy with how my life turned out, the choices I made, etc., etc. So because I was, I think, fairly sorted out even as a 21-year-old. However, I think I would definitely tell my younger self to, be much more confident about my abilities and not be tentative. I would definitely tell my younger self that, to have a little more fun than be highly intense and too focused. Allow other parts of my life also to flourish, because I feel for a fairly large part I didn't allow other parts of my life to flourish as much as I would have liked.
So how do you have fun now? Now that you told me you didn't have as much fun earlier, how do you have fun now?
I have fun by, first of all, not worrying about others' expectations of me. So that has removed one huge stress from my head, trying to be what my mother wants me to be, or my husband wants me to be, or my boss wants me to be, or I've removed that pressure completely. The moment that pressure is off my head, I do things that that I want to do. I don't care about other people's opinion about me. I don't worry about what anybody has to, and I just, everything from the time I get up to the time I go to bed, I do exactly what I want to do.
You're in the flow.
Yes.
And the last question that has come from Devnoor is, how would you describe your leadership style or your philosophy?
So, as I said, I think my leadership style is a style which is really based from a lot of things that I learned as a parent. I definitely am a teacher. I am happy when my teams, when they pass through me, end up becoming better professionals, equally better human beings. So I spend a lot of time with my teams in not only teaching them about media and radio and print, etc., but equally about what does it take to be a good human being. Because I think organizations are microcosms of society. If you get all the organizations in the world develop good individuals and good human beings, automatically we will become a better society.
With that, Apurva Purohit, thank you so much, ma'am, for making time to speak with us at the Purpose Summit. Always inspiring to have you. On behalf of the Managing Committee, the Vice Chancellor, and the university community, my sincere gratitude. I hope you will bless us again with your presence. And once everything settles down, we really hope you come to the campus and be the professor that you've always been. Don't forget to tweet or send your messages on our social media handles, Flame Purpose Summit, an interesting session to follow with journalist Faye D'Souza, my old friend, Olympian Gagan Narang, and musician Rahul. I'm going to join you with a very interesting session on the purpose of voice with the maestros of the voiceover industry, Surjan Singh, Pallavi Bharti, and Jasleen Bhalla. Well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Hello and a very, very good evening to all my friends at Flame, my colleagues and friends of Flame who've joined this conversation. I'm really honored to have with us here today Rahul Ram of Indian Ocean. He's the bassist of Indian Ocean. Olympic medalist Gagan Narang, a shooter. Faye D'Souza, who needs no introduction. Fellow journalist and now an independent journalist. I'm super thrilled to have all of you here. We're going to be talking about alternate careers today. Each of them have carved a niche for themselves in their career. Faye, for instance, started with All India Radio when she was in college. Alternate careers today. Moved on to CNBC, TV18, then became the face of Mirror Now, before branching out and turning into an independent journalist who has millions of followers, has been able to connect with the post-millennials, as we like to refer to them. Gagan Narang, of course, has now, I think, as a competitive shooter, he's hit quarter century. He set up Gun for Glory, which is now in 8 states, 8 different states across the country, 16 centers. He's been able to inspire and mentor several other shooting aspirants. Rahul, of course, is part of the Indian Ocean, one of the most well-known bands in the country, now into its 30th or 31st year, and 7 albums out, going to release their 8th album sometime this year or the next. These are super impressive accomplishments that I'm sure most of our students look up to. All of you are icons in your own right for all of them. So I'd like to start off with Faye. Faye, one of the questions that I get so very often from my journalism students as well is that at a time like now, when journalism seems like a shaky career, what is it? As in, you've gone independent, and if you hadn't taken off the way you had, did you have a plan B? What were you thinking when you went independent?
Well, good evening to all of you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. I'm extremely intimidated by the other panelists and not, don't feel adequately qualified to be part of this panel. But I started smiling when you said at a time like now, because this invariably becomes a question a lot of times. Obviously, journalism as a profession has squandered a lot of the trust that it had with citizens and with readers and with viewers. That's obvious. And it's perhaps also for young people, it's a little difficult to imagine life as a journalist, because really the profession is not what it used to be. I can tell you the pay is not what it used to be either. But I think that it's also a profession that the country needs more than ever. And there are a lot of great journalists in our country doing a lot of great work. And unfortunately, the loudest tend to sort of brand everybody, but that's not how everyone works. There are people working in print, in magazines, there are people working online, there are people working purely in the RTI space, doing great work. And for all the young people who are in journalism school at this point, wondering how to make it work, remember that for as long as the democracy lives, journalism lives, and for as long as journalism lives, the democracy is still standing. So don't give up hope and assume that, for whatever reason, that journalism is no longer valid or the profession is no longer valid, because it will always be. And it is as important a profession to the country as any other you can imagine. So yes, we are, as a profession, going through difficult times. You're battling fake news that looks a lot like real journalism, and you aren't able to tell the difference. The audience isn't able to tell the difference. We're battling right now pressure from authorities, pressure from government, pressure from establishment, pressure from corporates. But Having said all of that, there are many, many people right now functioning as independent journalists, still doing great work. And while the internet brings in with it fake news and trolls and all of those other things, it also has removed the entry barriers for independent journalism. Because you don't need a lot of capital, you don't need a lot of money to start working. So as a result, I know a lot of great journalists right now who've gone independent and decided that they're going to create spaces where good journalism can still function. For me personally, the last 1 year has been about that. Coming from 16 years in television, where you need big offices and studios and equipment and hundreds of employees and satellite uplink, and it's a lot of money. Distribution costs a lot of money. They're talking about at least a couple of 100 crore rupees. Going from there into using the internet, where you can do all of this on your own with a laptop and your phone and your internet connection. I have 3 young employees and 1 intern who have also left television to do work together, and we're doing some amazing work that we're really proud of. Yes, we don't have the kind of clout that big television has or that big media houses have, but we are able to do work that's honest to us and stuff that we really believe in. And I believe that that is enough to make a difference to the people who care to find out the truth. And there are so many, 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 many other journalists doing the same thing. So I have tremendous hope for this industry and this profession. And I hope that all of the young people in your journalism class share that hope with me.
Thank you, Faye. Rahul, I'd like you to sort of take over from here when Faye spoke about hope and honesty. And these are the 2 things that I have found in Indian Ocean's music over the past years when we've met, when I was with Rolling Stone. And so I'd like you to dial back a little bit and talk about, you have a PhD in environmental toxicology, and so when you started out, what is it that sort of gave you that conviction and made you believe that, I can make it as a musician? And I know one of your favorite refrains is "Mat Pooch," but I'd like you to tell us what placed that sense of conviction for you.
All right. So nobody in Indian Ocean ever thought that we would reach where we have reached today. Okay. We were doing the music because we were enjoying ourselves. And none of us really had any kind of goals as to this is where this music will take us. मजा आ रहा था तो कर लो. अब इसका डाउनसाइड है कि गरीब रहोगे. ठीक है यार. क्या है? As the song says, पैसा पैसा करती है क्यों पैसे पे तो मरती है. Okay, so it's okay. And I had a PhD, yes, and then I came back and started working with the Narmada Andolan. And while I was working with the Narmada Andolan, I started playing music. In fact, ironically, to earn some money. And I started playing with another rock band. I used to play in Jagran. Mata ka Jagran mein main bajata tha. 250 रुपए रात के मिलते थे मेरे. तो इंडियन ओशन से पैसा नहीं कमाते थे. इंडियन ओशन में पैसा खर्च होता था. इनफैक्ट उल्टा आना जाना. बट मजा बहुत आता था. See, Jagran was fun of a different sort, of an anthropological sort. Indian Ocean was fun of, the head and the heart. And we knew we were doing good music, knew that it's going to be something that will make us happy. We never had audiences, so we didn't know what the audiences would think. And so in the first 5 years of the band's existence, we did a total of 7 concerts. You can imagine, 7 concerts in 5 years. But every time we played, they loved us. तो हमें लगा कि ठीक है यार, अच्छा ही लग रहा है लोगों को. And then, gradually word of mouth, things spread and we started doing better. I didn't know I was going to be a professional musician till I was about 33 or 34, right? I finished my PhD when I was 27. I never wanted to become a professional toxicologist. अमेरिका में PhD करके आप क्या करोगे? आप 2 चीजें कर सकते हो. या तो आप सूट बूट पहन के एनवायरमेंटल कंसल्टेंसी ग्रुप ज्वाइन करके किसी कॉर्पोरेट के लिए किसी कोर्ट में जाके झूठ बोलो. ये है बेसिक काम कंसल्टेंट का. और या तो मैं ऐसी दाढ़ी लेके मैं प्रोफेसर बन जाता किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में और सीरियस काम करता साइंस में. बट I was not interested and I had learned so much. at Cornell, and my earlier environmentalism had become even more informed and remains to this day something that I strongly believe. So I came back, I started working with the movement against the dam, and I learned again. I mean, so my late 20s were a time of incredible learning. अब गांव में जाके क्या क्या नहीं सीखता आदमी ना, सालों साल. वहां पे मैं अरेस्ट होकर जेल भी चले गया, और वहां पे भी सीखने को बहुत कुछ मिलता है, मजा भी आता है. और कोई आपको बोलेगा जेल में मजा नहीं आता, एक्चुअली मजा आता. क्यों? मैं आदिवासी जेल में था, हम लोग रात को नाचते थे, टैंग 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 करते हुए नाचते वास्ते भी. So everything that I did in those days made Indian Ocean seem worthwhile. And 30 years down the road, yeah, it was.
Right. I'd like Gagan to take the next question. It's similar to what I asked Rahul. Gagan. In a country that's obsessed with cricket, you have been in this sport for 24 years now, 25 next year. And so what is it that, gave you that sense of purpose when it came to shooting? What made you believe that, okay, I'm going to stick with this?
Well, the question has many layers. When I started out shooting, people would, when I would go to somebody and say, "Aap kya karte ho?" So I'm like, I'm into shooting. So the first question they would ask me is, "कौन सी film के लिए shooting करते हो?" So, so, so I was like, नहीं नहीं, shooting film के लिए नहीं. I shoot with a gun. अच्छा, ये भी कोई shooting होती है? I was like, हाँ, ये भी shooting होती है. And now, when you go out and say that you're a shooter, people ask you about what event you shoot in and have you gone to the Olympics and so on and so forth. So there has been a paradigm shift in the way things started out for me. I, of course, as a middle class boy, started out shooting. I would travel 2-3 kilometers to the shooting range, watch people shoot because I didn't have a gun. I would look at them shoot, and after they would finish the shooting, they would ask me if I wanted to shoot a few shots with their gun. And I would say, yeah, why not? And I would shoot 2 or 3, 4 shots until they packed and they went away. And that's how I started actually shooting in a club. And slowly, when my parents saw that, okay, I was shooting fairly okay, and I stuck to the sport because every summer holidays, either I would play cricket 1 year, I would play tennis the other year, I would play badminton the other year, and then it finally I started shooting. And the next couple of years, I stuck to shooting. Then my parents decided that maybe maybe my parents should invest in a weapon for me, and that's how things fell in place over a period of time. And when I started, it was never. I mean, I didn't know my purpose. I didn't know my why. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just enjoying the sport, and I was just enjoying what I was doing, and that slowly led one after the other and brought me to the stage where I am right now. And of course, the journey was not very easy. It was very difficult. But what we did was open doors to a lot of people who could dream and achieve that. If Ragan Aaron could do it, maybe we all can at some point of time get there. So that now is my why.
Right. And I saw this photograph on your Instagram, I think, which sort of moved everyone. It was a photograph of you with your father, and you spoke about how he mortgaged the house or sold the house so that he could buy you that rifle so that you could continue shooting. What if life hadn't taken that turn? Did you have another idea as to what you wanted to do? What if that hadn't happened? What if?
Well, frankly speaking, I never actually thought about it. I mean, um, yeah. I mean, at that point of time, I came back home crying one day because the guy who was lending me his gun didn't give it to me, and my score was stuck at a particular place. And in the next couple of weeks, my parents got me a gun, and it was not until the next couple of years I realized that we had sold a house that we had to. I mean, we sold the land that we had to build our house on, and that kind of over the period kind of motivated me to kind of get serious into the sport and to kind of give whatever I had. I had to vindicate them and vindicate their stance of making such a major decision. Of course, it added a lot of pressure on me as well. And that is one thing that I kind of thought that I will sort out in Gun for Glory, which is a shooting academy under my foundation, where we from the start provide a rifle to them without actually, so that no parent has to sell a plot of land for their kids to start in getting into the sport, or to find out whether they have talent in the sport or not.
Right. That's fantastic. So when you said pressure, I can only think of the newsroom pressure, and TV, of course, is like full blown. Was there a point in time when you thought that, I'm done with this? I can't, this is getting too much? Or is there a story which you remember, for which you performed under full pressure and managed to be able to create something on TV where you surprised yourself? Many, but off the top of your head.
So I never reached a point where I was like, okay, I'm done with this. My decision was based on the fact that I was not, I felt like I didn't have the freedom to do everything I wanted to do. So that's the reason why I left television. But having left television, post that, spending time sort of looking back and examining what we were doing, there were many instances of needless pressure, I think, that television news puts on its employees, puts on the people involved, on the anchors, to break news 2-3 minutes before anybody else. I right now don't see the point of it at all. I don't think it matters to the audience. Accuracy matters far more. That sort of angry format that everybody indulges in television, where everybody's sort of getting on everybody else's nerves, is really unhealthy. For everyone involved, for the team, for the anchor, for the guest, for the viewer. And I realized that in retrospect is not a good way to deliver any information. And I also realized that on television, we weren't delivering enough information. But having said that, there's a couple of things that I was really proud of. There was one story, a couple of stories that we did. One where we had discovered that there were crimes happening against women because of a child lock facility that all our cars have in the back seat, which there were taxi drivers misusing to sort of lock women inside of cars. So we started a campaign to inform women that such a lock exists and they should check it before they sit in the car, because once you sit and close the door, you can't open it if that lock has been switched on. And we spoke to a lot of governments, and we continued a campaign. So every time there was a similar incident, we would pick it up again. And eventually we managed to convince the central government to pass a rule that said taxis can no longer have child locks in India. They have to physically remove that, that part of the car before they register as a taxi, which I thought was really cool, and that was a win for us. We ran a campaign about tax on sanitary napkins, which took us 1.5 years, almost 2 years from the time GST came in, through to 1 year after that, to convince the government to remove tax on sanitary napkins and make it tax-free in India. It was taxed as a luxury before that. And it took some time to convince the GST Council, because there were only men on the GST Council, but we managed to do that. Also, there was a story that I felt very personally about. There was a housing colony in which some people were relocated by the state government in Mumbai, which is very close to the refining factories on the east, the oil refineries on the east of Mumbai. Almost everybody in those homes was sick because they were living too close to chemical factories. It was almost an Erin Brockovich story. In every house, there was someone with TB or someone with asthma or someone with cancer, and several houses had already lost their loved ones. So we campaigned with the state government of Maharashtra to relocate these people. And after 2 years of sort of pushing and asking the question over and over again and covering that matter, these people have now been moved to alternate homes in other parts of the city. So the stories like this, where you actually can make a difference to people's lives, sort of reminded me why we do this job and why it's possible to still change the world with good journalism. And these are things that I look back on and feel really good about. I don't feel good about the fact that in television it was entirely about TRPs, because at the end of the day, unless you have the ratings, you don't get the advertising. Unless you have the advertising, you're not able to make your business viable. And so there's a lot of pressure on editors of channels to bring in numbers on a weekly basis. And that's what leads to the rot that we're looking at right now, because advertisers don't really care about the quality of the programming. They only care about the numbers. And so as a result, then journalists or editors are forced to do whatever they can to bring in the numbers. And so there's an abandonment of ethics and accuracy and, you know, any form of decorum actually, because there's no accountability to the lies that are told. So there are lots of different pressures acting on that industry right now. I think the fundamental pressure is the fact that everybody feels the need to deliver ratings, and that is a flawed system.
Right. Pretty incredible stories, all incredible stories say. And when we talk about ratings, I also want to ask Rahul about, you know, like artists don't have these goalposts and they don't have these sort of 5-year plans, and you don't know, you know, where things are headed. So for other young students and youngsters who want to become musicians, isn't what is your take on this? If you want to become an independent musician in India, what would your words of wisdom be?
Okay, so it's complicated. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. So some people want to become the instant hit. That's their aim. तो ठीक है यार, तुमको करना है तो कर लो. मतलब खास करके by looking at these Indian Idol type shows, you know, everybody watches them, and all these young people are made to jump hoops where their ability is looked at, their ability to copy the greats that have gone before. You know, so they want to provide an assembly line of singers for Bollywood. That's the essential attempt of most of these shows. People are not encouraged to be themselves, to be unique, to be different. And I tell young musicians कि ठीक है, आपको वो करना है तो आप कर लो. But if you want to enjoy yourself, please find and perform the kind of music that you're passionate about. Please be ready to be poor for years. And nothing will come easy, and it's not supposed to come easy. Actually, nothing worthwhile comes easy in life. ये एक general truth है, जो सफेद दाढ़ी के साथ बोलना ज़्यादा आसान है, मगर 27 साल की उम्र पे मेरे को नहीं पता था ये, बट सच ये है. और लगे रहो यार. मेरे को, मैं बिल्कुल लाइक गगन सेड ना, हाँ शूटिंग फिल्म, मेरे को तो ये कहते थे कि अच्छा म्यूजिक करते हो, पर करते क्या हो? कि म्यूजिक तो ठीक है, म्यूजिक तो मेरा भतीजा भी गाता है बाथरूम में, तुम क्या करते हो? So it took a long while to persuade people. Can I tell you this beautiful story? I had a cousin, a niece who I was dropping home one day. किसी की डेथ हो गई थी श्राद्ध बाद से, उसको मैं घर छोड़ रहा था. So suddenly she says to me, Mama, you have ruined your life. 14 साल की उम्र पे ये मेरे को बता रही है, I have ruined my life. तो ऑब्वियसली इसके दिमाग में नहीं आया है, इसके माँ बाप घर पे बोलते हैं कि उसने तो अपनी जिंदगी बर्बाद कर दी. सो आई थिंक अ लॉट ऑफ माय रिलेटिव्स वर कन्विंस्ड कि इसने अपनी जिंदगी बर्बाद कर दी. अमेरिका गया, पीएचडी करके वापस आके जेल में चले गए. ये कैसा आदमी? वो भी गिटार बजा रहा है बेकार का. मतलब he has given up all the great opportunities he had. And you know, middle class, doctor, engineer, and nowadays in Bengali it says computer, or in Marathi also computer करते हैं. कंप्यूटर करता है. और यही था हमारे सामने ऑप्शन. तो म्यूजिशियन या जर्नलिस्ट, see nowadays actually I think young people have way more opportunities and fields and openings than we ever had, and they should enjoy it and they should make full use of it. And it's okay if you really want to do it, give it a couple of years. It does not mind. You know, it seems at 19 कि 2 साल हाय मैं तो बुढ़ा बन जाऊंगा. कुछ नहीं होता 2 साल में. ट्राई तो कर ले, नहीं हुआ तो आगे चले जाए. हमेशा कुछ नया आता है. You know, this sense that I want to tell young people that, you know, this sense that your parents have told you कि class 10, class 12 अच्छा नहीं किया तो खत्म हो जाएगा, लाइफ बर्बाद हो जाएगा. बकवास है. I don't even remember how much I got in my 10th. You? I mean, you guys are much younger, so maybe you do. But you know, my 10th was in 1979. 42 साल पहले मैं 10वीं पार किया हूँ. मुझे क्या मालूम मुझे क्या मिला? मेरे को इंटरेस्ट भी नहीं है. हाँ, फेल नहीं हुआ था, ये मैं ठीक है. मगर ये जो हवा बना रखा है ना, क्योंकि अगर आपको अच्छे नंबर नहीं मिले, आपको अच्छा कॉलेज नहीं मिलेगा, आपको अच्छा कॉलेज नहीं मिला तो आपका लाइफ बेकार हो जाएगा। अरे नहीं होगा यार, अपने अंदर पैशन ढूंढो, and it's much better to do something that you enjoy than to do something that makes you more money. Because frankly, if you stick at what you enjoy, over time you'll get enough. See, because पैसे का कोई अंत नहीं। भाई अंबानी भी पैसे बनाने की इच्छा कर रहा है, आज भी उसको पैसे बनाने हैं, टाटा को भी बनाने हैं, तो कोई अंत नहीं है। It's an unending thing. Nobody ever stops wanting to earn more. So why go into that trap? Earn enough that your heart is happy, because your heart will be happy when it does what it wants to do. And yeah, there'll be tough times. There'll be times when लगता है कि दुनिया बेकार है, कुछ नहीं होगा, और मैं ये आर्टिस्ट को बहुत होता है। I'm an unappreciated artist. वो भी artists love to be, self pity बहुत होता है उनमें। तो वो self pity तो ठीक है, मगर तू लगे रहे और जिंदगी में मजा आएगा। और अगर नहीं हुआ तो ठीक है, कुछ और कर लेना यार। ट्राई तो किया, वो कहते थे ना, it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved. Same.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Gagan, while I don't think there are inexpensive colleges for music, especially Western music in India as yet, you've managed to set up Gun for Glory, which is training young aspirants, shooting aspirants. What is it? How affordable is it for students now who want to train at your academy? And what were the challenges that you had to deal with while setting up the academy and the center?
Well, Lalita, the reason why I set up Gun for Glory was after I had won my Commonwealth Games in 2010. A lot of people met me at airports or at different venues and asked me, okay, my kid wants to become like you. What do I do? I didn't have an answer to frankly give them at that point of time. Because, and that is how me and Pawan, a friend of mine, we kind of thought that, let's set out to give something that we didn't get in our careers. So that's how Gun for Glory was born. And the name, of course, a lot of people get confused. They call it Guns and Roses. They call it Guns for Glory. But basic idea was to just kind of infuse the emotion of glory, and that guns are actually safe. So a lot of parents thought, shooting as a sport is very unsafe because it has guns involved and so on and so forth. But believe me, it's one of the safest sports out there. So we set up Gun for Glory under the Gagan Narang Sports Promotion Foundation in 2011. And the whole idea was to give back to the sport that we got so much out of. And it's a not-for-profit organization. And what I saw during my sporting career was that, and I see even now that a lot of parents decide in their head, okay, he'll become a shooter. What they do is go out there. If you have to become a shooter, what do you need? Okay, you need a rifle. The rifle costs about 2.5 lakhs. So they collect all their savings and go and buy a kid a rifle which is worth 2.5 lakhs. 1 year down the line, the kid is started off the blocks, doing well, fairly enough. Second year in, he's not getting the desired results. Parents are getting worried because they're spending so much of money. Third year down the line, they say, oh, we spent 2.5 lakhs. Stop everything else and focus on your sport. So the education goes out of the window. And finally, third year, they realize that, maybe my kid doesn't have it in me. So 3 years of their time is actually lost. And 3 years at 12, 13, 14, 15 years is a very crucial time which cannot be compared. After 3 years, he's too old to join any other sport. So we kind of thought that, let's give the right kind of training at the right time, because time is of the essence. And now the entry level barrier, which was at 2.5 lakh rupees to buy a gun, is reduced now to 5,000 rupees. You can actually go into an academy, pick up a gun, we give you everything that's necessary, and you start the sport, learn the sport, and find out whether your kid has talent or not in a mere thousands of rupees. So that's the kind of impact we've made over the period. We've offered scholarships to over 2,000 kids. If they perform over a period of time consistently, the fees actually comes down. It's a reverse mechanism wherein the fees everywhere the fees actually goes higher, whether it's a school or college. But here, if you do well, the fees actually comes down, and you get the more scholarships you get. And the world number one, Ella Vinil, is from our academy right now. And 30% of the current Indian team is from the academy. We've had a small example. We have a small academy in Jabalpur. We found Rubina Francis. She was a daughter of a rickshaw mechanic. And she has gone out there now and won a world championship in handicap. She's a handicap shooter. And she's gone out there and won a world championship. Dhanush Srikanth in Hyderabad, in our Hyderabad academy, when his mom came to us and said, he's a special child. I said, what's special? I don't see anything. He said, he can't hear and he can't talk. And then we said, oh, it was a jolt for me, because how do we give instructions to the kid if he can't hear and talk? So we developed sign language of shooting specifically for him, and he is now the current Asian champion. So he's beaten the Chinese and everyone in the Asian championship. So those are the kind of talents that we pulled out from different parts of the country and trained at the academy. So I'm really happy and proud that we could do a small little dent in the whole Indian shooting ecosystem, which is probably the most successful sport of the country, in a small little way.
That is such an incredible story, Gagan, and thank you so much for sharing it with us. There's a question that's just come in from one of our students. What is the one piece of advice that you'd like to give Indian students who wish to do their higher education in sports management or think of sports as a profession?
Well, this was a question, or rather a practical situation I faced myself. I started when I was 14 years old. I was in 9th standard, and it was just a one-off competition in 1 year, which was the All India Championship. So my principal was like, okay, a few days in a year is not a problem. But when I went to my college, I actually missed a lot of classes, and when I came back, I was practically clueless as to what was happening in school and college. So I would go to tuitions back to back, and I had to understand the tuition. I would go to another tuition. So I had like 2 tuitions in a row, and then college to attend. So it was a difficult situation where balancing studies and sport was a challenge. But now with Khelo India coming in, the Fit India movement coming in, the awareness of sport, the performances of so many athletes coming in, the awareness of sport is increased. Now sport is at a hockey stick curve where it's just about to kind of take off from there to a different level altogether. You have kids who are 15 years old, 20 years old, who are playing their first Olympics in the next few months if the Olympics happen. So my advice would be that sport is a very fast-moving industry right now, and it's a good time to be in it at a very good, nice, comfortable place, because when the hockey stick curve comes into sport, you'll be at a good level.
Right. Thank you, Gagan. Faye, there's a question that's come in for you as well. How do you not allow your own bias to hinder reportage and stay objective?
Very good question. Now, before I get to that question, I just have one thing to add to what Mr. Ram had said earlier, where he talked about, young people sort of wanting to get there faster. And this is something that I face with young people as well. Someone will come into the profession and after a year say that I'm bored. I've learned everything that there is to learn here. I want to try something different. And I find that impatience to sort of get somewhere really quickly is interesting, because technically a profession is a job or a career is a 35-year thing, right? So you can't possibly expect to like reach the top in your 2nd year or in your 3rd year or in your 4th year or in your 15th year. The idea is to enjoy the journey and be really committed into the job you're doing every day, so it doesn't bum you out when you're doing it. So it really resonated to hear what Rahul Ram had to say about, it's so important that the job you do is something you enjoy. And it's so important to see the journey and not just the destination, not be a hurry to get there. Again, I get this question a lot, and I find it really interesting that people ask, how do you not let your personal biases get in the way? Because it shows to me a sort of misunderstanding of what journalism is. So if you give me a moment to just explain it, a good way to understand how this works is when you read your morning paper, which I know a lot of young people don't do anymore, but pick up a paper just as an example. So on your paper, you have your front page news, you have your city, your state, your business news, science and technology, sports, and then maybe some entertainment at some point. So you have all of these pages, which is reporting. In the middle of the paper, you will have your editorial page and your op-ed page. Your editorial page is where the editor of that newspaper will put a comment or or their opinion about what is going on. And that is the newspaper's official stand. The op-ed page are columns, which are opinions written by people who are invited by the newspaper to share their opinions. And these people are invited because they're qualified for whatever reason. The newspaper sees them as qualified and sees their opinion as valid enough to be published for the larger audience. Now, it's very important to understand that when putting your first 10 pages together, that there is no bias. Though reporting has to just simply be about telling people what happened. Not about whether or not it should make you angry, not about what the opinion is or the take is on that, not about what the outrage is on it, but simply just telling people in a matter-of-fact, unemotional, non-partisan sort of way, this happened. Only the editorial and the op-ed pages are allowed to give opinions. So if you start to now look at everything you read like that, you can immediately, it's almost instant. You can immediately divide for yourself what journalism is without opinion and what journalism comes to you with opinion. And then you can decide where the biases come in and where the biases don't come in. But this is an important question to answer at a time when people feel that journalism is biased, feel that journalism is tilted, and there is a reason for why that is happening. That's happening, and it's linked to the previous answer I gave you about the fact that, right now, all revenue coming into mainstream journalism, whether it is television or newspapers, coming in through ad revenues, coming through advertising, which means that the main customer of that service of news is the advertiser, not the viewer or the reader. So that service is going to serve its main customer, which is the advertiser. It'll do whatever is good for the advertiser. It's not going to do whatever is good for you. So if you're not paying for that service, you are not the customer, you are the commodity. So when you're watching a television news channel, it's important to remember that that channel doesn't serve you. It serves the advertiser. You are the commodity whose attention span is being packaged and sold to that customer. What they need from you is your attention span and nothing else. So then you have a channel that doesn't care about what's good for society, that doesn't care about what's good for you. It's only serving its advertiser. Things get worse when you realize that major advertising in news comes from governments, state and center. To give you an example, the central government between 2014 and 2019 spent about 5,000 crore rupees, a little over 5,000 crore rupees on advertising in news. And that is something that should concern us, because now the customer is not just the advertiser, but the customer is one specific advertiser. A good way to remove biases is to not be indebted to anybody. So you're doing your work without any fear or any favor, where the person paying for your service is the audience themselves and nobody else. And so audience funded content is honest content, because if I start to lie to you tomorrow, you will stop paying me and I won't be able to run my business anymore, because I'm not taking money from anybody else. So which is why a lot of newspapers and a lot of news organizations around the world are asking audiences to support them. Now, again, there is a problem here about the fact that if you examine the internet, you will see that there are some right-wing organizations whom right-wing audiences are supporting, and there are some left-wing organizations and left-wing audiences are supporting them. So the experiment that I'm conducting, and it's amusing to conduct this experiment now so late in one's career, but the experiment that I'm conducting right now with all the content that I'm putting out is to not put out an opinion at all. Is to simply just tell in the most deadpan manner, deliver the information of what has happened. Let the audience decide if this is something that they think is good or bad, whether they should be happy or sad about it, whether this is something that they should cheer or this is something they should feel bad about. Let them read more about it, form opinions, and decide for themselves. My job ends at simply telling you what happened. So this is what I'm doing right now. And for those in the audience who have seen the work that I'm currently doing on Instagram and on YouTube, you'll see that it is completely void of emotion. It's completely void of opinion and of outrage. It's just a very deadpan delivery of what has happened in the country. So that's what I'm doing right now to make sure that any personal, and see, at the end of the day, we're all human beings. We all have beliefs. We all have, ideologies. I'm personally a liberal person. I believe that all human beings should be treated the same, irrespective of what gender, whether they're men or women or non-binary, that they should be treated the same. People of all castes, people of all religions should be given equal opportunity, equal pay, equal respect, equal dignity. That makes me a liberal person. But I try not to bring that in when I'm reporting on what is going on in the country.
Right. That actually brings me to the next question about having shifted from traditional media to social media. Do you feel that's also been liberating? Do you feel that it's changed how you report?
Well, to echo again what Rahul Ram says, I don't make any money. So I'm a lot poorer now than I was 2 years ago when I was making a salary. That's the big difference. It is liberating in the sense that I'm not in a rat race. I don't have to compete with anybody. So I'm not looking over my back to say that, am I number one? Am I number three? Is somebody else doing better than me? Did somebody else put out a story that I just don't care. I put out whatever I feel is compelling, whatever I feel the audience needs to know. So that way it's really liberating. I also don't have to listen to people tell me that news is more credible when it comes from a man. I don't have to listen to people tell me how to do my job. I don't have to listen to people tell me, don't do this story, that upsets people. Don't do this story, people in like establishment will get upset with you. I don't have to listen to salespeople complain about the fact that no one will put advertising on a channel that questions the government. So that way it's very liberating that I get to choose for the right reasons, or at least for reasons that I believe are right.
Great. I mean, I think that's the ideal scenario for all journalists face. So I think that's fantastic. Rahul,
the ideal scenario is when we're able to do this and actually make money off it. I'll let you know when that happens.
Yes, please do. Rahul, there's a question that's coming for you. Without clear career trajectories, how do young people bring parents and teachers into the conversation of unconventional careers in the arts?
All right. This is a question that can only be, everybody will have to deal with it themselves. It depends on the character and personality of your parents. Na? अगर आप cool है relatively, अच्छा बेटा तेरे को गाना गाना है? हाँ वैसे तो बड़ा अच्छा गाता है. Not bad. Okay. So what are the options? All right. But what I will say is that when you're young, you can do a lot more than you can do when you're older. So get yourself a safety net. Okay. Get yourself like a bachelor's degree at least. 10वीं पास 12वीं पास ठीक है, मगर प्लीज एक BSc BA टाइप BCom ले लो. पता है क्यों? क्योंकि अब मान लो सचिन तेंदुलकर ब्रिलियंट, मान लो उसके साइकिल में एक्सीडेंट हो जाता जब वो 18 साल का था और उसका नी टूट जाता, क्या होता? So these are things that young people don't even contemplate. These are things that make parents get sleepless nights. That my child is going into this, taking a leap into the unknown, and we don't know anything about it. It's like I'm so impressed with Gagan's parents that they said, "Yeah, the boy is doing so much. Let us buy him a gun." And look at where it's ended up. So it's fantastic. So if you given your bit, your parents will by and large be willing to meet you halfway. Number one. Number two, ignore what चाची का भाई says. हमारे समाज में everybody feels that they can मारो टिप्पणीज on young people. Okay, and they do. And they come from the wrongest places. I mean, somebody who's done nothing. He's a clerk. He will say, "Oh, what are you doing?" तो तू क्या कर रहा है यार अपनी जिंदगी में? मुझ पे टिप्पणी क्यों मार रहा है? तू अब घर पे रहना अपने. और ये हमें रेस्पेक्ट भी सिखाया गया है कि तेरे से वो बड़ा है तो रेस्पेक्ट कर. क्यों? उसने क्या किया है? Respect somebody who deserves it, right? And don't let other people's comments take you away from what you're doing. Concentrate on your parents because they are the people who love you and know you the most. And by and large, young people tend to think, my parents don't like me because they're saying don't do that. ऐसा नहीं है. who comes from a space of concern, by and large. I mean, there are certain parents who are hopeless, but there's nothing I can do about that, or you can do about it. ये भी मानना पड़ेगा कि हर का माँ बाप अच्छा नहीं होता यार, ये भी रख दो साइड में लिख के. बट आप अगर एफर्ट करोगे और आप अपने पैशन को फॉलो करोगे, थोड़ा हार्ड वर्क करना पड़ता है यार. आई यूज्ड टू, व्हेन आई वाज इन कॉलेज, I remember I was doing BSc chemistry, so that's 36 classes a week, right? So I used to get up, be in college by 8:30, work till 3:30, catch 3:20, catch the 3:30 special, go to Dhola Kuan, play with my band till 9:30 at night, take the bus back, come back home at 10:30, walk the 1 kilometer home, sit down, eat my dinner, study for 20 minutes, study for half an hour, go off to sleep, rinse and repeat. I'm sure Gagan has done the same kind of thing, because I've heard Virender Sehwag talk about it. And these sports guys, you know, they get up at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. तो उसको नजफगढ़ से जाना पड़ता था क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए. एंड वो ज्यादा जाता था और वो लगे रहता था. So this, you know, this is like I think Faye also said that don't be in a hurry. If you're passionate, stick to it. Let's say you don't have a passion, ठीक है, हो ही सकता है. जैसे मैं स्कूल में म्यूजिक बजाता था, कॉलेज में बजाता था, but I never thought that I'll become a musician. It wasn't my passion. I loved it, but I love chemistry also. Strange though it may seem to you, I loved chemistry also. And yeah, I was a good student. Okay, this helped me. So my parents didn't get on my case कि hey, गिटार मत बजा, पढ़ाई कर. हाँ, ये नहीं हुआ. इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा एफर्ट उधर भी मार लो, क्योंकि फिर तुम्हारा पैशन करना ज्यादा. It is always better and easier to follow your passion with the support of your family. It's not romantic to fight the family. Please don't like that stupid movie that yeah, rock on. Chichi. The most silly thing I can imagine कि मेरा दिल टूटना चाहिए फिर मैं अच्छा म्यूजिक बनाऊंगा. That's rubbish.
So I just want to say a couple of things. I agree that it's much easier to do anything with family. I've also found, and you know, there's the generation gap, right? And now that I'm older, I see both sides of that argument. I found that if young people have a logical conversation with their parents and ask them, why do you feel that I should do engineering? What is it you want? And they'll say, Dekho beta, if you do your engineering, you'll always have a job. You'll never go hungry. I'll know that you will be well looked after. Acha khamaoge, acha jiyoge. So then you can see their point of view and say, okay, I'll tell you what. I will become a musician. I will try for so long, but I will also, like Rahul said, I will also do XYZ course on the same time, because you know that in case this doesn't work out, I have something. But actually just talking to your parents instead of just rubbishing them as, you know, they don't understand what's going on in my heart, because they were all young ones. And I think the other thing that is really honest is the fact that
कई भूल जाते that they were young ones. खास करके when it comes to going out with girls or boys, you know, then all their it all comes out. It's like, sorry.
Yeah, the other thing I agree with both the other panelists is that there is no shortcut to hard work, right? It doesn't matter what profession you choose, how passionate, how talented, how wonderful you might be. There's chappal to ghisane padte sabko. So there's no shortcut to that at all. And I'm sure that if the other panelists share their stories, we'll realize that the hours that have been spent and the rejection that you have to be prepared for, where you will be told repeatedly that you are not good enough, but you have to just keep trying and you can't give up. So it's not something that's going to happen. Nothing is ever going to happen in 2 years.
Yeah, I keep telling a lot of my kids who say, "Sir, result नहीं आ रहा, क्या करें?" मैंने कहा 10 दिन का खाना एक दिन में खा सकते हो क्या? नहीं खा सकते ना. तो 10 दिन का खाना 10 दिन खाना है आपको. तो उसी तरीके से आपको जितना टाइम लगेगा, हाँ, नॉलेज अब सिस्टम में आ गई है कि भाई एक ओलंपिक मेडल कैसे जीता जाता है. तो मे बी यू विल गेट देयर फास्टर. Maybe you will stop wasting time in diverting at dead end. But you know, ultimately it's your dedication and hard work that will get you. That determines the speed.
Right. And I think all valid points by all of you, as in if you don't put in the work right from the start, right from the time you're a student to, of course, when you begin, there's just no going forward. As in, there's just no learning. Faye, there's a question that's come in for you. In the current scenario, people are wary of journalists. They don't trust journalists anymore. So in that case, how do you build a rapport? How do you build that trust with with your audience?
With the audience? See, again, it's not something that can happen overnight, right? I believe that, and I've told my team this for many years, that I believe that credibility is like a wall. So every day that you come in and you make a good ethical decision, you do a good job, you earn the trust of your audience, you're putting one brick in that wall. And you have to come back the next day and do it again. And you have to come back the next day and do it again. You have to come back the next day and do it again. And over a period of time, you will build credibility and trust. It's not something that can happen overnight. I can't, you can't walk up to someone and say, trust me, and they're not going to trust you because you said it, or because you asked, or because you said, no, I will do a good job. It has to happen over a period of time. It has to happen with consistency. It has to happen with the right intention. I mean, one of the things that I believe very strongly, a lot of people don't understand, is that at the end of the day, journalists are also human beings. So you will make mistakes. You will have errors that go on air. It's really important to come back, own up, apologize, correct the error. It shows that, yes, I'm human. Yes, we have made mistakes, but I don't want you to believe this wrong information that I've given you to be true. So I'm going to come back very quickly and tell you that, listen, I made a mistake. This is wrong. I'm taking it down. The idea there is to, it builds your credibility. It shows that you respect your audience's intelligence, your audience's time, and their faith in you. And it also shows that you're human. So, like I said, credibility is not something that's going to happen overnight. Credibility is going to take years and years to build. And if it's not the most important thing, if honesty is not the most important part of your arsenal, then you can break that credibility in one day if you're not careful. So, like I said, it's a long-term thing.
Right. Gagan, there's another question that's coming for you about motivation, as in sport, as is the case with anything else in life, there are ups and downs, and you need to sort of be able to, again, pick your spirits up and move forward. What is it that keeps you motivated when there is a down?
Well, I think motivation is found in everyday things that one does. Of course, there are days of boredom. There are days when you don't just feel like moving at all, and there are those days when you have, when you connect to people and who can show you that bend where you see a dead end. So that is very, very important. Find motivation in little things, little joys of life. Get away from the job, refocus. When I find a bit of a lack of motivation, I tend to go into the jungles. I do a bit of wildlife photography. So I kind of go into the parks and, kind of cut off, spend some time in nature, clear my head, so that, and eventually you have that person that will just show you the bend around, and just see that bend. You perhaps at this point of time see a dead end, but there will be someone who will show you the bend around.
Right. Great. Rahul, sorry, were you saying something?
No, I said that's so beautifully said. It's so true.
Rahul, there's a question from a student. I think we've heard it several sort of times over, even as a music journalist. I haven't been able to find my sound, as in I'm experimenting with different genres, and how do I find my sound as a musician?
Okay, the thing is, what do you want? Do you know what you want to sound like? Finding your sound is something that, are there people you like? Do you want to sound something like that but different? That's how one doesn't find a sound out of nowhere. It has to be from inside you. कि मेरे को ये चाहिए, ये voice चाहिए, ये lyrics चाहिए. Or if you're a guitar player, this is what I want to sound like. This is a search, and most bands are perpetually searching for a unique sound. Sometimes it comes from the combination, sometimes it comes from the guitar, sometimes it comes from the vocals, and sometimes it comes from a beautiful combination of all of the above. For an individual to find their own sound and their own space takes a lot of working and working and working again and again. I'm sorry, I cannot stress this more and more. But listen to the people you like and try and analyze in your mind, what is it about them that you like? Okay, what are your, assuming you're a vocalist, what are your vocal capabilities? What are you good at singing? Are you good at emotion? Are you good at technique? Are you good at both? What kind of lyrics appeal to you? Do you have friends who write well? Can you ask them to write? Do you like poetry? Would you like to sing a poem? How would you sing it? Because जो किसी ने कभी नहीं किया ना पहले, वो करके फिर देखो कैसे लगता है. क्योंकि ये म्यूजिक में बहुत अच्छी बात है ना, क्योंकि वो गगन जी तो गन चला रहे हैं, फेज जी न्यूज बता रही हैं. आप कुछ डेली कुछ ऐसा कर सकते हो जो किसी ने कभी नहीं किया है. इमेजिन द पावर यू हैव एंड ग्लोरी इन इट एंड वर्क हार्ड. एंड आई वुड जस्ट लाइक टू ऐड ऑन रिकॉर्ड दैट आई एम अ ह्यूज फैन ऑफ फेज सूजा. सलाम सलाम मैडम, खुश कर दिया आपने ना हम लोगों को. और गगन जी, obviously we've been following your careers for like since you won that medal and came onto the scene, and I didn't know the story today, and I'm so amazed and impressed. And wow, thanks Lalita for having such awesome people there on the panel.
Well, thank you everyone for being there. And Faye, I must tell you, every journalism class, when I start off and I ask them that, okay, please tell me what your source of news is, then who do you look up to? Yours is a name that comes up, and always, I think people who I didn't think were watching or tracking the news will, I mean, when I put out news of this panel, it was like, Faye D'Souza, what are you going to ask her? So yeah, there you go. Of course, we have another national hero here amongst us telling us, how he's taken a sport like shooting forward to the first Indian at the London Olympics. So I think, the panel is sort of filled with stories, incredible stories, really inspiring stories. So yeah. Gagan, I also wanted to ask you, as in when youngsters come and tell you that, I'm not entirely sure whether shooting is for me, I'm also interested in another sport, or I'm confused about, whether shooting is something that I can, keep doing for 10 years and 20 years. What is the way ahead? What is it that you tell them? How is it that you show them the way forward?
Well, I know we had this conversation in Faye, and we have addressed this issue about staying at it for a period of time until you kind of break through the glass ceiling. But of late, I have seen that the environment around us does not encourage legacy. The environment around us has become so fast moving that, one moment you want to do this, the other moment you want to do this, the other moment you want to do this. So the environment in itself does not encourage. We of many, have come through the brick pin, tab ke bahar nikle. But right now, if you see the younger generation, they're totally fearless, and they have no excess baggage. I mean, if I'm sure, say, in her field also sees so many journalists who have no excess baggage from behind and are just, bash on regardless and just want to do their thing. And I see the same in my sport, and I'm sure sir also sees so many musicians who just want to do what they want to do. So I mean, I have seen a lot of shooters who come and say that, and what we say, stay at it, be a lambi race ka ghoda. But I also find myself confused at some point of time because the environment around doesn't let you be that lambi race ka ghoda. So while it is good to be at a point where you are giving that much time, energy, and effort, it is also a good idea to be smart. You can train hard, but you have to train smart, and be with the system around you. So shooters these days, when they come up to me and say, what should I do? How long do you think I should go? I tell them that, listen to your inner self and just listen. If your progress will stop the day you're enjoying it. I mean, and the day you think that I know it all, I think that's the end of it. So you always have to be a learner. If not in sport, you have other things to do in life. And like I said, my mom told me, yes, I mean, you can be a good shooter. I mean, sport is a great career, but I need you to have a fallback option. So academics has to be there.
Rahul, you wanted to add to that? Yes, please.
I wanted to say that एक तो you have to be honest to yourself. कि मैं अब shooter हूँगा कि नहीं हूँगा, you know, क्या है कि lot of us are surrounded by people who tell us अरे क्या बात है, हाँ? शायद तुम में नहीं है वो, हो सकता है. जैसे ये सिंगर जो किसी को सिंगर बनना है और नहीं हो रहा यार, नहीं हो रहा, बाकी लोग कह सकते हैं इट्स डिफिकल्ट टू बी दैट ब्रूटली ऑनेस्ट टू समबडी कि यार घर जा, हाँ. सो अपना सोचना पड़ता है और अपने आप को ऑनेस्टली देखना पड़ता है और अपने कैपेबिलिटीज को जानने की कोशिश करो. इट्स डिफिकल्ट टू बी वेरी वेरी स्ट्रांगली ऑनेस्ट विथ योरसेल्फ, बट ट्राई, or at least have a good friend who can, because friends can be beautifully brutal. भाई तेरे से नहीं होगा, क्यों कर रहा? So keep all this, you know, it's, and the last thing is जिस दिन मजा आना बंद हो गया ना, छोड़ दो. You have to enjoy what you're doing, even if it's, you know, it's a bad day कि सब कुछ खराब हो गया, शो खराब हो गया, बेसुरा गा दिया, ऑडियंस हेटेड मी, बट मजा आया कि नहीं? हाँ, मजा तब भी आया यार, कल फिर से करूंगा. Do you want to get back onto the horse? Yes, I want to get back onto it. Then do it. But the day it seems like drudgery. The day it seems like, yaar. And there will be days like that. But if it starts feeling like that for a certain length of time, then it's time to reassess what you're doing. Sorry, that was my 2 bits.
Right. Rahul, when the student asked about what genre and how to find the sound and all of that, there's something that came to my mind, as in when composers of, when directors of films come to you, or say those working in the film industry come to Indian Ocean and they say, we want a song like Mareva, we want a song like Kandisa. How do you tell them that, look, this is something, you know, that this is art that we created with a certain passion, and this is not something that we can recreate? How do you say that to them, or do you try and fit in with that brief, or what is it that you do as a band?
So we are lucky because people who come to us are people who love our music, and they don't tell us to recreate those songs. They love us for our sound and our approach. So we have actually never been told, and that's why we probably never do certain kinds of films. कि जहाँ मेरे को शीला की जवानी अगर मेरे को बनाना पड़े ना, मेरे बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा मुझे बनाना. Seriously. मतलब it's not easy task. I'm not putting that song down. I'm just saying that my band probably doesn't have the capabilities of doing this. Everybody has certain capabilities. So people who come to us saying, we love your sound, and this is the script, and this is what we would like you to make a song with. They don't tell us मारेवा बना दे. हाँ, they don't tell us बंदे बना दे, because वो जो आते हैं ना वो थोड़ा डरते भी हैं कि ये अगर बंदे बना दे बोलेगा, ये अगर जाओ. हाँ. So luckily we come with, we are met by the kind of people who are intelligent enough to realize what's going on, which is why Indian Ocean has never entered Bollywood full time. Because when you enter Bollywood full time, then you have to do whatever they tell you to. फिर कोई choice नहीं. फिर आपको आइटम नंबर बनाना है, आइटम नंबर बनाओ. आपको ये बनाना है, ये बनाओ. आपको उसका गाना कॉपी करना है, उसका गाना कॉपी करो. ये सब होता है. Luckily हमारे साथ नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि हम थे भी और नहीं भी थे.
Right.
So I can't answer your question, but I do know that most people say, okay, try Mark. People who want to, sorry.
So I believe, you know, that of all the arts, musicians have the special ability to cut through the most sort of hard heart also, right? And melt even the hardest heart. And I've, you know, musicians give a certain level of joy with their music that happens every time you play that song. So it's such an incredible skill. It's such an incredible talent. And Indian Ocean has played such a large part in making us happy when in different parts of our lives and different moments of our lives. I was just thinking that when Gaganji was talking about taking a walk in wildlife and doing some photography, for me that has been music. For me, and Indian Ocean is such a large part of our playlist, to sort of remind us of what is good in life and remind us of who we are and why we do what we do and things like that. So I want to thank Rahulji for the contribution that he's made to people personally, and the joy that the music gives, which nothing else can give you that kind of joy. It's amazing. And for young people who are listening, in whatever profession you choose, I want to pass on one piece of advice that I got from my first editor, which is that you're never done, right? In the sense that he used to always tell me, even after a century, when the batsman comes back to the crease the next day, the score is 0. You have to start at 0 again the next day. And so it doesn't matter how much, how good your work would have been today. Tomorrow you have to come back again and start again and do your best again. And that's really how careers are built, every day, by doing your best on a daily basis. You can't rest and say, "Chalo, I'm done." Unless, of course, I mean, take an example of the amazing work of winning an Olympic medal and then saying, "Okay, now I have to do more." It's very easy, perhaps, to just lay back and say, "This is the pinnacle of what could have been achieved, and there's nothing left for me to do." But careers are long-term marathons; they're not sprints. So remember to take remember to take steps every day and keep trying every day. Don't expect to get there in a hurry.
Right. On that note, I'd like to thank everybody for spending time to talk to us, to tell us stories, for being these incredible storytellers, and for inspiring all of us to aim just a little higher, every time, and not listen to the naysayers. So thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Gagan. Thank you, Faye, for sparing time to do this for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay on. There's going to be another incredible panel coming on. I'd like to thank the Flame Purpose Committee for organizing this. I'd like to thank my colleagues. And there's a panel coming on about the voice of purpose, where Professor Shubho is going to be talking to 3 incredible voice artists. Thank you. Thank you for spending time with us this evening.
Thank you, Rahulji. Thank you, Faye. Thank you, Lolita. Thank you so much.
I want to add one line, please. जो
Please do.
एक पोस्टर लगा था, अभी दो हंस के पागल हो जाओ. Happy New Year, लोहरी, मकर संक्रांति, बिहू, गणतंत्र दिवस की शुभकामनाएं. So anyway, I'm just going to say Republic Day and Jai Hind to everybody.
Thank you.
Right. Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
You hear them every single day in advertisements, in documentaries, in radio commercials, film trailers, animation films, corporate films, and every single communication that has a voice. They inform, they impact, they influence, they entertain. They tell stories. We hear them without knowing much about who they are. They are the voices of purpose. Let's hear one of them.
कोरोना वायरस या कोविड-19 से आज पूरा देश लड़ रहा है, पर याद रहे हमें बीमारी से लड़ना है, बीमार से नहीं। उनसे भेदभाव ना करें, उनकी देखभाल करें और इस बीमारी से बचने के लिए जो हमारी ढाल है, जैसे हमारे डॉक्टर, स्वास्थ्य कर्मी, सफाई कर्मचारी, पुलिस आदि, उनका सम्मान करें, उन्हें पूरा सहयोग दें। इन योद्धाओं की करो देखभाल तो देश जीतेगा कोरोना से हर हाल। अधिक जानकारी के लिए स्टेट हेल्पलाइन नंबर 104 या सेंट्रल हेल्पलाइन नंबर 1075 पर संपर्क करें। भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
I am just delighted to welcome my very dear friends and fellow voice actors, legends in their own right. Please welcome the voiceover maestros, Surjan Singh, Pallavi Bharti, and Jasleen Bhalla. Welcome all to the Flame Purpose Summit 2021. And Pallavi.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a brilliant journey it has been for you. You started as a child artist. You've been a voice actor for over 3 decades now. You're still very young, but even then you have been a voice actor for 3 decades. And you have given the voice of so many ads, so many characters, and you've also been the voice of Doraemon. So Pallavi, tell me what's the purpose? What's that sense of purpose that gets you going for so many years now?
Shubho, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you Flame University for having all of us here. And so coming back to your question, I started very young. I was only 2 when I started acting. So I did films and
you were only 2?
Yes, I was.
And were you speaking at the age of the 2 to be part of an acting career?
Yes. In fact, my first first acting project was an ad, and I still remember I had to say, "Mujhe bhook lagi hai, kuch khane ko do." You know, that was my line. So and then I started from then. I did films and worked with some big names, and I obviously worked with Nasiruddin Shah, Shekhar Kapoor, Irfan Khan. So I've learned from the best. Then at 4, I got introduced to voice. So I got approved as a drama voice, All India Radio. So as a child, I used to look at my seniors perform, and it was magical for me. I felt so fascinated. I was fascinated then. I'm fascinated now, and I think that is what is keeping me, continuing the profession. And I feel, Shubho, honestly, I feel we create magic. Ours is a faceless craft. So our faces are mostly hidden behind microphones and pop filters. बहुत कम ऐसी voices आती हैं like मैं समय हूँ या Big Boss चाहते हैं. So these voices come and then they say, अच्छा voice over भी कुछ होता है, So I want my purpose. It keeps mutating, and I feel if your purpose is not mutating, then it's boring. So right now, my current purpose is to make people aware of my craft, to say कि हाँ this is also a profession. And to also tell my narrative, tell people that it's okay to fail. I've experienced that, and so I'm just trying to, connect with my TG and tell them my story. That's the purpose, and my driving force is that fascination. I'm still fascinated. I will forever be with this craft.
See, this craft is something where faces are not known, the voices are known. And to stay motivated, to give those voices, to be so alive with those voices, must have a sense of purpose. Surjan Singh, you never thought you'd be a voiceover artist. You stumbled upon it. You wanted to be a civil servant. Then you did your law, and then you found voiceover as your calling. How did this purpose come into your life?
I think you could call me Destiny's child of sorts. So yes, I think it was a string of failures. That's how I'd like to put it. So I wanted to be something else, and I wanted to as a normal middle class household, you want to, try out law, then you want to be a civil servant, wanted to join the army, so stuff like that. But yeah, so I later on stumbled upon the voiceover thing, and I think this is one craft, and that happens with most of the craft, that we end up thinking, I like this particular thing, or I choose to do it. I think it's not that I chose to do it. The craft chose me, because
Oh,
I
wonderful.
I, I tried, yeah, I tried many things. So I think it was the craft that
So
chose me.
did your failure give you purpose? That you tried so many things, did your failure, those
Oh
learnings
yes,
give you purpose?
oh yes, absolutely. It was those failures, and failures by the standards of the society, okay, but not in my own terms. I never saw them as failures. I
Wonderful.
was trying out something. It was a string of things that, I wanted to do this and I couldn't. All right, I couldn't do that. I couldn't achieve that. I couldn't be successful. But then, so that's about it. It's, people want to see you as, oh, he couldn't make it big there. He couldn't make it big there. We're still learning. I'm still learning in this craft, but this is something I'm really passionate about. So I am sort of, yeah, this is, you could call this as my purpose that way, because and maybe, there could be a few failures here as well. So again, so I'll be learning that process.
I'm sure, because the way you saw your failures were also stepping stones. Jasleen, how did it all begin for you? You were working, you were on a salary, and then suddenly you realized that you need to do something different. But you were at the back of your mind also conscious of losing that safety net. How did it all work out?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Shubho. I have been a sports journalist and a producer. I worked in sports channels, and I love doing that part. I was really happy when I was involved. But there is this. I think I felt the happiest when I used to voice the in-house packages or the reports that I've written, or the shows that we would make. And for some reason, something did not feel home. I tried, like, whether it's live broadcast, whether it's making shows, whether it's reporting, whether it was anchoring. Um, Somehow I was really pulled to the audio part of it, the maximum. So so for me, I think I completed this circle um, when I really decided to sort of jump out of that safety raft and not keep my feet like in both the boats. In 2010, I started trying, the audio, trying my hand in the audio world. And then I think 4 years into it, I sort of completely left my safety net. And I think that is when I became better at what I did, because I could fully give myself to trying to learn the craft, trying to hone my skill. And I actually finally felt as if I reached home. And that's the feeling that just made me stick to this, and initially rough it out. But what a journey it's been. I just love every moment of it.
And the entire nation heard you during these difficult times, cautioning people about what they should do and what they should not do. Amitabh Bachchan replaced you, and then you replaced Amitabh Bachchan as well.
Only my voice replaced that. I mean that idea. But yeah, it's a privilege, Shubho. It's still something that I find difficult to relate to, because more often than not, voiceover artists do not get public recognition. In terms of, our world knows us well. Whether it's our clients, producers, studios, co-artists, we
That's a very
recognize our voices like in a
unit.
second.
That's a very, very small.
But it's such a small world, but usually we are faceless. So it was very unusual to get this kind of a recognition. It's very unusual to see how interested people are and how they are in awe of this profession and the kind of questions they have. So it's been my privilege.
Okay, Pallavi, a 30-year-old doing the voice of a 10-year-old through Doraemon, how do you do it? How do you live the character which you are not?
So
And
Shubho,
I've
actually,
seen, by the way, just to add a bit to that, for my audience, I have worked with Pallavi, and I have seen how she has mastered her craft. She can do 20 different genres of voiceovers, 20 different characters, 20 different age groups, all back to back.
like I said, Shubho, I've learned from the best, and I think Shubho, I do some 6 to 7 different characters in Doraemon, and I've also done Shin Chan. I've also done Sojan's done so many animation series. So basically, I strongly believe, Shubho, that we're all made up of these good, bad, choti badi stories. Okay, so we have all these stories within us, and so I think, and we in these stories we play different characters. I may be a vamp in one, maybe a preacher in one, a child. So when I am given something, say when I'm doing an audible or a drama, out and out drama, I basically look for the emotion from within. I search for the emotion, I apply it to the script. And honestly, when I do that, something magical happens. I don't know how it happens, but it's just magical. So
Is that your
it
purpose
completely
driving?
automatically changes.
Is that also your purpose driving you to create that magic?
Yes, I think so. And I feel that, it's a beautiful craft. I'm in love, Shubho. I'm not here just for the money part of it. Money is good. And, I'm also not exaggerating. My mom thinks I'm broken because they say I'm a fairly decent actor. And almost every second or the third week, I get a call asking to feature in a web series or a TV show. And I don't know why I keep turning them down. I just want to stick to voiceovers. I want to only do voice. It gives me immense happiness. It's my passion. I'm mad for voicing. And I think I just want to tell people my purpose behind my craft. Basically, it's linked with my vocation. It's just to tell people to do what you love, and you will just automatically succeed. And I think it's okay to also fail. This whole idea of success and failure, this is slightly overrated. If you fail, I want to tell people, if you fail, you'll have better stories to tell.
The industry wouldn't have the industry wouldn't have got a voiceover artist like Surjan Singh if he had become a civil servant. He would have been a bureaucrat in some office. We wouldn't have got his voice in so many ads.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Jaslin and Surjan, as actors, as voice actors, you live many lives. You switch from one zone to the other, one voice to the other, one character to the other. Sometimes you're playing the father or the mother, then you're playing a young lad of 18. How do you live so many lives? I mean, what is driving you to live so many lives? And more importantly, making them real, making them believable?
I'll let Justine take that.
So, Shubho, it's so interesting that when you step into a studio, usually, more often than not, you really don't know what are you going in for. You get a script in your hand. There's a copywriter over there. There's a producer over there. And they have written something. They've written a story. The characters do not exist. Neither will the faces be there to give expressions. And there's a thought in someone's head, that they've sort of jotted down that entire idea. And you have to convincingly give birth to that character, which will never be seen. It will only be heard. And, the fascination to be able to do that, to tap into someone else's mind and, mingle it with your own personal experience and give birth to this new voice or something of that sort. I think that is a beautiful process. And I think that for me becomes like also a driving force, because every time you feel like, okay, give me something new, you push your own boundaries. And that becomes like, it's kind of a high. You want to experiment more. You want to do such different roles, and you are just at it then.
Okay, how does it work for you, Surjan?
Yeah, okay. Might sound a little cheeky, but it's like an artistic voyeurism. All right. So, so you have something called a perceptual positions. Okay. So perceptual positions are when you play a character from your perspective, then you play another character from the other person's perspective, and then you play a character from a neutral perspective. I think I remember, if I remember correctly, at some point of time I was having this discussion with you, that when I personally, I mean, this is my modus operandi, that when I get a script, I just don't look at my character. I look at it as if there is a man and there is a woman's character and there's a kid's character. In my mind, I play all those characters. Okay. Sorry, Jasleen, and sorry, Pallavi. I play the woman's character also in my mind. I play the kid's character also in my mind.
So
and
you
I'm
create a
playing it.
situation. Do you create a situation
Yes,
around you?
I create a situation. I create a situation to the extent I create their dress. I create.
Wow.
Yes, I create. I go into the art direction. Where are they standing? What is the chair where they're sitting? Okay. Okay. Yes, it's funny. Okay, I'm revealing that today, right? But it's
amazing. It's amazing. We've never spoken about this before.
Yeah, I didn't. But this is what my method is. So what happens is there are occasions, when I know that there is a director and he's saying he wants the other person say, I want you to deliver these dialogues in a certain manner. And I know in my mind, that no, this is not the character. This is not the graph of the character.
This is not.
Yeah, but I'm like quiet. I know because that's the point. I mean, your character cannot be played in totality. So if somebody just gives you your lines and somebody just sends across the script and says, okay, this is the situation, that's your line. With me, that doesn't happen. I like to play it in totality. Okay.
Well,
so
that's the passion that you have for the craft, that you go to that level of detailing where you are looking at what they wear, creating situations like you would in real life. This is your passion for the craft. This is the purpose that you have. Yes, please.
And not just apart from there is a linear approach. You get the script and okay, these are 2-3 dimensions. Okay. So once you've locked all the dimensions, these are the 3 ways to approach a certain script. Then after it's done, so I need a little mind space of my own and, a mind palace of my own, as you had in Sherlock, a mind palace. He goes into a mind palace. I want to explore the 4th aspect of it. Okay. We've already explored 3 ways to do it. There must be a 4th way to do it. And there could be a 5th way to do it. Which God. Nobody in the room had thought about it. Unless I'm exhausted with the options, and I'm running out of time. So
no wonder, Surjan, you have.
They wait for his recording.
Yeah, absolutely. So Arun Ravi tells me that, Surjan, first of all, I'm a big fan of your voice. I have learned a lot listening to your voiceovers. Sir, my question is, how should a beginner voice artist approach any voiceover? If time permits, can you give us a demo? Why time permits? Let's do a demo right now. Let's play something that the world would like to listen. By the way, for the information of our audience, I kind of learned my craft from the 3 maestros that you are listening to right now. And because I thought that this would be such an engaging conversation, because my sense of purpose in the voiceover world, in the voiceover industry, came from what they taught me. So here's a quick demo on our craft.
Good evening. This is Pallavi Bharti. Dear Vistara customer, this is an important call from Vistara regarding your upcoming flight. Unchanging and unflawed. Here's an unheard story of a metal that forever lasts. Platinum. इसीलिए एक बड़ा सा थैंक यू आपके हर इतने से के लिए. डोनेट करते जा, बढ़ते जा. पहचाना मुझे? वही इमली. अरे वही जिसे देखते लोग पूछते गुड न्यूज है क्या? सर्दियों में ना इनके चेहरे पर क्रैक्स पड़ जाते हैं, जिससे ये भी थोड़े क्रैक. Saturday evenings at 5:30, only on TLC. Playlist chala, Spotify, sunte ja. Let's move ahead with Select City Walk.
Hi, this is Surjan Singh. We began with a simple goal: to heal.
बेटा अनिल, वो मेरे नकली दांतों का सेट वहाँ ग्लास में पड़ा है, जरा साफ कर दे।
ताऊ जी, मैं?
अरे उठा, काट थोड़ी लेंगे।
One love is a four-letter word. The other love is just three. LUV. A life utility vehicle.
कच्चे गोश्त की बिरयानी, बोटी कबाब, पसंदा कबाब, पाया पत्थर का गोश्त।
Oh gosh!
आप इसे गाय को गोश्त बोले तो दाली में दिल निकाल को रख देगा सलीम।
उस साधना को खाए भी नहीं जा रहे, सिर्फ ये सोच कर कि ये बचेगा या नहीं। Shame on you.
Reward. The winner in you.
Hi, good evening. This is Jasleen Bhalla. कोरोना वायरस या कोविड-19 से आज पूरा देश लड़ रहा है, पर याद रहे हमें बीमारी से लड़ना है, बीमार से नहीं। If you snooze this alarm, you'll probably miss your morning college lecture.
ओह जी, मुझे इंट्रोडक्शन की जरूरत तो नहीं है। सारी बिरादरी जो मुझे यानी मैच मेकर मासी जी को जानती है।
Simply Nigella starts Monday, 5th December, 8 p.m. only on TLC.
But मैच वाले दिन he becomes a ninja chef. He believes जैसे इनकी सब्जियां कट कटती हैं, वहाँ फील्ड पे रन्स की बारिश शुरू हो जाती है।
100 करोड़ का गोल्ड जीतने का मौका है। बस पेटीएम ऐप पे यूपीआई से मनी ट्रांसफर करो और जीतो 100 करोड़ का गोल्ड। And the world will never be the same. Let's build tomorrow, today. Cisco. Tomorrow starts here.
Hello, good evening. I am Shubhashankar Chatterjee. The strength of brand loyalty is defined with how your products make people feel. Over the years, Havells has gained the stature.
বৃষ্টি ভেজা গোলাপ দেখেছেন কখনো? আমি দেখেছি। কিছু বছর আগেই মাথা ঢাকার জন্য একটা সিমেন্টের ব্যাগ দিতে গিয়েছিলাম, মন দিয়ে এলাম।
If you don't have an iPhone, you don't have the App Store. With over 300,000 apps that are this easy to find. रोमन सैनिक जेरूसलम के दूसरे टेंपल को तबाह कर देते हैं। कई सदियों के बाद भी लोगों का मानना है कि खजाना अब भी वही है। Handsome monthly income as well as a bonus after the policy matures. Monthly income plan by Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance.
Okay, that's the craft. Well, it does seem easy to people, but believe you me, we as artists, we always feel that there's a longer journey that we always need to cover than it seems possible for us. Quick question to all of you. Why is it that this being one of the top 10 professions in the world, the most loved professions in the world, why are there only a handful of artists who are ruling this industry? I can count them on my fingers.
When you said quick question, I think you mean a quick answer to that question. So I'm going to keep that very brief. It's because this happens with anything related to craft and such a trade. The same goes with music, same goes with painters, and same goes with, because it's driven by the ability, the talent. So it is always going to be a demand and supply kind of a thing. So we are a country of 1.35 billion people. Most of them can speak, but the required aptitude and the required talent to match the voice with what is the demand of the communication, that match is a long bridge to gap.
I think you're building purpose.
Sorry.
You're building purpose, Surjan.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, see, because I had never seen these things in that context before you had mentioned this Purpose Summit. It's when you
I'm
came up
seeing
with this
the
word.
reason. So even I, as an artist, I've questioned this many times. And I think the reason why a person with a baritone voice, and there are many people who would have much better voices, better baritone perhaps, or better timbre or better texture, why they are not voiceover artists is also because that's not particularly their calling, or they have not built purpose around their voice. We have.
Absolutely.
Shubha, I would, I mean, in a very brief way, I thought about this in a very brief manner. I would say that there's a huge lack of awareness for this as a career. B, I would say there's a huge lack of training also. I mean, I don't think we have really good schools or teachers over here doing this actively, because the training purpose is pretty absent. I get asked that question a lot, by a lot of people.
आपने सीखा कहाँ से है?
आपने सीखा कहाँ से? And I don't think कि किसी के पास में ये जवाब होता है. And lastly, I think personal experience से जो मैंने feel किया, एक दिन में तो nobody can become a good VO artist. You're not made in a day. It is a very long journey, and it requires a lot of interest and persistence. So no matter how amazing your voice is, you're not going to become a successful artist like overnight. It won't happen. It's pretty similar to how, an actor's life would be probably.
I think somebody very rightly said it takes 30 years of hard work to become an overnight success.
Oh yes. And my answer generally is, अगर कोई पूछता है कि आपने सीखा कहाँ से, तो मेरा answer generally होता है आपसे, because it's the we are भले we are the voice behind, we don't have a face, but there's a team, okay, you could call us a cog in a wheel, but we are because a lot of credit goes to the writers, our sound engineers, our production houses. There are so many people, and nobody talks about them. They are not heard, but the guy sound engineer, we come and we speak, but that guy is going to edit the whole thing, and it's going to make it warm, it's going to make it presentable. So we are a part of that bigger team, and we've learned from them. Those little aspects that sound engineer must have told me at some point of time, sir, आप थोड़ा ऊंचा जा रहे हो, थोड़ा नीचे जा सकते हो. And subconsciously आपको नहीं पता वो कुछ सिखा गया आपको.
आपका टोन चेंज हो गया.
I agree.
Yeah, correct. So मुझे लगता है those guys are also our teachers in a way. They have taught us a lot.
I think, Surjan, it's also... Yeah, sorry, please go ahead.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I think I was done.
So I think it's also, I have experienced in my life as well, it is also how you romance the microphone. How you actually build a relationship with your microphone as well, your immediate environment as well. Because we sound very different when we speak in our normal lives. But once the microphone is there, once the script is there, once the environment is there, it just changes. It's just like the wrestler who is not wrestling all the time.
Changes, yeah.
It just changes. Somebody just said, not a question, but a comment from the audience. Flame University, thank you so much for this awesome session. This is so unique. You brought these maestros on a single platform, and I'm loving it. Surjan sir, Jasleen ma'am, big fan of yours. And Neeraj Gangal asks a question. Do you need a rich baritone to be accepted as a voice artist? How open is the industry to voices of different timbres?
I think it is... okay.
No, you're right. Yeah, I would like to hear from Pallavi.
No, I think this is a very wrong notion that's floating around, that you have to have a certain kind of voice to become a voice actor. No, actually now, I think it's become very real. The more real your art is, the more you'll connect with people. And I think this aping business should stop. You cannot be aping a Pallavi or a Jasleen or a Surjan. You have
Amitabh
to bring
Bachchan
something
की
new
voice
to the
मुझे
table.
चाहिए. Amitabh Bachchan की voice मुझे नहीं चाहिए.
Yeah, people, no, I have clients coming to me saying, हमें Surjan Singh जैसा voice over करके दीजिए मैम. मैं Pallavi Surjan Singh का voice over कैसे करूँगी? I will bring something that I will. So you have to understand, and you have to bring something new to the table. Stop aping is my advice.
Build your own style, and make your own style.
Yeah, you look within you, and you will find those expressions, and you will learn from your life around you. I think किसी एक को पकड़ के उसका style copy करना is getting थोड़ा सा boring and old.
Although there's a space for that. I mean, there are many mimicry artists who ape people, but that's a very different craft. There's a very very different requirement for it. There are also
No,
mimicry
that's a very
artists.
specialized. That's a very specialized craft. They work very hard
it's
on it.
it's not an easy
Not at all.
Not at all easy. Not at all.
Okay. How did COVID change things for a voiceover artist? And how did you kind of build your own space within the limits which were set by this situation that came upon us?
Shubho, I would. Sorry, I mean,
Other than making you the voice of COVID, what else did it do?
Yeah, I mean, Shubho, I mean, I wouldn't say it changed something for me in terms of my career, but it did change a huge, I mean, I would never have thought that, it would become this huge, people would react so much to it. And in this extremely gray cloud of COVID, which has been over our head, that I'll get such a bright silver lining, and on top of that, I think I would say this for many of us, that I'm so grateful that it did not affect our work as much, because a lot of us have these small home setups also.
Yes.
It allowed us to carry on with our work. It allowed us not to step out into the unsafe zones. So it allowed us safety. It allowed us work on a daily basis. Yes, I mean, work has suffered a little bit, but I wouldn't say compared to so many other professionals, I think I wouldn't consider myself like so badly hit by it. And the beauty of working remotely, like the way people, like in so many professions, and it's been for us also, the beauty of everybody coming together, the client, the agency, the studios, the artists, everybody coming together over video calls and actually, getting the work done and amazingly well.
Yeah, so I remember doing a medley with Surjan, and this is a voiceover. This was a voiceover which required a couple of voices. I was at 7,000 feet in the hills, and Surjan was in his studio, and we did it very seamlessly. I think this is what COVID has taught us: that geographies, locations, and all that we think were deterrents in our work are just redundant. You just have to imagine which space you want to own. That also brings me to another question which has come from our audience, which is, now that you have a voice, your voices are recognized, have you ever felt the need of putting a face to that voice?
Not me.
No, you're happy being faceless.
Yeah, I am. I'm pretty happy faceless, because that's the way I started out. Why should it change? I started out doing this, and there's still so much to explore. So it's not important that because when I come, I mean, on the camera, what's going to change? That's an entirely different craft.
Yes.
I'll have to learn. I mean, like, unlike Pallavi, or she's a film actress and she's a TV actress, and she knows the whole craft.
She has the best of both worlds. I envy.
Yeah, so I'll have to learn the whole thing from a new way.
Yeah, that's a different craft. Also, with the arrival of Spotify, with Amazon Audible, with original audio content, how is the landscape changing for voiceover artists in India?
Jasleen, do you want to take it? Or?
I mean, I mean, so much has changed. I mean, so many platforms, so many new platforms have come in. They sort of make this entire process even more like engaging and interesting. It gives you so many new roles to play, which we haven't done before. And also in a very interesting way, these platforms are used so much by youngsters. It also gives them sort of a pull towards this as a career. And apart from that, I feel like usually so suppose I do a book for Audible, I become like this personal voice in someone's headphones. reading a story, right? And the whole book. It's a new dimension of connecting with a listener, which did not exist before. So I think it's very interesting.
Okay, and Pallavi and Surjan, you've done fantastic work in this area, audiobooks and original audio content. How has the experience been?
So there are two ways to look at it. In terms of the explosion of the market, no, it's not yet exploded. It's at a nascent stage. And I remember saying this in one of the conversations. I remember saying this in one of the platforms, saying that the audiobooks and these stories, it's like a race of 100 meters, okay? And we've not even gone on to the first meter, okay? We've not even covered the first meter of it, okay? One. So there's a long way, the 99 more meters to be covered.
Mm-hmm.
That's one bit of it. Two, one has to really take care that the kind of talent that is being used in storytelling. Storytelling is coming from a traditional background where people were reading books and people would create their own stories and their own dreams or their own way of looking at things. Here, there is a voice which is telling the story, but at the same time, we have to neutralize the content and not color the content. And how do you discolor that content so that it's easily palatable for the audience? And they don't, so that they can make their own judgments out of it. So if you use an inferior talent, I'm sorry to use the word inferior, somebody who's not really equipped to handle that story, if that kind of a talent takes up, we just might, end up the whole industry. That's one thing that I've felt when it comes to things like Audible and Storytel and such platform. And yes, of course, the great part is that here we were, if we are working with an advertising industry agencies, you're given a script and we work on them. Here we are, we can create our own content. We can recite something and we can read our own stories. So that's very liberating. But I think future, we might have to see.
Wonderful. On that note, just two quick sentences on how youngsters can be inspired to be part of this profession.
Actually, I feel initially, this whole relationship between an actor and her audience was very, I would say, aspirational. Now it's become more on the grounds of relatability. So I think whatever you're doing, your content should be relevant. It should be relatable. So I think you have to just find that balance between the craft that you're in and the relatability factor of it. So the more closer you are to reality, the more it will sell, the more connect you'll reach. And you have to just keep learning from your experiences, your own experiences, I would say,
okay.
And from around you.
Okay, Surjan, related to this, somebody asks me very quickly, how should a beginner VO artist approach this craft?
Okay. If I may take it beyond not just craft, also as a trade, for any skill or anything that you want to come get into, you need a formal education, be it your management or your engineering or your medicine, whatever. But unfortunately, we don't really have a very structured curriculum here. We're talking with a lot of people. We're trying to design certain things where we can do that. But it's very, very important to have a focused and a concerted effort into applying yourself, into learning, into reading, your breathing capabilities. So it's a altogether different art that you need to work over that craft for a long time. And it might sound very boring. It might look very boring initially. It may not be very interesting. It's because, I often say that the best thing is to speak in front of the mic is that the way you are speaking to me, the way we are talking, if you're able to speak the same way in front of the mic, you're home. You're home.
Wonderful. Jasleen, parting words from you, closing words from you.
I would say this is a beautiful profession. It's great fun. It requires hard work. It might seem that it does not require, but it does. But that hard work, I mean, you can have fun with it, enjoy, don't be too scared of the mic, try out. I mean, to any youngster, I would say record yourself over and over on phone, if not like a professional mic right now. You will come to know. Try and see. I mean, listen to people that you really admire, you know, narrators, RJs, voiceover artists, actors, and compare and see whether your voice can actually sell a product. Can it convince somebody? Can it hold the audience? And experiment. You'll come to know and have fun with it.
Wonderful. And on popular demand, Jasleen, and I'm getting this almost every single minute. कोरोना का कॉलर ट्यून सुना दीजिए.
Yeah, so what this has become like, this is now my background score actually. Now it's like Ravi Shal poems now. So yeah, okay. I can attempt the current, IVR. नमस्कार. नया साल अपने साथ आशा की नई किरण लेकर आया है वैक्सीनेशंस के रूप में. अपनी बारी आने पर वैक्सीनेशन जरूर लें और भारतीय वैक्सीन पर भरोसा रखें. अफवाहों पर ना जाएं. और याद रखें, वैक्सीनेशन के बाद भी आपको सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग मेंटेन करना है, मास्क जरूर पहनना है और हाथ अच्छी तरह धोने हैं. सजग रहें, सुरक्षित रहें. नमस्कार.
Yay.
On that wonderful note, thank you, Jasleen. Thank you, Surjan. Thank you, Pallavi, for being part of the
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Purpose Summit, and you gave so much of purpose. Thank you for being such wonderful co-artists. Thank you for being such contributors to the craft and to the industry. And thank you for being with me in this session. The next session is going to be an education panel, a global panel joining us, which will be moderated by our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dishan Kamdar. Stay tuned to that, and thank you for being with me in this session. Have a
And
great evening.
a happy Republic Day to all our fellow Indians.
Yes, happy Republic Day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And
Good evening.
A warm welcome to each and every one of you to this very interesting, roundtable panel on the future of higher education. Dear friends, the higher education sector, has been growing visibly over the past couple of years. And lo and behold, 2020, there was an unprecedented onset of the pandemic. And, suddenly everything was gone for a whack. The entire higher education sector has, been totally disrupted. Schools were forced to shut down. Students were forced to go back. And, there has been a pendulum swing, right from, being used to, teaching students face-to-face to a total, swing on the other side to embracing, online teaching over the past 10 months, I must say. And it's been, yes, 10 months to a year now, and the problem continues to persist. Education institutes in different countries have their own unique problems as well, right? For example, in India, the digital divide continues, to widen. There are millions of students all over the world who can't even afford a digital device. Some students who can afford a digital device do not have the infrastructure required to support. So there continues to be challenges, and heads of higher education institutes are right now, still scratching their heads, when they are on a drawing board. What do we do? What are the trends do we foresee? What will 2021, 2022 and beyond look like? So friends, we have three very eminent dear friends and also scholars, academicians who have joined us today. I would like to introduce all of them. So we have Professor Andrew Shannon. He is the Provost and Dean and Professor of History at Wellesley College. Andrew has taught a range of courses in modern European history with a particular emphasis on the 20th century, the history of modern France and World War II. He was a founding director of Wellesley's International Relations Program and the first director of the college's summer school. In 1981, he was awarded the college's Pinansky Prize for Excellence in Teaching. He was a member of the last two presidential search committees, and in the summer of 2007, served briefly as the acting president of the college. Professor Andrew, it's a pleasure to have you on board. Thanks for making out time. Welcome to this panel.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to join you.
The second panelist is Professor Catherine Epstein. She's the Provost and Dean of the faculty and Winkley Professor of History at Amherst College. Catherine has taught a wide range of European history classes, including courses on the Holocaust, Nazi Germany, and World War II. She is currently general editor of the Wiley-Blackwell textbook series, Short Histories. In addition, she is an elected member of the Council of the American Historical Association. Since July 2014, Professor Catherine has been the Dean of the faculty at Amherst College. Kathy, it's been a pleasure to have you on board. Thanks for taking out time. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Professor Deepak Jain. Professor Deepak is the former Dean of Kellogg School of Management, the former Dean of INSEAD, and currently the co-president and global advisor for CEIPS. Deepak's influential career spans nearly 4 decades as an educator, a senior business school administrator, and a consultant to corporates and governments. He is an accomplished researcher and faculty and has earned the prestigious John D.C. Little Best Paper Award. In recognition to his many scholarly achievements and outstanding teaching, he also was named the Sandy and Morton Goldman Professor of Entrepreneurial Studies and Professor of Marketing at Kellogg. Deepak, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to a very interactive discussion.
Thank you.
All right, So, this is, definitely a discussion where we are going to look at the past and we're going to envision the future. And, we are going to provide our perspective on what the future entails for undergrad and postgrad education. So I'm going to ask my first question to Andy. So Andy, what has been your biggest challenge during the pandemic, and what did the Institute do to overcome those challenges?
Well, thanks again for inviting me to participate in this panel. It's great to participate with friends from Flame and from other institutions that we really value participation, collaboration with. I mean, the biggest challenge, I would say the whole challenge. I think back to 10 months ago and how quickly we had to transition from what felt like just normal times to completely abnormal times. We had to close down our campus. We had, like everybody else, to send students home. And we were halfway through the semester. And I would say on that first day, we did not have a clear sense of how we were going to be able to complete the semester that we had started. We have a faculty that is wonderful teaching faculty, but they, for the most part, had never taught remotely. There were a few who'd had that experience, but most of our faculty had never taught students remotely. And they had 2 weeks to figure out how they were going to do it. And we had 2 weeks to figure out how we were going to make it possible. Dishan, you mentioned the challenges in India in the inequitable access to digital equipment and support infrastructure. And we had those problems too. We had students who were going all over the world, and we had to figure out how we could ensure that they had access to the education that Wellesley provides for the rest of the year. I often think back to those first few hours and days and think if I had known how complicated this was going to be, how many layers of challenge there were going to be, I'm not sure whether I wouldn't have thrown in the towel on the first day. But I think it was just a step-by-step for the whole institution, every single member of it. Not just the leadership of it, every single faculty member, every single staff member, every single student had to figure out a way through the maze, which is really what it felt like. Here we are 10 months later, and I feel we have shown an adaptability that honestly, I'm not sure I would have expected at the outset.
Catherine, were the challenges similar, or did Amherst face other challenges?
So I would say our challenges were very similar to the challenges that Wellesley faced. And along with Andy, it's just been amazing to see the sort of the dedication of faculty, students, and staff to make all of this work. I think that what the pandemic has shown is how flexible institutions like ours can be. Now, generally, they're not very flexible, and generally they tend to stay sort of along the trodden path. But what's been remarkable about this situation is how flexible institutions have proven to be, how willing faculty, staff, and students have been to step up to the challenges. I would say beyond all the challenges that Andy mentioned, the technical challenges, the health and safety challenges, I think one of the things that we found most challenging is how to build community and how important it is to have community. So much of our faculty, initially in March, all they were trying to figure out is, how do I get my classes online? How do I teach? And what we heard back from students was, this wasn't so great. We didn't feel connected. We felt really disconnected from the faculty, from the institution, from other students. And so what we started to really focus a great deal on was, how do you build community in a remote environment? And I think that has proven to be a real focus of our endeavors. And it's what has, I think, permitted us to teach fairly effectively in the fall and presumably now on into the spring, since we're still about half and half remote and in person in the spring. So that building community piece and building community also among faculty and staff, I think that is a real challenge. I would also say, and maybe we'll get to this, that the kinds of values that liberal arts education inculcates in individuals is precisely what we're seeing in the unfolding pandemic. So we're seeing flexibility, we're seeing critical thinking, we're seeing the need to look at problems from a variety of different viewpoints. All these things I imagine we're going to talk about a little bit further in this conversation. So I'll stop now, but the challenges have been great, and the way that individuals and the institution has stepped up has been, I think, quite remarkable. And Amherst is not alone. I think this is true of many institutions.
Absolutely, absolutely. Deepak, were the challenges different for business schools and higher education, executive education especially?
Yes, so first, executive education is very different than when it comes to degree education. So in graduate schools, I would say that this challenge made one thing very clear. Many professors who were not very comfortable teaching online learned this skill. And I tell you, their overall teaching ratings were better online than in person. At least I can tell you of the people that I interacted with. Now, see, what is the difference between online and the others? If you know the students and you have been teaching them, then you can still teach online, have the discussions to some level, and graduate students are used to more technology and others. And that's why many schools last year were able to complete their graduation ceremonies by June and let the students complete their graduate degree. When it came to executive education, the scene was completely different, because executives come to be with each other in the classroom. And it's not only the content, but also the network that you create. In graduate schools, what happened, at least at Northwestern University, I would say, students were still in their dorms. They were there. Classrooms, they could not go. But in executive education, a lot of programs were cancelled, because the company said that the whole purpose is that you do group work and others. Slowly it started, but I personally feel that this challenge that we saw through COVID on executive education would be more severe than on the regular one. But then on the regular education, the other challenge comes is about placement. What we found was that even the placement was not badly affected. Students who came for an MBA degree, they got the jobs through online interviews or the online process. So overall, this was not what students were expecting, but given the current environment, they were happy that the time was not wasted and they were able to graduate and learn. The professors were more generous with their time, so students who wanted to pursue or with questions after the class, they were also able to get a lot out of it. But what it required on behalf of the students were self-discipline and self-motivation. People who wanted to know more had access. And my son is doing his PhD at University of Chicago, and he was the TA to a professor on financial statement analysis. And he said that he was more busy when the classes were online, because a lot of students would send questions to him. But he felt students still had enough interest and intellectual curiosity that he handled through the online part as opposed to the professors answering in the classroom. So I think we all learned something new, how to teach online. At least I am technologically from the Stone Age, but still I was able to give a few lectures. And that's why I asked your assistant to help me with the PowerPoint presentation, because normally I teach my classes with blackboard and chalk. I have never used slides or presentations in 40 years of my teaching, but this COVID gave me one skill.
You know, Deepak, we all evolve, and you know, adversity, you know, makes us learn new skills, as they say. But you know,
Yes.
Deepak, you talked about placements, and that got me to think about, you know, the purpose of education. This is a purpose summit, and you know, we've got people talking about, you know, their purpose in life, sharing their life stories. But you know, whenever I am attending a roadshow, whenever I, you know, I accompany my team for our outreach programs, right? So whether, at least I can share my India experience with all of you and probably take your cues. Generally, right, there is this return on investment calculation that parents and students usually have. And, you know, we talk about, say, for example, when I'm talking about liberal education and the benefits of liberal education, you know, generally after, you know, the 40 minutes talk gets over, parents come to me, and the only question they have for me is, you know, can you share placement statistics? Right? I just feel like, you know, pulling my hair out and say, you know what, this is a tunnel vision question. But that's the mindset. And henceforth, this entire interest in liberal education has been a recent phenomena in India. Right? Traditionally, you know, students have been, you know, quote unquote, you know, encouraged to pursue the traditional engineering, medicine, law, and those, you know, streams that would have a direct relevance to, you know, jobs. Similarly, you know, in the MBA space, you know, you pick your school that gives better placement records. So, so the purpose of education, in my opinion, is more than just, you know, getting students ready for jobs and careers. It's about, you know, getting them ready for life. So I'm going to ask this question to Andy now, right? You know, do you face similar problems, and what advice do you have to parents and students who are pursuing liberal arts education?
It's a big question, Dishant. We do have those questions from parents and families, of course. Maybe begin, though, to begin with, I'll connect it to the situation of the pandemic and the challenges that we are facing right now. Because in a way, what the pandemic has challenged us with is how to adapt the very essence of the kind of education that we value to a situation where it's fundamentally more difficult than in normal times. I mean, the essence of a liberal arts college education like the one that Catherine's college or my college provides, it's in the face-to-face encounter between students and faculty. As Catherine said, it's in the community that exists on the campus among students. You know, and community can also be thought of as network. It's the community in the classroom of learners working together. All those things that are so essential to what liberal arts education stands for have been made infinitely more difficult by the pandemic. And we have had to work really, really hard to replicate those qualities in this abnormal situation. We have worked, I think Catherine's absolutely right, had to work really hard to give students who are studying remotely somewhat similar sense of community with the other students in the class, with the faculty members teaching them, with their friends spread now around the world rather than just on the same 100-acre campus or 50, however big the campus. So, you know, there's no doubt that this is a great challenge for us. You know, I think that if this pandemic situation were to be our permanent future, then I think we would face really tough questions from those parents and families that you're talking about. Because the answer that we give to parents who ask those questions is that it really is an education for a lifetime, not for the first job. That it is about developing the habits of mind and the ways of thinking about the world and thinking about oneself, one's responsibilities, one's roles, that prepare someone to live a purposeful life after college. All those things can be done in a fully remote realm, but I think that it would be arguing against ourselves as liberal arts college faculty and deans if we suggested that they could be done as well in a remote environment as they could be in a campus environment. So we are sort of, we are in a bit of a holding pattern while this pandemic is going on. And we have had to work very hard to ensure that our current students have every aspect of the experience that we can give them, of the regular Wellesley experience. But I would be lying if I said I weren't really looking forward to the day when we can have students back. And I think those arguments about what liberal education provides will be much easier to articulate compellingly.
No, absolutely. We at Flame, we are also just waiting to, resume normalcy because it's a challenge. Because the purpose of education is to prepare students for future, and as much as in-class experience is important, in my opinion, 50% of a student's sculpting and learning happens outside class. So that's my next question to Catherine. Seeking that fine balance between in-class. I mean, assuming that things do not resume to normalcy, what are you doing in your institution to ensure that your students' experience is and their teaching experience is not impacted as much?
So great question. So we are hopeful, in fact, that things will get a little bit back or more back to normal by next fall, although we recognize probably not everyone will be able to be back on campus, and so we may still have some students studying remotely. So, I think that what's important here is that we recognize that, the residential education that we give really is superior to a remote education. And not everyone would agree with that. I mean, I think some people think it's just the courses, but I think what we've learned in this pandemic is that it's not just the courses. The academic, the formal academic curriculum remains the heart of the college, but at the same time, it doesn't work in isolation. A liberal arts education does involve interactions with students and faculty among themselves outside of the formal classroom. And so I think that what we need to do is to get back to that more normal residential situation. In the meantime, one can come up with strategies around building connections and building community and figuring out all sorts of pedagogical techniques that help to foster those relationships. But in the end, those are all sort of stand-in. They're stand-ins for when, in fact, we can get back to residential education. I think that one of the things that I really want to focus on is that the pandemic has brought to light how important liberal arts education is. I mean, the sorts of things that we educate students for, namely a changing world or facing challenges, all those important things, they have all shown, the pandemic has shown and highlighted all the ways that it's important that people are much more flexible, that they focus on relationships. I mean, I think one of the things that I've learned the most is that, a real emphasis on relationships. If you are an employer, you are a manager, you really need to work on the personal piece far more than I think I maybe recognized in the past. I think that the pandemic has shown, you can't solve a problem from one dimension, right? All of these problems, they are so vast that they involve looking at it from so many different angles. So yes, we need the technical know-how in order to figure out, vaccines and testing. That's been essential, but that's not nearly enough. I mean, certainly in the United States, we recognize how differential the impact of the pandemic has been. And so if people are not attuned to issues of race and racism and inequality, they're not going to get very far in solving these problems. So I think that one of the things we can take from this pandemic is to emphasize how a liberal arts education actually helps face those challenges. And it may be no accident, I'm sure Wellesley and Flame and Amherst, we have plenty of people at the forefront of of fighting the pandemic at the highest levels of government. You know, they're Amherst graduates, they're probably Wellesley graduates, there would be Flame graduates if Flame had been around long enough. But it is striking to me how important the sort of holistic education that we give and how much you can apply that to the pandemic today.
Deepak, you know,
Yes.
continuing this discussion on purpose of education.
Yes.
You know, even in you know, MBA and executive education, you know, the purpose of education is to provide our students. So let's talk about MBA right now. To provide them, you know, life skills. But rarely do we see, you know, subjects like psychology, you know, like sociology, or essence of anthropology or philosophy, you know, being taught in MBA programs worldwide. You know, on one side, we are talking about, you know, getting our students ready for the future, right? You know, so you know, we are talking about the need to be innovative going forward in this digital era, right? They need to be creative. They need to be critical thinkers. They need to be able to manage adversity. But, you know, those kind of, you know, functional subjects are not included even in the latest curriculum that I've seen in management MBA programs. So what is your take on this?
No, so let me tell you, I like both Andrew and Catherine are on the call. See, when I was the Dean of Kellogg School of Management, I created a new course on Shakespeare for all MBA students. And I tell you, there is a big learning. If you look at it, we selected a set of Shakespeare plays, because what is the purpose of MBA education? When people ask me, Dean Jain, what do you teach in business schools? When you go and study physics, when you go and study engineering, we know there is a set of principles that teaches. What do you teach in management schools? I have a very simple answer. I say what we teach our students is how you put structure on unstructured problems. That means what we like to teach our student is to way to think, way to reason, critical thinking and sound reasoning that leads to better decision making. Now, when you look at a play like Hamlet, or you look at a Shakespeare play like Othello, I'm just giving some examples or so. Hamlet thinks and thinks but never acts. Othello never thinks but acts. Now, my point is, this historical evolution is a great learning experience. And you won't believe, Financial Times heard about it and there was a one full-page story about me and Shakespeare and how I really believe that today in business schools, we need to bring courses on anthropology, sociology. Education has to be more holistic. We can learn from history, things that have worked, things that have not worked. Business education should not be just spreadsheet analysis and all about finance and return on investments. And it should be return on intellect, not return on investment. But somehow or other, we have made it more, we have given it more a financial color, that you pay so much tuition to do an MBA and whether you can get back your tuition in 5 years, 7 years. These kind of metrics are very short-term oriented. Long-term is your ability to think, your ability to work with others, people skills, thinking skills, reasoning. These are the things that we need to really promote, and that would not come just from spreadsheet analysis. We need to have a lot of good courses on psychology, history, and I'm just giving you one example of Shakespeare, but there may be other very good such leaders, whether it is Shakespeare or I still think people can talk about Einstein's in the classes, how he thought, what was the process he went through. These things are very important, and it's today's students are more focused on the package. Oh, what package I would get once I complete my degree. But sometimes I blame that we teachers also need to push the purpose slightly more. We get hung up on whether the students will give me good ratings in the course or not.
Absolutely.
As deans of the schools, we think that the placement rate is going to affect the reputation of the school. So there are metrics that forces us to move in directions other than the purpose. But I just tell you, my personal principle in life has never been driven by these financial metrics. I tell the students, I am here not to teach you something, but to create an interest in that topic and make you think more after you leave the class.
I hope that we have deans of management MBA programs tuned in today, and what we would strongly recommend is to bring in such disciplines in the classroom. I totally agree with you, Deepak.
Yes.
So
No, that's the future of education, at least future of management education. Cross-pollination, cross-disciplines, interdisciplinary nature. Those are the things our students need to, because they will not get exposed to that in the workplace.
Absolutely.
A lot of financial metrics they would get exposed in the workplace. Let's give them things that they are not going to add. Future of work and future of education need to be coupled together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Agree with you wholeheartedly. And so my next question, goes to Catherine and Andy. Let's talk about the future, right? So we've addressed, the current issues, what we have done to address the pandemic. What are the future trends you foresee in liberal arts education in the next 5 years? Probably, Andy, you could go first.
Well, again, I'm going to start from the point of view of the adjustments and the changes that we have had to make in the course of the pandemic. I think it's a really interesting question that we all face now to ask how much of the change that we have made since last March is going to be permanent for us, and in what senses are we likely to revert back to the way we were before. And I think it's very hard for us to know as we are right in the middle of it. But I guess I do think that there are some fairly fundamental changes that will come out of this experience. And you could argue that higher education was moving towards these kinds of changes even before the pandemic, but I suspect that the pandemic will have proven in retrospect to have accelerated those developments. So, as both Catherine and I said, we're looking forward to a time when we can go back to the fundamental model of education that we espouse, which is face-to-face and as a community, as a residential community. That being said, I think that the hands-on practical experience that our community has had in the course of these last 10 months with remote technology, synchronous communication and asynchronous, I have a hard time thinking that that's going to disappear from our education after the crisis is over. I don't believe that we at least are going to move towards a fully online program. But I do think that we will be much more hybrid institution in the future, and I think other liberal arts colleges will be too. I think the concept of a course has changed as a result of this experience, and I doubt that we will revert. I think the way in which the pandemic has challenged us to think differently about geography, about where we are in the world physically and how we can relate to other people. I think that will have a permanent impact too. For the first time in our history, we have students who are this spring who are studying abroad in countries outside the United States, and at the same time taking some of their coursework from Wellesley professors taught from this campus. I think that the mixing up of on campus, off campus, also the mixing up of more traditional curricula instruction and experiential learning of various kinds, internships, civic engagement, service learning, all those things happening at the same time, facilitated by technology, I think is likely to be an important part of our future. And again, I think we were heading in that direction before the pandemic, but I think because the pandemic has so kind of lowered the psychological hurdle that many of our faculty and students and staff feel about that kind of experience, that those changes will be permanent ones. So I'll stop there. I mean, there are, in every area of the operation of a college, I think there are ways in which we will work differently. Maybe I'll just throw out one other one. We are, just like Catherine's college, constantly trying to recruit to our college talented students who come from less advantaged backgrounds or from areas of the country or of the world where they have not had immediate contact with Wellesley. And we have learned in the pandemic that remote communication really enables us to make contact with populations that we had not been successful in making contact with. And so I think that those changes will be permanent. I think that we will use remote technology to extend our reach into new areas and new populations. I think that's a great thing. I think that points us to a more diverse community, and I hope will be a big part of our future, and think it will.
Thanks, Andy. Catherine, do you would like to add to what Andy said? Do you foresee some other trends and challenges?
So I would echo a lot of what Andy says, although I would put it in sometimes somewhat other language. So I think that in the future, faculty will actually be much more innovative in their teaching and in their pedagogies. I think that they're going to be using a lot of the digital tools that they learned during this period and to good effect. I think that the old lecture, to the extent that we still had that at Amherst, I think that's really going to sort of go goodbye. I think that people will not put their lectures online, but much shorter chunks of content in many, much shorter sort of bits, maybe 5 or 10 minute lectures as opposed to the 50-minute lecture. And I think that faculty will use time in class in much more active ways to sort of really interact with students more. So I think that there's a whole strand of pedagogical innovation that will serve our institutions very well. I also agree with Andy that even an event like today's event, we would probably not be doing were it not for the pandemic. I think that we're going to have a lot more virtual zooming in, if that's the platform that's being used, of really important and influential speakers, but it's much easier to get them to speak for an hour or two if they can do it remotely and come to the college that way, as opposed to actually having to be in person on campus. So I think there'll be a lot more interaction in the virtual world, especially as concerns sort of outside speakers. And I think that will be a real change. I want to emphasize the last point that Andy made about how the pandemic is allowing us to reach additional students and to be more present with students that, in other ways, we might not have been able to reach. And what I would emphasize here is, school after school, including Amherst College, have gone test optional. That is a huge difference. We are no longer going to be relying on standardized tests as a main indicator of whether a student should be admitted to the college or not. That's going to have perhaps a quite profound difference in terms of the students that we bring to the campus. And that will be a very interesting change over the long haul. It's certainly going to impact our admissions policies, and it means that we'll probably have a somewhat different student body, one that's more diverse, one that learns in different kinds of ways. And so those pedagogical innovations will be really important in terms of reaching those new students who we will be able to have at the college. So I think there's some pretty profound impacts that are also coming, at least in the United States, from the real emphasis on race and racism and to what extent it has shaped our institutions and how we can overcome that. The fact that we sort of had a pandemic and then at the same time we had this huge, a focus after George Floyd's murder around race and racism and how that has impacted our institutions. I think that's going to have a pretty lasting change at the institutions as well. So, I think the pandemic brought some of that even more to the fore than would have been the case before. So many of these trends were trends that were happening anyhow, but I think that they have been accelerated. And I think it will be a lasting change, and our institutions, they will change more quickly because of the pandemic.
Adding to what you said, Catherine, the entire shift online and embracing new pedagogy has made the world smaller, but at the same time, it has opened up opportunities. That one opportunity and trend that I envision is the fact that faculty, all across the globe will be teaching in each other's schools now, right? So given if most institutions, continue to go blended, probably 40%, 30% of the curriculum would be taught remotely. And now this opens up the possibility of institutions and universities to sign MOUs whereby faculty from each other's institution can teach and get credits there. Do you see this happening going forward?
It's a really interesting dilemma. Right now, I'm not signing any contracts that would allow faculty to teach remotely if we go back in person. So, our students have made it very clear that they really want to have in-person instruction and not remote instruction. So I think there are limits to what you're suggesting, although it's also possible that costs and expenses will force us in the direction that you're talking about. And similarly to, create a more diverse faculty, we may eventually have to move to allowing people to live remotely. But right now, we're not yet willing to go that step. Obviously it's fine if a professor is going to a conference and wants to Zoom for, that class day, but
Right.
by and large, the expectation, at least at Amherst, at least for next year, is if we're back in person, we are expecting faculty to be in person as well, unless there's some really significant health reasons why that can't be the case. But that's our intention at the moment. But that may change because, again, what we've seen through this pandemic is the need for flexibility. It may be that I hold this line now in January, but in April or May, it'll be a very different story.
Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Could I just add to Catherine? We're in the same place, but one thing that we have found this year is that our instructors have made much more use of guest lecturers and visitors to their classes than they have in normal times, and that those guest lecturers have really tended to be really appreciated by the students in the classes. I think it's partly that it's asking a lot of students and of faculty to have so many hours of Zoom face-to-face. And having a different voice in the classroom for a day, bringing a different perspective, I think has been perhaps even more valuable in this time than it was in the previous times. And it's interesting to think about whether that might continue, especially as Catherine said, as we have a different kind of pedagogy. That our faculty, I totally agree with what Catherine said, our faculty are learning things about how they can engage students and enhance student learning through mixing things up and blending things. And maybe this is another way in which that will come to pass.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now over to you, Deepak. I recall having a conversation with you a few weeks ago, and we were talking about trends in management education and the future of management education. And you promised me that you'll encapsulate your thoughts in a slide, and you will present your thoughts with our audiences. So can I request you to relay your thoughts on?
Sure. So, couple of observations when I was listening to Catherine and Andrew. I come back to the basic purpose which I articulated
Can
that
you put the light, please, Jasmine?
can you not hear me?
I can hear you, Deepak. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, my point is the first major trend would be, see, there are certain courses students take when they come for a management education. They take a course on financial accounting, they take a course on economics, they take a course on something, I would say, basic statistics. Courses that are already well structured, there is no need to have them in the classroom. We can send them the online modules and let them prepare those things before they come to join the program. Because if the purpose of the classroom is to make you think, when you are teaching a course on calculus, the derivative of x square is going to be 2x. I don't need an opinion from students whether it is 2x or 3x or 2x plus 4. My point is, the future would be more in-depth discussions in the classroom. And so courses which are very standard, let students prepare themselves. They can come for evaluation purpose. We can evaluate their learning, their skills, their tools on a pass-fail basis. And if they don't, if they are not good at that, they can take an extra few hours classes that we would offer in person for them to learn those financial skills, the statistical skills, and so on. The second point I want to make is, I call it the new diet of education, I would say. And I use the word D-I-E-T. D stands for digitally savvy, which means, Andrew, you use the term called this blended learning and so on type of things. Faculty members have to learn the blended skills. You cannot just be teaching with the traditional way. And Catherine, you made a point. I don't see the world being totally online, but I think an efficient use of the two can make the experience better. So the first D stands for digitally savvy. I stands for interdisciplinary nature. We need to make sure that we create a lot of interdisciplinary nature there. And I don't need to bring the presentation, please. I don't want people to get confused.
Please go ahead, Deepak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I stands for interdisciplinary focus. The E stands for entrepreneurial spirit. Many students, they today don't want to go and work for a regular corporation or regular job. And this is not only in management schools. I heard from my colleagues who were dean of engineering schools that a lot of people are in this business of new startups. So some focus on entrepreneurship should be there, and how we teach those courses is both an art and a science. And the word T stands for talent. At the end, our basic purpose is we create talent for the world. Our students become a resource for corporations, for governments, for whether it is a small business, large business, or you go and work for a not-for-profit organizations, or you are in the business of enhancing your talent by going for more higher education, whether it is PhD or some form other. So if you look at the future, blended learning is going to be an important part of a pedagogical experience, but it's not going to substitute, or the online learning is not going to substitute the classroom teaching. And what Catherine was saying, that students expect to be in the classroom. They don't want to pay $60,000 per year and have classes online. Dishant, the other point you made, and we are very strict with that at our university, if professors can teach multiple places through online, we would not allow if we find that they teach at other schools. Now, the only people who can teach at other schools are professors who are adjunct professors or some professors of management practice. But if you are enrolled as a full-time professor at University X or School X, no matter how big the world becomes, your loyalty should be to the institution, but you can teach more executive education courses online for corporations. So this is a new trend that I am seeing. Like Microsoft came to Kellogg School and said, would you design some marketing skills-based courses that we can expose all students or all participants of Microsoft all over the world? Now, these kind of things are very important, that how we create a lot of online modules of different skills, tools, and concepts. So what COVID or this particular challenge has taught us is business as usual is not going to be the mantra going forward. Professors have to change, universities have to change in terms of their curriculum design, and students also have to accept that digital learning, as I say, the first D for digital learning, I for interdisciplinary focus, and E for entrepreneurial ventures, and T for the talent. We should tell students that we are preparing you for this new world. So getting this mixture of skills would help you long term.
Excellent. There was just basically, a great segue to my next question, which, revolves around curricular changes in the undergrad space in liberal education. So as we think about the challenges of the next 5 to 10 years, I'm pretty sure that, every institution, goes through a regular curriculum review process. So just imagine Wellesley is going through a process right now, and you are, this is a 5-year, annual process. What would be the 3 big changes that you think you would be making to make our students future ready? Andy?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I go back to what Deepak said earlier, which when you were talking about the Shakespeare course that you inaugurated, and also your view that the future of education is interdisciplinary, and that approach to education seems to me the way that certainly our institution is going to be heading in the years ahead. Problem solving
yes,
of various kinds inherently requires the bringing together of different kinds of deep knowledge and perspective and method. And we want to prepare our students to be, in every sense, in every dimension of their lives, creative problem solvers. And after they leave the college, I really think that an essential part of that needs to be a greater emphasis on interdisciplinarity. A lot of the structure of our institution and many other institutions in the United States, and I would say certainly Western Europe, a lot of the structure comes from 19th or early 20th century academic thinking about different disciplines. And we, I think, are at a point where we need to break down those barriers between those disciplines. So I think one thing, to answer your question, Dishan, it was a very specific question. One thing that we will do, I think, is increasingly to appoint to our faculty people whose expertise straddles different disciplines, or gives them a vantage point where they can teach and do their own work in fields that are multiple. So I think that would be one thing. The second thing that our curriculum, way in which our curriculum will change, is, I think, reflecting the changing nature of our student body and our commitment to being a fully inclusive community in which all students have every opportunity to succeed, with a greater emphasis than ever before on equity and social justice, some of the really important themes that Catherine talked about earlier, I think need to be reflected in both in our curriculum and in our pedagogy. So the way that all our faculty teach and also the content of what we teach. So I think that, like many institutions, we moved away, for example, from the concept of a core curriculum decades ago. I think that we need to think about that concept again, and to think about whether a core curriculum that is based around ideas of justice, how to deal with difference, how to talk across difference, how to be inclusive, that I think will be a focus of our work. So I know you asked me for 3. But those seem like two. Those seem like 2 big ones. So I'll stop there. With that.
Yes. Yeah, the constant debate that we have in the Dean's Forum, the Vice Chancellor's Forum here is, how do we, this whole new frenzy with AI, understanding machine learning, augmented reality, VR, the implications of data, right? Having some elements of data science in your curriculum, right? If you do not have the basic understanding of the implications of AI, right, we are you're not going to be successful in future. I mean, these are common debates that are circling around. So Catherine, over to you. What are your views, and would you be making some curricular changes on this?
So interesting questions, and again, I'm afraid my answers very much mirror Andy's, even though we haven't talked about this in person. So it's kind of fascinating to hear. So Amherst has an open curriculum, which means there are no requirements across the board. The only requirements that students have for graduation is that they have to have taken 31 courses and passed them, and that they have satisfied the requirements of a major. But other than that, there's no distribution, no core curriculum, nothing like that. However, because of all the changes that have occurred, particularly around issues of race and racism, Amherst for the first time is pretty seriously considering how to incorporate those notions into a curriculum that everyone would have to participate in. So that's a big change. I don't think that we're going to see quite the undermining of the open curriculum, but I think that whether it's through perhaps a required course that attends to issues of inequality, justice, racism, however that gets phrased, that might happen, or it may be that each individual major decides that it needs to have a course that is related to its discipline around these issues. I think that will be one of the changes that we see in the curriculum. It's interesting, Deshaun, that you mentioned AI and computer science. For the first time ever, the largest number of students applying to Amherst say that they want to study computer science. Normally it's economics, but now it's actually computer science. I think that the interdisciplinarity that Andy mentioned will be important in the future. In all the job interviews that I do with potential candidates who teach at the college, I ask if you could teach a course with someone not in your department, what kind of a course would it be? What would that course look like? And usually it's interesting, some candidates just can't even begin to fathom that question. It's like, what? I would teach beyond my actual sub-discipline? And so I use that as a sort of useful marker to see how flexible are these individuals and how much are they thinking about sort of a holistic view of looking at problems. The other piece that I would say will be important, and this builds on what Andy was saying around problem solving, is an emphasis on research and student involvement in knowledge production. I think that research, more than anything, prepares students for all the things that we want them to be thinking about in the future. There are no set answers in advance. You have to formulate the questions. The questions aren't spoon-fed to you. You experience mistakes and wrong paths and the wrong way to answer something. And so then you have to start all over again. So sort of the different habits of mind that research instills, I think that we will see more of an emphasis on that. And it's in line with students being more actively engaged in everything that they do, which is, I think, a real emphasis on liberal arts education as we move forward. So very similar answers to what Andy would say. I change will come, and maybe this is the time that Amherst finally overturns its open curriculum. We've had it since 1971. That's a long time, but that now is the kind of epoch where really fundamental changes can take place. And it's interesting that the pandemic has shown us that as well.
And Deepak, in the MBA space, we talked about futuristic skills. I mean, gone are those days where functional expertise are the only ingredients that people look for when they seek employment. Today there has been a shift thanks to the digital revolution that we are in. So in the MBA space, what kind of curricular changes do you anticipate to brace students for the future?
So I want to build on what Andrew and Catherine said. The first is Andrew mentioned about this word called problem solving. To me, as I said, the biggest curriculum change would be that lot of courses that we have, which we had required courses, as you know, which are very skill based. They can be taught digitally or create digital modules. But there are three things that I think should be very important in any curriculum. And that is, one is problem solving. But with that, what I said first, critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making. Because at the end, managers are there to make decisions, whether the decisions turn out to be right or wrong. But how do you create a process where people start with critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making? And we need to create courses that would emphasize these three aspects. The second thing, Dishant, today on the interdisciplinary side, I think we need to bring a lot of sociology, or what I call cross-cultural aspects of human behavior. Because the world, one very big shift that you see in the world is education is becoming more global. Even at undergraduate level, students have all these overseas modules and others. But cross-cultural variations, cross-cultural behavior, those needs to bring, and those can be very good discussion-oriented courses, because as you know, that we in business schools like to bring diversity to the classroom. When I was the Dean of INSEAD in Paris, we had a very simple rule: no more than 10% students from one country. Every class I taught at INSEAD was the replica of United Nations. We used to admit 1,000 students on the average from 80 to 85 different countries. So this whole aspect of cross-cultural sociological aspects ought to be very important part. And the third is what Catherine said, and I think this is more at the undergraduate level that I would say, and you and I have discussed, mostly the top business schools have been driven with MBA programs. I think now we need to emphasize more liberal arts education with business specialization at the undergraduate level. And when you bring those students, best research assistants are undergraduates, more than the MBAs. So this bringing this research culture, and I would use the word more knowledge creation rather than knowledge production. One is knowledge creation, second is knowledge dissemination, and third is knowledge certification. By certification means you give them a degree, but bringing more research to the classroom and making people more think deeply should be the DNA of any program in future, which means the teachers have to change. And because very often we have this inertia that I have been teaching these case studies for years. Somebody just mentioned that they are still teaching cases on companies that are no longer in existence, because students, teachers have to prepare for new material. But I think, I really believe the best of education is ahead of us. These kind of pandemic, etc., has told us clearly that change is essential. I say change is inevitable. Worrying is optional, but timely action is essential. So don't worry about it. It's an optional. Change is essential. And the other thing that I am very big believer is the only rigid rule in life one should follow is be flexible. Bringing flexibility in the curriculum to me is something that we need to think about. Now, whether there should be core classes, not core classes, and how we design the curriculum, that I leave it to institutions and individuals what they like to do. But I still believe that there should be some core classes which we think are important skills that everyone needs to have when they go out and work. You are a more expert in this area, like cross-cultural negotiations. In business schools, that skills people need to learn. How do you do negotiations? If you need to have a good curriculum, make sure that the curriculum covers good skills, exposure to good tools, and the state-of-the-art concepts, cutting-edge concepts, and how people integrate these things ought to be something that we should think about. And initially, any professor who teaches a class should give an explanation of the material that he or she is going to cover, so that you set the expectations of students, right? This is why I am adding this course or this particular topic and others. So I really believe that the best is ahead of us. But business as usual, I said, cannot be the norm. Professors ought to change more than the students, because students, though I teach the same course, but I don't teach it to the same students. Students keep changing. They come with a different mindset. Where the change is not happening is at the professor's level. Now, as a dean, you cannot force them to change completely, but we need to work together with them, give them some special assistance with people who can help them bring some new material. And sometimes I have also done one thing. I have sent some professors go and attend some classes at other universities for a semester and see how the other people are teaching courses which have a different pedagogical component and a different cross-cultural component.
You know, I think you said it all right, Deepak. That's exactly what we have done at Flame University in our recent curriculum review. We have identified certain core skills that an undergraduate students need to have.
Yes.
Although we are liberal arts focused, we want to give them as much flexibility as possible. But to make them future ready, there is a requirement for some core courses, and I don't want to elaborate on them here in this forum, but I am also a watchdog on the time clock today right now, and the time clock tells me we just have 3 more minutes. So I'm just going to very quickly go round robin with the 3 of you. One advice for faculty and one advice for students, because especially students, given the pandemic, more than students in India, parents are more worried than students. What's going to happen? What kind of courses do I enroll my students in? What does the future look like? And that is close to paranoia. So what is that one advice you would like to, give parents, student, and faculty? We'll start with Andy.
I kind of wish we'd started this at the other way, the other order. Let me say a couple of things. Because it's my last chance to say, I want to go back to something Catherine said at the beginning about how this whole experience, in a way, has underscored the value of a liberal arts approach to life. I think that when we went into this crisis, we had no idea how to get through it successfully. And in my entire life and career, I have never known a situation where I felt that I needed other people so much as I needed them to get through this. Right. This was not a moment where it felt right for me to tell other people what to do. It felt like it was a moment for me to ask other people to think about the same problems that I was thinking about, and collectively to come up with a solution. So, I guess I might say to students or parents that this experience that we've been going through, it just underscores why the greatest asset of a liberal arts education is the inherent flexibility it gives, the capacity it gives you to adapt as you go through your life. And Deepak said that was his golden rule, to be flexible. I think that there is no greater lesson of this whole crisis than that is one of the golden rules in life. So that's what I would say. What would I say to faculty? I think that this has been very hard for faculty, really hard. One of the things we talk a lot about is how this has collapsed the distinction between faculty members' home lives and their work lives. And for some of them, that is a very difficult situation. I'm not sure I would have advice to faculty, except that I'm grateful to them for all that they've done, and not just at Wellesley, but across every institution that I'm aware of. I'm grateful for what they've done, and I hope that maybe they have discovered through the experience ideas that they will want, without my prompting them, without a dean telling them what to do, discovered ideas that they want to take forward in the next stage of their lives.
No, I hear you. I'm extremely grateful to my, especially senior faculty, you would tell me before the pandemic that I am never going to learn technology. I know I'm not even going to learn how to, get a cab via, Uber on my machine here, on my phones. And I've seen them, going through tutorials, bracing up for the challenge. And, we talk about teaching ratings. These are the faculty who have shown massive teaching, one of the best teaching ratings at Flame University. So, I echo what you just said. I remain extremely grateful to all my faculty as well for bracing up to this challenge and giving their best, and not, impeding student experience, even after we've, moved to online, pedagogy. Catherine, what about you?
Just to be very quick, I would tell students to stick with it. Even though it's hard, stick with it and it will pay off in the end. Even, don't take endless amounts of time off hoping that, college will get back to normal. Stick with it. And to faculty, just echoing Andy and Deshaun, it's thank you and thank you again and thank you again. So thank you. That's sort of what I would say.
Perfect. And Deepak, closing words?
So I would have one common message, and that is, see, when you come to study, we always emphasize academic excellence. Then many people the concepts that you bring in academic excellence, you try to show the relevance of those concepts. So what is academic excellence? Business relevance. But I really want the third part, which is social significance. I want both students and faculty to think about what we do for the greater good. It should not be the classroom. It's not just the corporations, what we do for the communities, what we do for the societies. And that's why when I was the Dean of Kellogg School and we all think of branding, the brand for Kellogg School I created was, by joining the Kellogg School, you start your journey from success to significance. Be successful. And don't think of giving back when you retire, because the day you retire, from who's who, you become who's he. So while you are on the successful platform, try to think about the society. I think as human citizens, we need to think of world peace, prosperity, and a feeling of giving back. I tell this to the faculty. I thank them, of course, what they do. But in your case discussions, do bring the social significance part. And for students also, I tell them, think about what you can give to others. We all are blessed. But I think the way we can make the world a better place is if we also think what we can do for others.
And that closure, blends very well with our theme, right? Which is on purpose.
Yes, the purpose, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Purpose, passion, and then performance.
Well said, Deepak. And I am mindful of time. We are running, 3 minutes late now. So I'm just going to close this discussion. And before I close this discussion, I think, blended is here to stay. But how much of blended will institutes embrace is very much a function of the programs they are in, whether you are in an undergrad program, you're in liberal arts, you're in engineering, you're in sciences, or you're in MBA or executive education as well. But the level of, how much of technology you embrace will all depend. I do not see too much of blended learning in the undergrad space, probably more disruption in the executive education space and probably the MBA. We did not get a chance to talk about affordability and accessibility of education, which is a very important point. But I think the future is in government and institutions to come together to make education more accessible to all and affordable as well. So hopefully we'll meet each other in another forum where we can take this very important point forward. But once again, thank you very much from the bottommost of my heart. On behalf of the entire Flame fraternity, I thank you, Andy, Catherine, and Deepak, for taking out time from your busy, very busy schedule to be here with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for including us.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Andy. Bye.
Wow, what a fantastic day we had today. This takes me back to the day when we were thinking of the Flame Conference. We were thinking about the theme that we should have for this particular conference. And the idea that struck us, all of us together with the Flame Conference Committee, is why can't we have the Flame Purpose Summit? And one of the questions that came to, the initial questions is why purpose? Why not maybe thought leadership? Why not growth? Why not, education itself? Maybe the first answer that came along to my mind is why not? Why should we not have this as purpose? This is something which is a part of every meaningful conversation that we have. Maybe it is with our friends, with our family, with our colleagues, with young and old alike. We have a lot of conversations around purpose. What is the real meaning of life? Why are we here? What are we yearning for? How do we go about doing and achieving what we are looking for? What's that true thing that we should be kind of walking towards? What's so powerful about a purpose that makes us go beyond? And when we thought about this, we realized that it will be a great experience to actually see this and know of the tales and experiences of accomplished people from our community as they take us through how they went about it, what were the challenges to it, and why they did what they did. And this day actually, ended up being so. It's fantastic to have, at the end of the day, such great insights and learnings from talks after talk which happened through the day. So to start with, we had our VC who defined the term of purpose very interestingly, and then went along and told that this is something that will get redefined as per the situation, as per our life timelines, and we need to be kind of a bit fluid with this particular approach. We went on to Vineet Nair, who suggested us that, why can't we look deep within? And that allows us to find the true purpose, which can make a larger impact to the world. In fact, a lot of examples and his own life journeys, including Sampark, he kind of demonstrated how that has happened. While having said that, he also mentioned about, that these goals should not necessarily be the only one to achieve, and we need to kind of move on to the next goal. One of the interesting things that, was mentioned was about shutting down Sampark Foundation and around 2025 and moving on to the next goal. Apurva Purohit interestingly told about setting small goals so that there isn't that fear of failure. There is a joy of achievement of, having done one milestone after the other. And also the second part, which was interesting, is that, you know, it's 50% about setting that particular goal, but the rest 50% is about traversing that path, the joy of the path, which is very important. So if we set goals or, you know, meaning for our life based on what we enjoy and cherish, we would have a lot of fun actually going along and achieving that goal. And while doing it, always realizing that the path is as important. Sanjeev Bikhchandani brought out interesting insights about how personal drive powers work ethic, which in turn paves off professional success. Our roundtable with, you know, Rahul, Faye, Gagan very beautifully showed our students, especially, you know, how there are career opportunities and interesting opportunities if they just go along with their passion. It doesn't mean that there's not a lot of hard work in that. That definitely there is. Like, you know, the example of, you know, can you eat everything on one day? You will have to kind of eat it day by day. So the practice is there, but there is that path of going along and figuring out how with discipline we can achieve a lot in our passion and can aim for interesting careers. Also that there are certain golden rules, because these people were across careers, be it someone from music, someone from sports, someone from journalism, and all of them kind of came along through some of the same golden rules, which I think we can all take ahead as we go along. Raman Roy is one of the finest examples of thinking global while acting local. And he really showed us, you know, led in some secrets of how we can harness technology and develop an entire industry of BPO that he kind of discussed. But that's something which was very interesting for us, and how we found purpose in doing it and how we could get a team to kind of believe in it and go ahead with it. The voice of purpose was a very different, you know, we could see, as in we had the FaceTime with people whose voices we hear all around. So we know them, but we don't know them. So this was the opportunity to kind of see that. And like the alternate career, here was, you know, one more very interesting opportunity, which our students can look at, which again, everyone believed in the panel believed passionately that they would want to kind of share with the whole world and want more and more people to come along and take it. The journeys were different. Like, you know, maybe someone stumbled on it while being a 2-year-old, while the other kind of not stumbled, maybe, you know, walked into it while being a 2-year-old in that manner, or should I stick to stumble? While the other person actually went along and, you know, took it much, much later and mentioned that maybe it is destiny. But in Jasleen, Pallavi, Surjan, and Shubho, we had a very interesting way of looking at what is the importance of talent and hard work and how it works in industry after industry. So be it the earlier panel on alternate careers, in which we had people from varying industries, or the voice of purpose. We kind of got the same rules, same things coming again and again. We then went along, I would not kind of speak much, as we just had the conversation on the future of education with Dishan Kamdar, Andrew, Catherine, and Deepak Jain. One of the interesting parts that came along was the idea of community. How do we do that in this online world? And you know, even today, as in how are we kind of engaging, and how is it so important that this sense of community is existing? It also exists during the remote teaching approach. From this, you know, this is all I think I take from my day one, but I'm sure that all of you found interesting stories that you could connect with. Some kind of a thing, you know, I had someone call me up and say that, hey, if this person could have been my best friend, maybe I should be just texting that person, some of our speakers. And I really expect that, you know, she goes along and texts him and says how this particular talk had an influence on her and how she would look towards working in that particular industry. Now, at the end of the day, I want to kind of leave you with what's happening tomorrow. And it's a power-packed day tomorrow. We have a lot of very interesting talks coming up. The first one with Mr. Vallabh Bansali, who's the chairman of the Enam Group, which will be followed up with Mr. Montek Singh Aluwalia. We'll be able to hear him, the former chairman of the Indian Planning Commission. In the afternoon, we have a very interesting all-women panel on the theme of social transformation. Here, this panel will be moderated by senior anchor Abha Bakaya, who also is a founder of Ladies Who Lead, which is an organization which works in this particular space. But in the panel, we have Meera Nandi, who's the co-founder partner of Dasra. We have Nanalal Kidwai, who's the former chairperson of HSBC. We have Rukmini Banerjee, who's the CEO of Pratham Education Foundation. Pooja Marva, the CEO of Child Rights and Youth. And Jane Walker, the founder and CEO of the Purple Community Fund. In this, we have a very power-packed, interesting session on social change. This will be followed up with another panel on something which is, you know, kind of in topic at this point of time is online education. We have Bhushan Patwardhan, the Vice Chairperson of University Grants Commission. We have Shreyasi Singh, who has a very interesting online education portal in Harappa. We have Mayank Kumar, who is the CEO of Upgrad and one of the popular online platforms. We have Mohan Lakhan Raju, who's the CEO and founder of Great Learning. We have a lot of interesting courses on analytics in that particular space, and is also the vice chairman of the Great Lakes Institute. This will be followed by a performance by Chirag Katti, and we have the thank you note. So I want to leave you off with the next day to come. We will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. and we'll go on till 7 p.m. We look forward to seeing all of you on the different platforms that you are currently signed in on. Will continue to be available on the Facebook of Flame University and the YouTube of Flame University, along with the microsite where some of you are seeing this. We look forward to you participating in our Q&A with a hashtag of Flame Purpose Summit, so that we can pick it up and pass it on to the speakers. It's been a fabulous day here for all of us, listening to all of you. We really look forward to tomorrow. Thank you. See you.